it's gonna be drama, but like, just watch it. It'll be fun. Everyone, keep calm.
I mean,
Take a deep breath.
that's.
It's a good night. It's a good night.
Oh,
I mean, that
Blob's
was
in it
part of
too?
the. Yeah, that's part of the agreement was that we didn't with Geo. We can't bring any like any like. It's got to be just strictly about like the footage and stuff. No like you know, like low blows at Witsit or anything like that. So we have it clean. It's gonna be like all fair, and I went through and edited out any possible, you know, like insults that somebody could take. So it'll be it'll be nice. It won't be crazy,
So we're
hopefully.
going on the stage, I presume, for this?
I don't know. I've never done this before, so do I just click this button, share your screen, and because I have a pre-made little video, I'm just gonna push play. So if you guys want me to pause it, just let me know. I'll
Well,
pause it, but I don't know if I got to go into a room or something or what do I do?
Rusted, do you want
Yeah,
people to
so
be able to ask questions and like be
Well,
involved,
yeah,
or do you want it to be more
yeah.
of a presentation?
No, it was supposed to be first like 30 minutes presentation, then 30 minutes Q&A. That's what Geo said was good.
I think we should do it on the stage, but that's just my moderator's perspective. Like, you can do it however you want. I'll let everyone
What's
else put their 2 cents in.
what's the stage? Where's that at? Is that a different room or something?
the one above this one.
It'll
Oh,
there'll be a
okay.
command that'll just automatically bring everybody over there.
Yeah,
Oh.
so I mean, yeah, welcome, and yeah, I appreciate everything you shared there, Russet. Appreciate that, and yeah, no, it should be good, and just appreciate what you had said, and just because, yeah, I mean, it's just basically the same server guidelines apply, in a event as well. So yeah, just appreciate, not keeping it out of the personal stuff and just to the actual information you guys want to present. Just that way, it keeps it a lot easier, and everyone can just be able to listen and not have to cover the other ideas on some of the other stuff as well, even though some of those individuals are involved in the event, as it were, because they were there and whatnot. But so yeah, that's appreciated. And yeah, so I think QOP had mentioned, I think in his original thing, when he submitted it, he said in the stage channel. So I think it's actually the event itself is set up for a stage. Like here, look, if I posted,
So
I think I wrote.
should I just click on the live stream above this one? Is that what I should
Well,
do?
so the difference basically is that in there, like it's when you present your screen, everyone will see it like automatically. And then the thing is, like, it's for people to come on the panel, they have to like we have to bring them up onto the stage. So it's kind of like a smaller panel. The benefits is that there won't be any like hot mics or people jumping in, because that way, like, you can kind of be more selective of who's on the stage and who's not. So
Gotcha. Okay,
it is kind of better for presentation, because if you want it to be more like presentation and then some like question and answers, it probably is
yeah.
best just to do it on the stage, I would think.
Okay, so after the presentation, do I jump back in here for Q&A or do I just stay in there and then I don't know. I guess we'll find out when it's over.
Yeah,
And
we
you
could
tell
just do
me.
it all in there.
Oh,
So I
word.
mean, unless anyone thinks not to do it in the stage, I would say yeah, we can. Because if we do it, what I'll do is the event's already set for that, so I'll just I'll stop the current live stream one. We'll start that event. It'll send a notice out to at everyone or whatever, so it'll tag everyone on the server. And then I can also put an additional in like the announcements tab. I can also do an at everyone
No,
there as well.
you don't have to
Or
add
no?
everyone. I don't want to be annoying. I know that shit annoys me. You add everyone for I mean, you can. It's your
Yeah.
channel. Do whatever you want, but it's not, whatever.
Well, the
Um,
thing is that we really like never use the add everyone just for that reason. So it's never overly done, except for maybe events. We usually do it. So that's why. I mean, if you want me not to, I could not do it, but usually it'll do that. Or there's the option when you just create the actual stage, you have to like unclick it. Otherwise it'll add everyone automatically. But anyway, so yeah, so if we start it there and then I could do the bot command thing, so it'll just basically move everyone there automatically. So then once we're in there, I can just click like just bring you guys on the stage, and then yeah,
okay.
I think QOp's in here, but yeah, but any thoughts, or I don't know
I
if
just wanted to
Um,
say I think the stage idea is a great way to do it.
yeah, I agree. Sounds good. I've never done it before, so I've also never shared my screen, so I don't. You'll have to tell me if if the audio sounds okay and everything, and if it doesn't, then I could just send you the video, Gio, and you can play it. I don't know. I'm kind of not super savvy with all this stuff, so we'll see how it turns out.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, when we do it in the stage, basically on the live stream, it'll be sharing any video that you share. I'll make it like full screen, so it'll share on there, and then yeah, you can always clip it from there. Or you mean for later, or
No,
yeah,
no,
because
just like I pre-recorded a video so I could just play it, but I don't know how well the audio will come through to it, so I guess just let me know if it doesn't sound good and I need to do something, then I will, but I don't know. I'm just like I don't know. So
okay,
should I
yeah,
just join the stage? Is that what?
yeah, we can do a little sound check like once we get in there before we officially start. Yeah, we can do that. So yeah, I'll yeah, unless there's anything else to say, I'll do all that. We'll convert over unless anyone has any thoughts before we make the shift. But you guys won't really have to do anything. It'll all happen automatically. It'll just take like maybe 2 minutes or so, like 2 to 3 minutes.
Hey, can I just say a quick thing to Run Boston Bear? Hey, Run Boston Bear. I just want
Hey,
to say you
buddy.
did a good job on Mark Sargent yesterday.
Hey, I appreciate that, man. That was a lot of fun.
All right, so yeah, Rusty, you should see once you're on the kind of stage here, you can just unmute. It's like the regular VC. It just
Got it.
makes it so that, yeah, so it's better for like, especially if you're presenting, because people jump in, they get off work, they pop in, they might even hot mic or whatever, and they might also just jump in thinking that we're just like, it's an open stream. But if you guys are like presenting this way, people can't easily hot mic. And then, yeah,
Awesome.
it's just easy
Thank
to
you.
manage like only a few people, like as they call it, kind of on the stage. And then, yeah, when you share your screen here too, everyone will be able to see as well.
Okay, cool. Sounds good. Um,
So, let's see. Um,
I wanted to ask, Wishgone, is he supposed to be on stage, or I was just curious?
wait,
No,
who
don't bring
is?
Wish on stage.
yeah, maybe not at the moment. Let's just have,
No, not Wish.
You can bring him up.
As long as he doesn't start like, wait, is
No, I
that
don't want to
Blob?
deal with
Are you
it.
okay? Everybody
Yeah,
send prayers out for Blob in his house because there's fires really close to him apparently. So if I don't know, I think just
I'm
pray
running
for
from the
him.
fires right now.
Oh man. Okay, so you guys can see my screen then? I know.
yep.
Yeah,
Yeah, here, I'm just getting it set up. Oh, wait, there's an echo.
it's from
Should
the
I
stream.
mute?
Yeah, it's your stream.
Oh, it is. That's what it was. Yeah, I had to mute it on my local side. But then, does that mute your mic? No, I hope not.
Yeah, Rusty, just don't stream it.
Well, no, it's fine. We can see it. I just had to mute it, but I just want to see. Can you speak real quick, Rusty, just to see if?
Still echo.
Well, I
Can you
had
hear
to.
me?
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I can still hear your mic. Okay, well, I just on the side that shares, I just had to mute it there, and it kind of solves it as long as we can still hear your mic. Oh, except that's going to if you're gonna have is there audio on the
Yeah,
bottom?
yeah. But I was gonna mute my microphone. Will that also mute the audio from the video too? Or would it be
Probably
easier
not.
if I just sent you the video and you played it? Or I don't know. What do you think?
No, I think if you mute your mic, it probably would be fine. Like here,
Okay,
mute
I'll
right now.
mute it. I'll mute it and test it and then tell me if you can hear it.
Check. Oh no, it is still echoing. Yeah, it is because I guess you're just doing.
Yeah, because the Discord is coming through the screen share.
You guys can let Paradise and Wish up.
No, not Wish. Who's Paradise?
Josh.
Oh no, not John. Wait. Oh wait, dude. Rusted.
Well, when it's a few people in here, like we can just have people on mute as well because it's just a small panel. So I mean, if there's someone, sometimes what you can do, we can like bring people on the stage and then you just kind of instantly mute them, and it's meaning that like then if you guys want to bring them in, we can unmute them and stuff.
And Rusted.
I'm gonna
Rusted,
go back
can you just
down
turn
to
off
the
your screen?
audience, Gio. I just wanted to let you know that everybody except Rusted sounded like an echo.
Yeah, Rusted. Can you
Oh,
turn off your stream and just send me the video you want me to play?
I'm gonna go back down to the audience. Thank you.
okay.
All right, yeah, thanks.
I did. You already have the video queue up, both of them. Yours, the vape, and the other one. So wait, could you guys not hear it when I just played it, or what? Should I try playing it again? Oops.
Wait, where are we at? I'm sorry. Were you testing? Were you testing the audio?
Yeah, testing. Can you guys hear that or no? Do you want me to try playing it again?
Yeah, play it again because I had it muted. If you're gonna try this, try it, and then I'll see if it works. Yeah, go ahead.
No, she's streaming Discord. She's not streaming whatever she's listening to.
Yeah, it's because you're streaming your whole screen, not if you just. It's hard talking when I'm hearing myself on delay.
Yeah, can you just send me the videos, Rusted?
If you just stream the source of the video, like VLC or whatever you're using, I won't take in the audio from Discord.
Yeah, like when you have the option to share, instead of sharing maybe the whole screen or sharing the Discord screen, you should be able to click on like just share, like whether it's like Chrome or whatever the player's on or VLC or whatever it is. Yeah, if you do
change windows.
Share window?
Windows. Yeah, change
Okay.
windows, and then pick the one that if that's it, yeah.
Okay.
And then also share with audio. Yeah, you're good. Yeah, there you go. Now it should work. And I think our echo. Let me see if the echo's gone too.
Yeah, it's all fixed.
Check. Oh, there we go. All right.
Pay attention to the drone's shadow.
We can hear audio.
I'll stop it right here. You see how close it is right there? I stopped it. It's super close, right? And then as it's going, it gets really far away. And I pause it again here in a second. It's going to be in the bottom right corner here. You'll see it. I do think that there it is right there. You see? It's super far away. That's crazy. That's got to be studio lighting, man. That can't be real. I do think that the other video I saw was misleading with the beeping. The beeping does seem to match up with where the dude was standing and everything. But you can't tell me that there isn't something wrong with these shadows. And the dude saying, "Oh, this proves it isn't green screen," as if he's like from the 80s and there's no newer way of making movies and making it seem like people are actually in places that they're not. I'm not here to say whether or not they went. I really don't care. All I'm looking at is the shadows, I think it's funny that people keep asking me like, well, where did they go then? Well, how did they do this? I don't know how they did any of it. As Witsit always says, falsification is independent of replacement. So just because we're pointing out Banjo here, I'm showing some of his screenshots. Just because we're pointing out that the shadows aren't matching up and the sun is too big and I don't just same way that Globers say like, oh well, they used all this fuel, so if they didn't go to the moon, then where did they go? I don't know where they went. I'm just telling you, like what they're showing us isn't matching up with reality. So accept it, don't accept it.
Is there actually 24 hours of the sun itself, or is it 24 hours of daylight?
So it's 24 hours daylight.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you don't actually see the sun for 24 hours.
You do.
You do. Okay. I'll ask you real quick. Would I be able to use a drone around the camp or anything?
Drones are not allowed at the South Pole.
Okay.
You can use it at our Union Glacier camp, but not at the South Pole.
Okay, so at Union Glacier camp, you can use them. That's not a problem with the blue ice runway and all of that?
You can't use it at the runway. You can use it at the camp.
Okay, cool. So what I was kind of wanting to do was altered was the departure time, not the date.
Right. I'm glad you made that clear. Because I thought dates.
I mean, I assumed that meant they were leaving early before the thing, and I was like, wait a second, I thought you were going for.
I did too.
If you look up in the archives, there was no storm, so that's another lie that Witsit told, that they had to leave early because of a storm, and a whole day early, but apparently it was a matter of hours. I heard Z say that Lady Blunt claimed that there was a midnight sun, but let's read what she actually said. She said, and so the midnight sun may be seen in the south, and she goes on to describe some sailors that played a deck of cards in the full sunlight at midnight. That wasn't necessarily proven, though. There was no images or, obviously they're not taking pictures back then with timestamps or anything. And this, she says, then of course the midnight sun might be seen. Testimony has now been given that it has been seen, and this testimony has been admitted in zetetic literature, thus proving, speaking generally, that zetetics are willing to learn and admit known facts. Whether we can explain these facts is another question, but as we have before intimated, that whatever further facts we may find, which are proved to be real facts and not fancies, we shall admit, but while admitting them to be true, zetetics will never give up the primary fact that the surface of all still water is level. So it doesn't, to me, sound like she's 100% believing the eyewitnesses of the sailors. She might be the first anti-truther. Using words like might and may don't seem very definitive to me. Seems like she's more looking for, more hard evidence.
Saw the sun sets northwest from where she was, and that was February 19, 2019. She was facing north. The sun was clearly setting on the northwest side of the ship, which was facing north.
Witsit tried making a big deal that they're so far apart from each other. They're 16 degrees away from each other. It's not far.
So he says it's 10 p.m. Now that's where our debunking of the TFE starts. You can see it says it's 10 p.m. Look at his shade behind him and Mount Rosman in the back. So we know he's facing north making this video because according to the coordinates that we have right here, according to the coordinates, you can see the compass. The red means north and white south. So you see where the camp is in the blue pin, and you see Mount Rosman in the back. So as he speaks, he's facing north with the mountain in the back. At this moment, when you see this picture, the sun is shining from the east, making this shade in front of the mountain. towards the west. So we have another picture right here. You see again Mount Rosmo in the back, the camp where he was filming, and the compass there pointing north, the Mount Rosmo south behind the camp. Another thing, this picture here that is I downloaded from the official website. You can see here, if you go and see the details of the picture, it was taken November 27th to 2016 at 3:33 p.m. A very weird time to take this picture, 3:33 p.m. But that's the time it shows right there. So now you compare Chico Matos, his shade, where he is claiming to be 10 p.m. and you see the time of the picture and the shade behind the Union Glacier Antarctica sign. You see the shade is completely the same, right? And he's claiming to be 10 p.m. Now let's compare here. If you look at this, the 24-hour sun time lapse, you see the sun there. You have to believe that 10 p.m. he took a picture in front of the mountain with the mountain illuminated, and in just 2 hours the sun went back behind the mountain. So we know this whole thing is doctorate. The sun is
on the left is from Geo's, well, not Geo's skydiving, but from the video that he says is the only other video that we've been able to find of 24-hour sun footage from the south. And only some of it can we really even use because it does this like weird circle thing through most of it or whatever. But I wasn't even meaning to. I was just going back and forth with it, and I'm like, oh look, the sun is moving the opposite direction, and he said that it couldn't be done, and I'm accidentally debunking it just while looking at this. But you can see the sky itself does look like it's so much darker at the top. The sun's so much smaller. This is only maybe a couple weeks apart from each other. They were there around the same time at the same place. So. This is from Norway at 78 degrees north in June. The sun looks a little bit more yellow to me. It looks bigger. It doesn't go up and down as drastically, as like fast, I guess, as the other one in Antarctica. And the actual video itself is longer by like 23 seconds. Other time lapses of 24-hour sun are longer by about 40 to 50 seconds. If you look right here, look at how different that looks when it is starting to go a little bit further away at the darkness of the sky and the clouds. And to me, everything in this shot looks a lot more realistic. I thought that was interesting, but I was wrong about thinking in my other video like 2 weeks ago about Geo, saying that I thought that at the 80-degree mark that you would see the sun go further like some of the other videos I saw, but in this video it's clearly showing it looking like it's making a perfect circle. So I was wrong about that. I thought for sure they had to be over the North Pole or the South Pole exactly to see it make like, see the sun not change in diameter. But in this video, it does look like it's pretty much the same size all the way around. So I will admit that I was wrong. Flatters season 10, enjoy. So I'm showing the people in this time lapse on the left versus the right, and the ones on the left are moving way faster. They're like specks. You can barely even see them. And from Antarctica, it seems like they're just moving a lot slower. I think pointed this out, actually, and there's some clips from him in here. This weird shadow, there's an arrow pointing, and you can see there's some weird, like, imaginary stick shadow that's moving around. It's kind of unexplained. And this one, obviously, from again, the shadows are opposite of each other, which wouldn't be happening. And if you look at this yellow or this orange truck, there's no shadow at the orange truck. These people's shadows, they're maybe 20 feet away from each other. They're so drastic. It's just, it doesn't add up to me, in my opinion. But, yeah, especially that truck not having a shadow is really weird. But I'm sure they'll chop it up to, oh, it's just a 360 camera. Oh, you don't know how shadows work. And yeah, blah, blah. But here, why did Witsit go 20 feet away when he had just gone to the right there and picked up snow? And also, he walked by a bunch of snowballs he could have picked up on the way to the other spot. So, yeah. And this guy's missing an arm. Where's his other arm? It's got a shadow, no arm. Super weird.
at 52 minutes and 6 seconds, it's just obvious that there is a right angle and a blue line that cuts all the way up and across. Okay, and I'll just bring it down so it's better in screen on my camera here. And it runs all the way across. All the way across. All the way across. And they must have blended it better down the other side there, but you can see it ends up right there. See it? Blue line running all the way across the screen. I don't know. I wonder how they're going to, how Dave Weiss is going to explain this one away. It comes all the way down here. See it going all the way down here. That to me looks like the scene of.
We got Jaren over here drawn in the snow, claiming that footprints can't show up and people aren't going to be kicking any snow chunks around, but they can draw a huge giant S in the snow, which is hilarious because apparently they don't know north from south, according to this next video after this compass one. But the compass one is obviously upside down. The letters are backwards. Somebody in the comments tried saying that it wasn't. I'm like, dude, just look at it. The S is backwards, like everything's backwards. And in the video that he shows right after this, it's showing exactly what happens when you flip it over. And it sticks in whatever position. You can see him moving it, and it didn't move just there. Like, obviously, they're trying to pull one over on us, because why else would they do this? It makes no sense. In my opinion, these people that just sit around, trying to argue definitions all day long are just time wasters, and we shouldn't let them win. They're trying to keep us from actually looking into topics and listening to interesting stuff because we're too busy debating about this nonsense that they're trying to claim is real. So I'm probably going to ease up on this topic a little bit because I'm over it. I've listened to enough of Witsit and all these fools, and I definitely see it as a time-wasting, like, J-Trig psyop. Yeah, it seems like they don't know which way north is. Union Glacier is in time zone 6, not time zone 3. So it's not it's not midnight, it's 9 p.m. And so they're lying here, and this is from that Dustin Nemos guy. So I'll link all the videos I'm using. Maybe not the exact videos, but at least what channels I got them from. I just felt like I needed to do a bunch of videos in one to kind of show some of what I think the best arguments have been so far. I'm sure I'm missing some stuff also. But yeah, I guess I think I'm done for now. And we'll see if anything else comes out with the rest of this stuff. There's some predictions that Blob has made about the next PSYOP Witsit's gonna run is on Big Pharma, doing some Big Pharma stuff. We'll see. Maybe he'll come out with a video talking more details about that kind of stuff. So this next was a video I put out, I don't know, I guess a couple weeks ago, noticing the clouds not moving, all the wind. He sits there for like 2 minutes talking about how windy and miserable it is, and those clouds just stay in the same spot. And then it's funny because he keeps saying that that the only way that he could be burning holes in this, well, first of all, he only can burn one side, which is weird. Then he's like, oh, I could only be doing this if it was the sun, like as if I guess he's not aware of 500 watt bulbs and high powered light bulbs and lasers that burn holes into. And he doesn't actually turn the camera around at any point and show that it's the sun doing this either. And the shadows going different ways. Sorry I can't pronounce your name, dude, but thank you, you're awesome. I have the comment right here. Yeah, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Live from Antarctica at 9 p.m. when it was supposed to be midnight, and their geolocation just so happens to be scrubbed, and I'm sure there's going to be more of this kind of stuff coming out. These people do this, have been doing this since Flat Earth started, pretty much. So it's not to say that, you know, that the Earth isn't flat. It's just obviously there's a deliberate agenda behind. Jaren's apparently just now learning how to ride a bike. But look at it, it's like moving backwards. And then sometimes it moves forwards, and sometimes it's just still. But I was, you know, I mean, I guess maybe he's like gliding across or something. Like it's icy, but I feel like I'd be seeing people slipping if it was that slippery and icy. It was like gliding across the tire, like very unnaturally right here. It looks like it's like, I just don't know how to explain it.
I did a whole stream with Owen Benjamin. You know, you see my breath the entire stream. You just see my breath the whole stream. And the reason is because I was drinking hot tea. And so that honestly is why you're able to consistently see my breath, because my lungs and throat and mouth were constantly being introduced to liquid, and it was actually warm liquid. You could see my breath like the entire freaking live stream with Owen Benjamin. And people were like,
he was on for less than 10 minutes and doesn't show his breath half the time.
And I understand why someone maybe wouldn't just believe that because you need to see yourself. Well, come down here, man. It's like 35K. I wouldn't have spent that. You know, hopefully it's not cloudy. We got like 7 or 8 cameras that filmed it around the clock. But once I started leading up to the trip, I could tell, like, wait a minute. Like,
now they're thinking about everyone they spiral.
what's all that?
And
What's all that
like,
right there?
Fuck, they have to just own that shit and just own it.
All right, I don't want cussing. Look at all this. What's all that breath, bro?
Where's all the breath when you were talking, bro?
Like, it's like it. Why would a truther be doing this? Why would have any pictures with any of them? I met one of the people that were there to go run a marathon while we were still in Punta Arenas, because many of them stayed in the same hotel that we did. And I actually have an entire interview with one of the guys telling him about Flat Earth, that Jonathan, the documentarian guy, actually recorded, and we were mic'd up. I tell him, like, I didn't just go take pictures with them. When we went to Antarctica, we get off the plane, and then they had brought in the marathon group, right, as they're bringing us back towards the camp, because they got on the plane that landed taking us. The marathon runners got on that plane and left, right? So they were there right before we got there. But I did meet some of them in the hotel. They were all in the same hotel. I talked to a few different marathon runners. So there's that. So I do have video evidence that I was, in fact, with the marathon runner in Antarctica, though. It's a complete lie. It's
So he just said he was in Antarctica when he met this person and interviewed them, but at first he said that he met him in Punta Arenas or whatever. So which was it? Does he not remember where he met the marathon runners? Because I thought they were getting on the airplane. They came to pick them up to take them back. So once again, stuff's not adding up.
I don't know. I haven't even watched it. Like, why I was out of breath? Maybe because I did hit a vape before that.
Lead the audience into faking my breath by hitting a vape and exhaling it on the camera. That isn't true at all. It's objectively not true. So it not being true means that you're slandering me. You then completely hand-wave dismiss the fact that there's another stream where I'm drinking a hot tea, right? And you can see my breath for the full, like, 30-minute interview. The entire time. You never stop seeing my breath.
There's a little breath. What's up now? You have to take like deeper breaths, and it sucks. It hurts your lungs. Okay.
What's up now?
All right, so now it's sorry, that was long. Go ahead. The rest of it's all you, bro.
All good. Yeah, I'm just gonna play a couple videos. Yeah, is Witsit gonna jump on stage to talk to us after this? Share your screen.
Doubtful. And I accidentally left a part in. Sorry, Gio. I know that was over the line in the middle there. I forgot to edit that part out.
All right, so let's start with. I'm gonna start with this one. This is like the time lapse of the 24-hour sun video. This one has a repeating lens flare at the beginning and a repeating cloud at the beginning that repeats at the end. So you can see it. I got it paused already where you can see it. So that, I forget if you can see my. All right. So that right there, that little lens flare, and this lens flare is going to be repeating at the end, and so is the cloud that's coming up. So that cloud that was right over there. You see that? You see? So this is a basically a 360 of the sun goes around in a 360, and then as soon as it gets to the point where it's going over the 360, it's doing like a little bit over 24 hours, or allegedly 24 hours. For some reason they were lazy and they repeated they repeated a lot of the stuff they used at the beginning, but they used different clouds. So right here, you see you got the pretty quick. All right. Oh, my shit's moving around. Wow.
Well, for this video, Dave McKeegan, he took it from his Insta360 camera, and those have like a kind of a dome
Who's
glass
talking?
lens
Why
over it.
are you talking? Who are you?
Yeah, we don't talk yet.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. So sorry that video ended and it started playing another one. All right, so right there, right here, you have the same lens flare appear when it's right at the point of going all around in a circle, and now it's doing now they have like 4 extra seconds of the sun, going a little farther, allegedly, which is like the day after. But they use the same, so you're about to see the same cloud up here. For some reason and it's right at the same spot it was at the beginning, right? So 24 hours later, when the sun is in the same spot, you get the same lens flare and you get the same cloud at the top. There's a couple of different clouds also, but there's one cloud that repeats, and it's that one right there. And if you zoom, I might not be able to zoom in with that. I'm going to zoom into that in a second. So that I'm going to show that cloud later. I'm going to go into there's one more thing I wanted to show in YouTube. So this was a recording of one of the footage before Witsit uploaded it. There was a seam in the video which was a lot more pronounced than it is now after Witsit uploaded again. And this guy shows it. There's like a huge dark mark. They're probably going to say that that's a 360 seam, but the thing is that that's taking like a 45-degree angle change. And if it's just the 360 seam being the seam together, that would be a straight line all the way around, and it's not at all. Unfortunately, the video has been edited. Maybe that's why they were taking so long to upload Witsit's footage, because now it's very hard to find that line. But you can still find it.
You know what that line is, though, right?
Am I hearing elbow?
Yeah. You know what that line is, though, right? This is due to the camera being two cameras on a 3D.
Do you hear what I said? So
No,
I was already I literally responded to that already, and now you're gonna just.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. I didn't hear your
Yeah,
response.
okay. So it's not a straight line. If it was a 360 seam, it would be all the way around. It'd be a straight line. This is taking a 45-degree angle change, and I'm gonna show where you can find it still in Witsit's footage. So,
They usually
so
use a box.
dude, elbow, shut up.
Okay, your shot.
All right, all right, here you go. So, it's hard to see it because it's. Oh my god. Bro. So I'm trying to. So right here, do you guys see this right here? It's that's the same line that guy was showing, and when before Witsit uploaded his and they deleted the original, you could see it way better. And now it's way way more dimmed. They like blended parts of it better. But it's still right there. Try to zoom in and out so you can see. So you can't really see it unless you zoom in. But it goes up and down right here. Then it turns this way. And there's this stuff is basically everywhere. So it's not just one line like you would have in a 360 footage, like because it's two lenses and they're smushing them together or whatever. But I'm gonna show a couple other places where.
I think Rusted Soul is asking to be unmuted or something.
Doesn't look like she's on the stage, so needs to request getting back on the stage.
Wait, who is Seafoam and why is he on the stage?
I invited Rusted back up just now.
Thank you.
Does
Sorry,
Witsit gonna come on stage?
I think my phone like disconnected me from
Witsit
here
said
somehow. Sorry.
Witsit said he's coming up later after you guys done your presentation.
Okay, can I
Right.
screen share really quick? Because when you were talking about the seam, I actually went and found a screenshot of where the seam is in that, and you guys can tell me what you think of it really quick. Or I'll
Yeah.
just post it in this. I'll post it in the live stream. Oh wait, I can't because I don't think I have permissions. Maybe I'll or share the screen. Hold on.
No, yeah,
There,
you
you
should
guys.
be able to post. Yeah, you can post it in. Yeah, you have the.
Yeah, well, like I said, that's not. If it's a 360 seam, it's going to be straight all the way around, and it takes a 45-degree turn. I'm about to show. I'm about to. I'll show it in. I have a couple more slides, and then I'll show that basically that line with some contrast, so that you can actually see it.
Okay, so I just posted. Sorry, just if you guys want to look at the live stream text really quick, that's where the seam is, and I circled where the camera is. So the seam is, and the seam goes up where the camera's at and over to the left, and that's not where the seam is here. So sorry, keep going.
Whoops, I stopped streaming by accident. All right, can I just get through the rest of this? So here's another thing that was weird, right? Witsit said this is not the same mountain as that. That's kind of weird. I don't. So Jaren said you don't see the camp in this picture because it's too far, but the mountain looks like it's actually closer It's basically as close as this one, right? They're the same size. So it can't be that much farther that you wouldn't see the entire Union Glacier camp. So the idea is that they're taking this footage from different times of the year when, there was no camp there. Because this is clearly the same camp, right? So Witsit said that this isn't the same mountain, but right, you got that rock right there, which is that rock. You got that little rock right there, which is that one. It's the same as these two. This is the same mountain. Like, I don't know why Witsit said it's a lot of lies. It's weird. Here is a Amazon studio, and Amazon Studio and the Sphere in Las Vegas, they have all these ways of putting together lots of a dome with like lots of panels. I'm not saying this is how they did it. I'm just saying this is possible how they did the background. And as you can see here, you can't really see any of the seams in this Amazon Studio background. But I turned up the contrast, and eventually you do see the seams. So I'm going to play that real quick. All right, you see that? Now you can see all the seams, all these lines. These are all the different panels that are not perfectly curved. So you start to see them as you turn the contrast up. So this is a screenshot of the background of the 24-hour footage. And I believe this is the one with the 45-degree angle line. And when you turn up the oh no, sorry, this is a different one. So this is another spot I found in the 24-hour footage in the background where I don't know if this is 2 panels or this is just they were very lazy and they copy and pasted, parts of the sky to fill it in. This is basically some stuff I do in Paint. When I'm lazy, I crop different areas just to fill in stuff, and I don't blend it good. This is a clear this is a clear line where there's a complete this is not the same. This is not what was next to here. This is not matching up at all. This sky with this one, with this cloud, and then also so you have a straight line up and down, and then you have a line this way. And the same thing goes in between this line and that one. You have 2 different parts of the sky of different whatever they use to fill up the sky. So that's a little area I found where there's some strange. So this is either different panels, and this is an actual edge, which is a little bit bent, to create the entire set, or they're doing this digitally and they're not, and they're mixing different layers of stuff to make up the sky. And then here, so here you can see I turned up the contrast of that video I was talking about. So even in the new upload that Witsit posted, where they basically got the seam to be almost almost invisible, but you can still find it. I still can screenshot it and turn up the contrast, and you can still find it. But the original, it was way more visible. So that might have been what they were doing when they were taking so long to upload the stuff that Witsit had. But they're gonna like Elbow was saying, it's a 360 camera, so it's got 2 lenses and it's split in half, and it would have a line all around. Okay, well then this line would be straight, right? It wouldn't be stopping here and then taking a 45-degree turn, and it goes this way, and then it does all kinds of other. There's lines all over the sky, and you can even see here these clouds. They end when they get to the line, right? Because it's a layer. This is different than that. Here I found a repeating cloud or a repeating sky layer. This edge right here and this right here seems to be exactly the same thing as that right there. So they're duplicating parts of the sky to maybe AI is filling up the sky with some I don't know how honestly how these kinds of things work anymore. but you can tell this is not like real sky, right? The real sky doesn't have this kind of like split where part of the sky doesn't match up with the other part. And then I just noticed this also when I turned up the contrast, that there's a line up here that appears when you turn up the contrast, and that side doesn't match up with that side. That side doesn't match up with that side. This is not something that should be happening when you're just taking raw footage. If it's a 360 camera, you might have one line all around the whole thing, but you're not going to have this over here, over here. You know what I mean? It's just a mess. The footage is a joke. Here's what I was saying. This is what I was saying about before, the repeating lens flare and the repeating cloud side by side. So that lens flare is right there. This is at the same part of the sky where it's done apparently a full circle around, and it's at the same part now. And now for some reason, right when it's at the same part, the same cloud appears. Now, what's interesting about this cloud? So this guy has the video a little bit off. It's if he matched it up correctly, they would disappear at the same time. But I think he's off like by a couple frames or whatever. But so if you look at the bottom of the cloud, it starts to disappear behind like another layer that is like there's a layer here which is making the cloud disappear into a line instead of like, so it's basically as it goes into this layer, you see the line of the layer appear, and it's like a completely perfect flat line underneath it. So not only is it a repeating cloud, but it's also going behind a layer, and it's disappearing like, because it's behind a layer. So it's flattening it out. But yeah, that's the same cloud. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Would you say that I dunk on you guys routinely?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's pretty good.
Breathe air. You don't need a vape.
Do another one.
Can you do the Hawk 201?
Can Fire. Can you let Wish up?
No, why?
He's been holding his hand up the whole time.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Wait, Witsit's here. How about you guys have your debate with Witsit instead of letting a retard fucking waste our time?
Oh shit. What's up? What's it?
Was this the end of the whole
Was it
shebang here?
wrecking? Yep.
I mean, there's some more points, but
I mean, there's more, but
If I could quickly give one point.
More, but you
go ahead.
You left it out.
Yeah, so this is my point. I was not part of this presentation making. But with the other well-known PSYOP, the Trump shooting, fundamentally, like, it's about whether or not the question of whether or not something could be faked, as opposed to whether or not it is. And you see, I posted in livestream text 1, it's like a 3D mesh overlay on the face. So I wouldn't necessarily say if it was fake that it would be some kind of studio setup, but it would just be the question about whether or not something could be done in live real time where you have this done, you have all of this stuff sort of being done by computers where you guys could actually be on site, but then having computer generated imagery doing the rest, doing all of that stuff. Yeah, that would be the point.
A big part of questioning if something could be faked is who we have involved, and like determining if these people are trustworthy in the first place. And the footage is coming from Will Duffy, the Glober, who said that the Bible doesn't say it's wrong to deceive people. So we know that basically everybody on the trip is very suspect, except Witsit, according to the flat earthers that subscribe to him.
Says the anonymous guy.
All right.
You guys got any more damning evidence, or is this all of it? Do you guys want me to go through? I started taking notes, but it's kind of hard to tune in, to be honest. Let's go through some of the lies. Or you guys got something else, or
No,
you want to go
we're
through your
here.
lies?
Yeah, let's go through it.
Nice. Okay. Big home run here. The time lapses are not the same. She showed 2 different time lapses, and one of them was faster. Does anyone have any ideas how that can happen?
I do.
Let's hear it.
One is more sped up than the other.
Yeah. So time lapses are photos, and you you determine a certain amount of time between each picture. So if you take pictures more frequently, it's going to look slower than a time lapse that takes them less frequently. There isn't a universal speed of time lapses.
No,
How
but when
did
you
that make the
compare,
cut?
but when you compare how slowly the people are moving in Antarctica versus how fast they're moving in the longer time lapses, and it's a 24-hour time lapse of the sun, and you see the difference side by side, it's pretty obvious. But it's okay. I know you're not going to see it. You're going to defend your thing, so it's cool.
As
Just
someone who spent a
totally
long
avoided
time,
the refutation.
sorry, Witsit, as someone who spent a lot of time analyzing that footage and used to think that it could have been fake, it is not fake. And that presentation, especially where it was talking about the graphical defects, I'd love to know if that was 4K footage. And even if it was 4K footage, this is called I believe it's called a artifacting. It happens when you zoom up, everything looks pixelated. So I don't know what the person was trying to do, but they have zero background in image
Yeah,
editing.
there was zero pixelation. It had nothing to do with that. So I don't know what you're talking about.
You have no background in this, clearly.
Was it
Your
so
lack
you're
of
saying I was
information
showing
shows.
pixelation?
Why you
You
gotta
don't
interrupt
know
her?
him. How do you know he
She's saying I
doesn't
have
have
no
a background?
background. She's asking for my credentials. I'm asking her if I showed any
No,
pixelation.
she was trying to make a point, but you interrupted her.
He said that he
So
has no.
QP.
She doesn't know him. How can
So
she even
QP.
claim that he doesn't have a background when she
No
doesn't
one
know
knows
him?
you got. You're all anonymous.
Okay,
But
so
she was
I have
trying
my
to make a
face
That doesn't
point.
on
who
my
matter.
does
video.
have a
I have my
background?
face on my channel, so that
Why are
doesn't
you
matter.
guys so scared of what she's gonna say?
Because I'm going to
No, she
completely
started off
destroy
with
his argument.
BS.
I have a
Yeah, you
background
started
in
off.
image
You started
editing.
off with bullshit.
I
She
understand.
said you
yeah, just
clearly don't have a background. I do, and you both interrupted her. That's what happened.
So, well, I might be very much on the fence with the FE business. The 24-hour sun in Antarctica video is authentic. It is real. There are issues with it. No, 150% it is not fake.
Oh, okay. Why are we here? It's settled. She knows what she's talking about. So,
Okay.
but
Well, anyway,
wait,
we're gonna go. We're gonna
I
go
didn't
through the
show
list
any
of things here.
pixelation. So.
Debunked.
Look, if people are gonna not, I just sat here and listened to you guys pretend that you knew things you didn't, and call me a liar. I'm here, very patiently waited. Okay, I will respond to them, but you aren't gonna bully me where I don't get to speak and all this stuff. That's definitely not gonna occur. So I'm happy to address your guys' concerns. Okay,
I have a
the
question.
time lapse argument
Can you guys
was
address the
really,
question?
really dumb. Okay, address
I have a
that one.
question.
Well, okay.
She said these are just artifacts. Is a repeating cloud an artifact, Verity? that
So clouds
something normal?
naturally, so clouds, if you go outside, I don't know if you touch grass much, but clouds actually do not change in certain conditions the same way that you're saying that they would. So you're expecting these clouds to change quite significantly. Why would they?
It wasn't just a normal cloud. It looked like a freaking meteor or something. Like, didn't that look like a
Mm.
weird cloud to you? Almost like the
It's
beginning
the
of a
exact
chemtrail.
same cloud at the exact same point in the sky as it was the last time.
Yeah, it looks
24
to
hours
me like an
later.
effect of the lens, but
Yeah,
Yeah, if you're
No, no, no.
talking
It
about
wasn't a
those
lens
small,
because
those small
it
effects, those are
moves.
lens
It's
flares.
moving. If it
hey
was a
guys,
lens flare,
we got to go
Yeah,
one
it
at a
would.
time. Hold on, if we're gonna have a good conversation though, we got to not have over talking. Also, I do think Witsit should be given priority to be able to respond to these things as well,
He
because
should.
obviously a lot of these things were directly in terms of him actually being there.
but
So I
as
just
far
wanted
as
to
it
mention
being a
that.
lens flare, it would be moving with the camera that's turning. If it was a lens flare, the cloud is going the opposite way. It's not a lens flare.
It moves as the camera moves. That's what
It's a
happens.
cloud, bro.
Oh, well, Bill, that is basically the theme of this presentation is just baseless assertions and appeals to incredulity, right? So that's of course not sufficient. But anyway, one of the arguments was, oh, there's no footprints, but Jaren can draw in the snow. Like that was some home run or something. There are footprints. All the footage shows footprints. You can zoom in on the high definition footage and see the footprints. Well, what is this, a month later, and people are claiming there are no footprints, but there are footprints. And you don't
A
see the
month later,
footprints
we
as
still haven't
much.
seen your footage.
Nice deflection. That's what
Can you
happens
just
when
let
you
him
can't
speak?
rebut the points. That's all we're going to get, by the way, is a bunch of deflection. So you claim there were no footprints. That isn't true. All the footage shows footprints, but because a lot of it is very compacted, the footprints aren't that deep because footprints are when you press into the snow or ice.
Who even made an
What if
argument
So
about footprints? Who made an argument about footprints? It's
I just
barely.
I did?
quoted what Rusted said.
Yeah,
Okay.
I didn't
Oh,
bring
there
up
are no
I didn't bring up the
footprints.
footprints. I did make a like a joke about, oh, he can draw it in this, like, because people were saying that it was too compacted to be able to see your footprints. So I'm like, oh, well, I guess it wasn't so compacted to draw in it. And what's up with the compass? Like the upside down compass? Did you catch that? What are your thoughts on that?
Time out, time out. Those are totally
That was right
different
after that.
things.
No, it
Time
was
out. If
right
you're
in the
gonna
same
actually
time of the video.
time out, if you're gonna actually try to dig into the compacted snow, that's not the same as just walking across it. Just admit your
Okay.
point's terrible, and we'll move to the next
Okay,
one.
fine. That point was terrible. I'll give you that. That point is terrible. Can
Just
we move
So
on?
is
The
the time
compass,
what
the
lapse
upside,
point. Okay, go
the
ahead.
um, the upside down compass. What are your thoughts on that?
I tuned out. What's the point with the compass?
The compass was upside down, the clear compass that Jaren, right after that part that I made that you just brought up was him showing a compass, like, and moving, and the compass thing wasn't moving, and then it was, you could see the letters were upside down, were backwards, so it was upside down, and somebody showed, like, the next clip was somebody showing that same compass how it moves, and then when you flip it upside down, it like freezes the little needle, and it doesn't work when it's upside down.
What is the
You haven't
point?
seen that?
What do you no, what
He
is your
doesn't have one.
conclusion here? Do you even have like a point?
Are you
No, he
serious? You don't
doesn't.
think that it's suspect that somebody's trying to show proof of a compass and look, this is the way that this is south, I swear, this is this, and then
Uh,
showing a compass upside down not working, and you don't think that, like, are you serious? You guys will
okay,
point that out left and right in like
you're
Glober arguments,
you're
but for some reason it's okay for Jaren to not know how to use a compass, and you're gonna make
okay.
excuses for him?
Well, I didn't make any excuses. I asked you what your point was. You just started emotionally ranting. So your point was it's suspect. Okay, whatever. I showed many times, like 4 or 5 compasses I used, all corroborating each other. I guess we have to completely remove all the other videos of the compasses to then claim something about how
Well,
Jaren apparently accidentally had one upside down, and
because he
that's
claims they claim that they're
suspect.
they claim that that they were facing a certain way, but when you know what? It doesn't even matter. If you can't
Busted.
see it, obviously you're not gonna see it.
Yeah,
I
Busted.
there
just
we go.
want
Why?
No
Why
true
in the world
Scotsman. No
do
true
you think TFE
Scotsman.
was
I just want to say,
point?
Why is
oh,
this chick
someone mute
talking?
her? Yeah, yeah, no, by the way, just so you guys know, just so the audience knows, Verity literally admitted to me in my server that she was a disinfo agent. So she literally
In the
admitted that she
past.
literally, in the past, only in the past,
Why are you trying to attack my character?
I'm not
Well,
attacking. I'm
well,
just
but
saying
you and
you
all
that's
the
admit
really
you
all
you
they
and
admitted
all the
that.
have, if
Glovers.
we're gonna
No,
be
no, no, no. You
honest.
Come on.
admitted that. That's not attack. I'm just saying what you
No,
said
it's
to
I,
us
not.
through a
well,
disenfral
it's
No,
not
agent.
really
Let's just
relevant. Not
let's just
relevant
no.
stick
because
with
Oh, when
Witsit.
the
Let's
disenfral
okay.
agent
It's
backs
not.
you up, it's not relevant to point it out. Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
And
dude,
all
not.
the
dude,
other
you
Glovers, the
guys,
Glovers that have been
this was
trolling us for
embarrassing that
years.
you prepared for this. You came here and this was your home run. It was a bunch of baseless assertions,
Okay, let's get down to
incoherent,
the assertions.
rambling.
What's the
We have
next
more
one you're gonna
arguments.
do?
Okay,
What's
we're
the
gonna
next
go
one you're
through them.
gonna
We're gonna
debunk?
go. Then
Okay, let's go.
one thing you said in your video was that I say I talked to the marathon runner in Punta Arenas and interviewed him, but then I say I interviewed him in Antarctica. Which one is it? Things just aren't adding up. Lots of lies. That you literally just made that up. I never said that I interviewed a marathon runner in Antarctica. It's literally you just made it up. I said
No,
I interviewed.
you said they
Yeah,
got on the plane. They got on the plane in Antarctica and were they in Punta Arenas or were they in Antarctica?
okay, wait.
Well, let's hear his
Wait,
side. Let's hear his full
okay,
side because I
okay.
remember parts of this too. When you were actually, yeah, when it was
Yeah.
happening and you were coming in here and updating us and stuff.
So in the video that you just played, you say, I claimed to have interviewed a marathon runner in Punta Arenas, but then I turned around and claimed that I interviewed one in Antarctica and that I'm just contradicting myself. Which one is it? Just so many lies. I never said that I interviewed any marathon runner in Antarctica. You just made that up. What I said was they stayed at the same hotel as us. They went there before we did. But since they were there at the same time, I actually did an interview with one of the guys, Jonathan, the documentarian, documented it, and I told him all about flat Earth. It was an interview, basically a conversation, and I told him all about flat Earth. I talked to a few of the marathon runners at the hotel in Punta Arenas. Then they went there. We then flew to Punta Arenas, and the same plane that took us there later took them back to Punta Arenas. We didn't even see them, though, because they load you up separately. But the
You
point
just
here
said
was
you
that
flew
in
to
your
Punta Arenas
video,
from
Yeah, you
Punta
meant
Arenas.
Union Glacier. You flew to Union Glacier. You mean?
yeah. Well, see, and like what I'm saying, for
Well, you
you
said
laughed like
Punta
that was
Arenas
this
twice.
huge
That's all.
win, though. Yeah, but if I misspoke, that wasn't some huge damning win.
So did
Like
you
it,
misspeak and that's why I just am wondering, was that a misspeaking when you said that all of them got in the airplane to fly back on your airplane? Because how could you have interviewed somebody in Punta Arenas if they were flying back on the plane that you flew to Antarctica in? Do you
you
understand
see,
my
you
okay,
don't seem to
then never mind.
understand. I'll try and help you out here. All of us were in Punta Arenas at the hotel, including the marathon runners. There was a whole bunch of marathon runners there before anyone went to Punta or to Union Glacier. I was asked to talk to one of the marathon runners. They were about to leave to go to Antarctica. I said, okay, sure. No, I was hesitant on my final edit, whatever. I sit down, I talk to the guy for like 20 minutes about flat Earth. It's recorded. Jonathan has it. Then the marathon runners went to Antarctica. Later, we go to Antarctica, and the same plane that took us ended up taking them back to Punta Arenas. In your video, and this elucidates the caliber of research we're dealing with here. You claimed that I said I interviewed a marathon runner in Punta Arenas, and then later claimed I interviewed one in Antarctica.
No, I
Which
didn't
one
say that
is
you
it?
interviewed one. I did not say you interviewed one. I say, and then you said that you went to Antarctica and that they got on the plane that you were on going to Antarctica back to Punta Arenas. So there must have been multiple plane trips. Okay, we can move on.
No, that's
It's
not
not
what
like
you
a huge
said.
point.
That's not what you
Okay,
said. No, see, just what I'm
whatever,
saying.
Jay.
It's not. You just want to pretend that if you if you string together a lot of just
Okay.
blatantly false claims in your video, that that one was a joke. Okay, sure, that one was terrible. Oh well, that's
It
not one of
wasn't a
the
joke.
big
I'm
points.
trying to move on because it's not like a huge point. You're trying to spend all this time on a point that to me is like, okay, you misspoke. Maybe you misspoke
No,
in
I
the
didn't
video. Maybe there
misspeak.
was two airplanes. Maybe there's an explanation. That's why I'm asking these questions. I'm just asking for
Well, no,
explanations.
you're
That's all.
clearly still
So
confused.
can you
You
tell
didn't
me?
ask question. No, we're not. No, you didn't ask
No, I
question. You
just have
made an
one question.
assertion that I
The
lied.
footage?
You made
Okay,
an
but the footage
assertion
from
that I
Jan?
lied. There
Okay.
was only one plane. I know we're gonna cover it. It should only take a couple seconds if you pay attention. There's one giant plane. It's Icelandic Airlines. They have a deal with them. Okay, when they take a group to Antarctica and everyone gets off the plane stays there until they then load the plane back up with a group that was already in Antarctica and will now be leaving. They don't just fly to Antarctica, drop people off, then take off empty. Doesn't make any sense. It's very
Okay.
expensive.
So there
Okay,
must
so
have
you
been more than one
understand that
plane
when
for you
you
to be
claim,
able.
why would
So
there
there
have
must
to
have been
be
more than.
more than one plane?
Because there was already runners in Punta Arenas because you interviewed them, and then you went to Antarctica, and the people got on the plane to go back. I don't know why we're spending so much time on this. It's not
Hey,
that big of a deal. There was clearly more
No,
than one
this is a
plane.
perfect
It's not a
example
big
how
deal.
you just
It's not.
aren't
It's not a perfect
particularly
example.
competent.
It's a perfect example of how you want to waste time on something after I just said, okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there was two planes. Maybe there's an explanation, but you want to just sit on this
No,
topic
there
for
doesn't
some
need to
reason
be
and talk
two
about definitions
planes.
or something next.
No one's talking about definitions. We're talking about
I
how
said next.
you
Next, you're
have
going to want to
such
define what
poor
a plane is or
character and
something.
integrity that you throw around accusations of lying when it actually
Okay.
comes down to you lying. So you made the claim
It's not
that I
lying, it's me
lied.
misunderstanding that there was obviously two planes. That's what I'm
Why
thinking
would
that
there
you're
need to be
saying.
two planes?
Because how do you not understand what I'm saying right now? I don't
I
understand
got
why
a
we have to keep
comment.
going in
Yeah,
circles.
but if you
Yeah.
did, but to be fair, if you misunderstood, that's one thing. But if you misunderstood and we're saying he's lying and it's based on a misunderstanding, wouldn't you agree that's not fair to call him a liar for that? If it was based on.
Okay, then I'm not fair. I don't know what to say. If you listen to the footage yourself, if you just listen to it, I literally just played his words back to you. And he said that he interviewed somebody in Punta Arenas. Then he went to Antarctica, and the runners there got on the plane to leave Antarctica on his
How
plane.
do you?
So
What is so
so there must have
confusing
been a
about this,
plane.
Busted?
There must have been a plane that went and brought some of the people over there first before for him to have been able to interview
There
somebody in
you
Punta
go.
Arenas.
There's a
Yes,
single
yes, no, that's a
plane.
good
They
point.
take the runners from Punta Arenas the day before we went, or 2 days,
So
whatever it
okay,
was.
so it was.
Listen
That's all I was
carefully and
asking.
stop interrupting so much. Then they were
You just
in there.
answered it.
Listen, they were in Antarctica. They ran a marathon. Then the plane came back, picked us up. When we went to Antarctica, they were already there because they had been taken to Antarctica a day or two before that. Then they got taken back to Punta. Not two planes. No one claimed they talked to marathon runners in both places. No one's lying.
I didn't
This
say
is the
both
way
places.
every single one of your arguments and claims in that video is. Every single one of them is
Okay.
just like this. Okay, let's move to another one. You
Witsit,
claim
before you move on, I just want to make a statement because I am planning on running the 2025 Antarctic Ice Marathon. I looked at it, I thought it was a lot of fun. I have the schedule and price pulled up, and I just want just for a second, everybody just think about my journey and think about like what these runners did. So I'm gonna race on
Go
December
JT.
13th. Thanks.
You're
Hold on just
going.
a yeah, I'm gonna go. Hold on just a second. So I'm going to race on December 13th. And in the information on the website that I dropped, it says the latest that I can arrive in Punta Arenas is December 9th. And then there's a pre-departure briefing on the 10th. And then I guess I chill in Punta Arenas all day on the 11th. And then we fly to Union Glacier on the 12th. And then we race on the 13th and we leave on the 14th. So what Witsit experienced was the TFE trip had him arriving in Punta Arenas to like basically brief and prep and get ready. And the runners they cross paths in Punta Arenas for 1 day or 2 days. It just depends on when Witsit got there. But they left a day before him, raced, and then they flew in, and that's how they talked to him in both places. I hope that helped. And the links dropped if
or
you
just
want
to
to look at the
clarify, no, I
schedule.
didn't even we
Either of
didn't
our
talk I didn't
arguments.
talk to any marathon runners in
Yeah, but this
Antarctica.
wasn't even an argument.
It literally
I
was
never.
her in the
No, it
freaking
wasn't.
video she
It
played.
was
She
not.
claimed
It was not. I did
this is
not
the
say that you
problem, right?
interviewed
Because you guys have no
somebody in
problem is
Antarctica. Go back and
lying.
listen. Dude, I go
Okay,
back and listen. All I did was play a clip of you and then said, why is this story not matching up to me? There, obviously, you just explained it. There was another airplane or something I didn't know about. Okay, move on.
no. What you
Where's Jaren's
actually
footage?
said was
When's
that
Jaren
it
gonna
was
drop the
evidence it was
non-fisheye
fake.
footage?
It was evidence it was faked because I'm lying because I claimed I talked to them in both places. Okay, now
Okay,
the
how many times are you gonna go over this, dude?
You
what
Do
want
you
you
want
want
like a
you want to
written?
address one of my
you all
points?
just claimed that it had no one made the argument. So I had to address his
We already had an
ridiculous
argument
nonsense
for
assertion.
that.
Now let's go to another claim you made. Okay, you
Pick
claimed
one of
that
mine. Pick one of
you
mine. I dare
claimed,
you.
calm
I
down,
dare you to
dude.
pick
Oh
one of
yeah,
mine.
I'm so
I
scared of
dare you.
yours. Oh my
Hold
gosh.
up,
You're
dude.
not picking any of mine.
We
It's
gotta go
weird.
one at a
This,
time.
you guys
Can
have
I,
to like interrupt me and try to make it a shit show. That's the only way you guys can hope to squirm out of here with some ostensible win.
Well, they
All
can't
right,
win by
can I just say
We'll
from the
see
whole
about that.
last thing, just so we can put it, okay, I just want to say that from what I remember, just in general from the whole thing, is exactly what Witsit said is what I remember. Because when you were in Punta Arenas, you were on here, you were coming in here like at least like every 12 hours or whatever it was, you were popping in, like on average or whatever it was. So you were coming in. And yeah, I remember you saying you talked to those guys and interviewed and all of that. And then that was going to be my question. Which day did they fly out? Yeah. So if they went like a few days earlier than you guys, and then you came, and then you guys did also leave a day early, so then that's why their departure, yeah, that would make sense. I mean, they do that flight every day, right? And is it just one flight a day or is
Well,
there?
it just depends on not necessarily every day, right? It just depends on what group booked and when they're going, or whatever. Like the marathon runners, it's a little bit cheaper because they're just going there, running a marathon, and then coming back. We booked something called the experience or whatever, and we changed it based on what we wanted to do, and we were there for 3 days. So it's
Oh,
not
my
like this real
idea.
rigid thing. But you brought up another good point, right? That we left a day earlier. One of the other evidences that we are lying and something was faked in Rusted video is that we
Oh, what do you
claimed
know?
that
It's not my argument.
stop interrupting me, Q up. The fact that you got a presentation doesn't mean that you now have juice over me.
This
Okay,
is
Yeah,
the
you
dude,
only
don't
time
slandered
you're
interrupt,
me.
dude.
speaking, and
We don't
you're
want to
not
mute
addressing
people, but you
anything I'm
can't,
saying.
you have to let them finish, dude. You can have your time. Don't do that. Go ahead. What's it?
Okay, and just because World Russets was first, I took some notes. So this is a thing I keep on hearing, right? It comes from Sav. Sav keeps saying this, and Rusted just repeated it. That we claimed that there was bad weather and we had to leave a day early, but turns out it was just a matter of hours earlier. Now, Rusted repeated that. Apparently, it was just a matter of hours. No, it was an entire day earlier. It was the 17th instead of the 18th. It was originally the 18th. We left a day earlier. So Sav just baselessly lies and claims that that wasn't true, and then you just repeat it. That's how this whole thing has been going. By the way, you're all baselessly asserting things that are not true.
I mean,
We
it's not
left a day.
baselessly. The
Okay, what's the
first thing
evidence?
that I looked up when I heard you say that we had to leave a day early is I looked up to see if there was a storm and there wasn't. So, I mean, you can go ahead and claim that they told you there was a storm and there just must have not been a storm, but when you hear enough lies from somebody, you start to question all the things that they say, and that's where we're at right now.
Yeah, but everything
Rusted.
you claim's a lie has been debunked, and then it was just a joke, or let's move on to the other good one that's never actually good.
I
So
Well,
I
wanted to
didn't
make it
lie
more
about anything.
diverse except for
Stop
you.
interrupting me, man. You claimed that we didn't leave a day earlier, that actually it was just same day, just a matter of hours. This is what the guy named Sovereign Citizen Sav on YouTube keeps just basically saying. You played a clip from him saying that, and then just
yeah,
repeated it. That's not
okay.
evidence. That's just
Where's
ridiculously
where's your
poor
evidence? Where's your
research. That's
terabyte
just
you've been
I
downloading for a
what
month?
shh, you're deflecting. Okay,
I'm not
so that
deflecting. Show me
you
proof.
are literally
Show
deflecting.
me proof, dude. I will believe you if you just be a man of your word and download all of the stuff that you said that you were downloading for the past month. And same thing with Jaren. Okay?
Dude,
Where's the
talking
one
about being a
footage?
man
The
of my
one
word,
didn't you
and
say
you lie
didn't you
habitually.
say that Jaren had the non-fisheye footage, right? The one camera that wasn't fisheye, that wasn't 360? Where
So,
is it?
yeah, it's Jared.
Where
Okay,
is it? Is
now
he now
this is
Glober, so now he's not going to release his footage or what?
did I say anything that you just said? No, I said ask
You
Jaren.
did the last time we spoke when I asked you about your footage, and you claimed that I said, "Is it your footage?" And you said, "Yeah, it's my footage." I said, "No, it's Duffy's footage," and you admitted that it was Duffy's footage. And then I said, "Well, where's your
Oh,
footage?" And
admitted
you
it
said,
like I lied about it. Oh, you admitted
"You
it. No, I never lied
you
about it.
did, you did." The first thing I said is, "Hey, when are you dropping your footage?" "Oh, I already dropped it." I said, "Oh, okay. No, that's Duffy's footage." And then you were like, oh, yeah, okay, it was
No,
Duffy's
I never
footage,
said
but I didn't."
that
Yeah,
didn't
you okay?
happen.
Go listen.
See,
Okay,
this is
well, what
what's
about you
wrong with
said
people like you,
Jaren
Rusted.
had
You're a
footage?
habitual liar. You're a
Okay,
pathological liar.
everybody has
You
listened to this video on my
Hey,
on my
this
channel,
is what
so it's
like
there
if I
for anybody
calmly
to
sit
listen
here
to.
and let you say your thing and then go to maturely respond like normal people, you can't let me do it. Okay, that's the problem. So then I have to interrupt you back just to be able to speak. You claimed that I didn't actually leave a day earlier, that I lied about that, and it was just a matter of hours. Complete and total lie. That is not what happened. Okay, and I was even jumping in Discord and updating everyone, occasionally sharing my camera. There were streams done when we got back. It's all documented. That is just a lie. Also, we can pull the telemetry from the GoPro that takes us back to Punta Arenas on the 17th. He
Wait, did you get the
baselessly lied.
telemetry?
Yes, but it has my home address on
Amazing.
there. Something that psychopaths like yourself would probably love, I'm sure. But
Do
I'm
you
not.
think I'd
Listen,
come visit you?
no, I think that you would absolutely love to dox it, though. So can you let me finish?
No, I
Can
actually
you let me
blacked
finish?
out your
Let me
stuff. Did you
finish,
see
man.
the stuff I
Man.
posted? I blacked
Let me
out.
just
I did
finish. Let
not
me
put your
finish. Let me
address
finish.
out
Let
there.
me finish. Let me finish. You're claiming that we
Why is she a
lied.
psychopath?
You
Didn't you
let me.
all
I
also
don't know
like
why she
discount like
is. Maybe
24-hour footage?
trauma. I don't know. So she
I'm
asked
cool with
me.
being a psycho, whatever. Let's just
Dude,
move on. Let him
guys,
talk.
can I like, dude? You
Can I
I
are
was
keep
sticking up for
spreading
you.
monologuing?
the claim. You're spreading the claim that we didn't actually leave a day earlier. We just left the same day, and it was a
You
matter of
keep
hours difference.
repeating.
Because you keep interrupting it. Okay, so that isn't true. We left a day earlier. They said there's a storm coming. They said that when there are lower altitude clouds, they do not fly because they need a lot of visibility. It isn't like flying somewhere else where you can just heavily rely on radar. You actually have to be able to literally see the whole way down when you're going to land on the ice in Antarctica. When there are lower clouds, they do not fly. And it is up to the pilot. He checks the weather and then he contacts them and says whether or not he's comfortable coming in. And they said he's never actually left and not landed. So as long as he gets off the ground, then we're safe. They asked us if we wanted to leave a day earlier or we'd have to stay for up to 5 days longer. We unanimously agreed, let's get out of here right now. Okay, we don't want to stay through Christmas and 5 days longer. That sucks. Now, you said I just lied about there being a storm. I didn't lie about anything. Now, they told us there was a storm, and guess what? There started being a lot of wind, and we actually have footage of, you can see the mountains in the distance where all the
Where's the
snow is
footage?
being blown off of it. Well, a lot of it, you guys ask for footage, and then I say, wait, have you looked at all the footage that was dropped and all the different telegrams and all the different stuff from the GoPros? And you're like, oh,
I
well, no, I
did
haven't actually looked
actually.
at it.
I did.
Oh, so
After you
you
told me
saw the
that, I
footage with
went
all
and
the
looked.
wind. So you
No,
saw the
I
footage with
looked.
all the wind, with the person paragliding and with the snow coming off the mountains. You saw that then,
I
right?
saw you asking for money for telemetry data. That's what I thought.
Oh, deflected
Where's the
again. You see,
telemetry
every
data?
every single
It's not
time,
deflecting. I
every
did.
single
I did.
time that you get pointed out to be
I
wrong
saw
or
pictures.
lying,
I saw
you
pictures of an
deflect
airplane.
away to
You
something
told
else,
me.
right?
You
You
told me to
just
go
said
look at.
that
Yo,
you
is
looked
it
at
her
all the
turn to
footage.
talk yet? What the fuck?
Well, you just said you
You.
looked at all the footage,
You.
and then I pointed out, oh, well, the footage you're claiming doesn't exist is in the footage you claim you looked at, and I started to describe it, and then you deflected telemetry data. So there
I
was
think
a
that was the
storm.
biggest thing that I pulled out of your Telegram was the fact that you raised all this money for telemetry data that you still haven't released. So I'm still wondering, where's Jaren's footage of the 24-hour sun without a 360 camera fisheye bullshit? Where is that exist, or should we just not expect to see that because he's a Glober now?
It does exist. As far as I know, I was there. I watched it work. I watched him check on it. We continually checked to make sure that it was still working, and it was working. Yeah, he has a camera that followed the sun around in a circle. I don't know why. I didn't know if he has released it or hasn't released it or what's going on with it. I don't know. I haven't really talked to him that much lately.
What about
But
yours?
your claim, your claim was another lie. So admit that you baselessly made up that we lied about leaving a day early and there was no storm.
No, no,
You just made it
no,
up.
no. The go look up the archives. Anybody in here listening can go look up the archives of the weather and see that there was no storm. So I don't know, whatever. Maybe you didn't leave early, but I need proof of that, and you can't prove it until you download all of your terabyte of information that you've been saying. So how about you prove it, and then I'll concede to your
Why do
point.
you keep saying the terabyte thing? Do you not know? See, you are
You
such a
said
good
that you were
researcher
downloading a
that you
terabyte.
can't keep up with basic stuff. What's the terabyte, Rusted? What's the terabyte?
You said it. Didn't you say that
Yeah,
you're
what is the
downloading a whole
terabyte
terabyte
of?
of information?
Yeah, what
I
is
don't
it?
know. You just
Okay.
say I'm downloading a terabyte of footage right now, and it's so frustrating because it's not working, and I had to get rigs to come like hack my computer and edit all this shit
Never
or
said
whatever is
that.
happening.
That's another lie.
Okay,
You're a
I know.
habitual
I'm
Oh, wait,
pathological
is
joking. Okay,
my
that
liar.
was a joke, bro. Calm down. That was a joke. But seriously though, do you not admit that over the past month you've been saying that you're having issues downloading a terabyte of footage? Is what you said? I don't know
I
what it
will
is of. I haven't
happily
seen it.
say what you seem incapable of doing basic research and figuring out after I've said it 1,000 times. There was a 1.45 terabyte file with all of the footage that is now out. That was just the one high
Where
definition
is it?
360. Please, why are you
That was
pretending
it?
that you want to know an answer that
Duffy's
has been
footage?
explained 50 times,
Okay,
but then you
okay, you
interrupt
guys.
it every time?
Sorry, I don't know if Gio's still here moderating, but you guys, it's getting to be a little bit much. Okay, so what we're at is that Rusted is what demanding this terabyte of information that she says she doesn't know what's on it to justify you leaving a day early, and we don't seem to be coming to an agreement. So is there another point we want to work on, or do we want to clarify something on that and move on? Because it just seems to be coming like name calling and things like that, and I just don't think that's super productive if we're going to state with the facts.
Yeah, Witsit's a
If it's
whiny.
possible.
Okay, it doesn't. Okay, what was that, you guys? Stop provoking and all of this kind of stuff. It's just. Can we get on
Bro,
back to the
can
topic,
Witsit address
please?
one of
If
my
is it
arguments? Like one of them?
possible that I can ask a
I'm
question?
so bored. I'm
Okay.
about to leave, bro. Did you Witsit? Do you want to address
Oh
anything I
man,
said?
talk about
You
bored,
want to
dude. Your
listen to me?
Okay, you
presentation
guys,
was just
you
like,
up, you up, and Witsit. Okay, you guys.
Bro,
Witsit's not
bless
here. No,
bias
no,
care.
no.
Mute me. I don't want to listen to this anymore, dude. He's not even debating me.
Okay, queue up.
Like, do it. I don't
No,
care.
no, no.
Mute me.
You guys did a
Why am I here?
presentation,
He's not
right?
talking to me.
Then you are free to leave the room. Why do you keep interrupting?
I'm asking him if he wants to say debate one of my arguments.
yeah, sure. Queue up. Rusted was
Well,
Oh,
here, just
first,
why
right? So
don't you
there
let
was a
him go?
yes.
presentation.
He's
Okay. No, 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 no,
let
no.
him
Listen.
go once, and then you
Okay.
can come back to me after him. He
Well,
clearly wants to
he's
go, so
left
just let him
because I
go.
muted him because he kept interrupting me. Because I thought how it was going was you guys presented and Witsit was going to address the points, and then
Wait,
other
who's
questions get
this?
asked, right?
What?
But
Where did Q-Op
every
go?
time I try to go through the list and address he left because he got muted. Every time I
Why
try to
was he
go
His
through the
muted?
point, because could you guess why, Noah? Do you have any idea why he would have got muted right then?
Was he mute? Was he interrupting you?
He was interrupting Redford Bear trying to moderate. So look, dude, this is what's so annoying. I know everything you guys are saying is wrong, right? Because I was actually there. I still come here, take time out of my day to listen to the whole thing, baseless accusations of me being a liar and all this stuff, and then I try to go through your list, and every time I go to address a specific point, you incessantly interrupt me and deflect to something else. And this is the problem. So you're now going to show integrity, and now you're going to take your video down, right? Now you're going to make another video and be like, okay, where I claimed they didn't actually leave a day early, I made that up, no evidence. When I claimed that there was no storm, he clarified that it's actually they're referencing lower clouds, lower altitude. There is video publicly available that shows there was tons of wind that day, and I'm going to take that down and stop lying about it. Whenever I claim that he said he talked to people in both locations and that he lied, I'm going to take that down. I'm going to stop lying about it. Because that's what someone with integrity would do. Every single one of your claims have been wrong. Oh, they can't see footprints, but you can see that you drew in the snow. Oh, that was just a joke. Okay, cool. Then you're going to stop posting videos claiming that proves that we fake something, right?
It's just
See,
a
this is
weak
the problem.
point.
Okay. So can we get? Yeah. Are we? Sorry. I understand. But can we get to the? Is there another thing that needs to be specifically addressed? Like I get we're
Yeah, let's
wrapping it
talk
up.
about here's the other point. Here's the point. Whenever I reference the Owen Benjamin, because every one of your points are just wrong. When we talk about the Owen Benjamin thing, and I say, dude, you can see my breath like the whole freaking stream because I'm drinking hot tea. You say, it's only like 10 minutes and you can't see it literally the whole time. That was your rebuttal. Instead of addressing that, oh yeah, absolutely, you can clearly see his breath all throughout that stream, and he is drinking hot
Not
tea. It makes
throughout
sense.
it. That was my point. It wasn't throughout the stream. The whole first like 5 minutes that you were talking, you couldn't see it. And then you sped up to the very end where apparently then you could start seeing it. You probably had a vape in your beard, like what you said. I don't fucking know. All I know is that you claimed that you had the breath the whole time, and I showed how look, he's talking, no breath, no breath. And you even had a black scarf on, so you would have been able to see the breath coming out. Just like when the breath did start coming out, you could see it against the black scarf really easily. But when you were talking, there was nothing. So I don't know what happened. I can't tell you why, but it's not matching up with what you're saying. So
Okay,
I have
so
a
this is a
question for
perfect
you, Soul, if
example. Wait, let
that's
me please
okay.
respond. This is a perfect
Yeah.
example of how insane this is. She hasn't even watched the stream. She hasn't even
I did watch the
watched
whole
it.
thing. I
Oh,
watched it
then
several
then then
times.
you're intentionally lying because
I'm not.
you
I
can
showed
see
the
my
clip.
breath. First, you can see my breath, not just where I sped up to the very end. That's not true at all. You can see
How
my
do you
breath throughout most of the stream, and you said you can't see it when I'm talking. Yes, you can. Every time I
No, you can't.
laugh, yes. Dude, so you're just hoping that everyone just won't go look at it?
No, I'm hoping everybody will go look at it because clearly nobody did. Because every time I bring it up to people and I go, "Did you go watch the Owen stream?" "Oh, no, I didn't." "Okay, here, check out this clip. He's talking, no breath is coming out." I literally showed it to everybody right here. So I don't know why you're trying to say that it didn't
Dude,
happen when it's from your stream that I did it.
There are easily over a dozen times in that stream that when I'm talking, you see my breath. Easily over a dozen
Okay,
times.
okay, we're just gonna agree to disagree. Let's
There's
move on.
no agreeing to
What's the
disagree.
next
You're
point?
lying.
No, I'm okay. Anybody can go watch it and see for themselves. But let's move on. What's the next thing you
That's what
want
I'm
to say?
saying.
I'm not
This is
gonna
why I
sit
don't
here all
pretend
night
because now you're just gonna
repeating.
gaslight. You're gonna just
No, I just don't want to
this
be
is
here all
okay,
night talking about the
okay,
same
you
thing.
guys.
Yeah, but
Okay.
that's why you've obsessively done it for weeks, dude.
Yeah, may I? I live in a really cold climate. I don't think anybody really cares what I have to say, but I literally I've been really paying attention to this a lot more lately. I mean, I'm outside all the time, right? Okay. It was minus 15 degrees Celsius today, minus 25 probably with the wind chill. It was really cold. Okay. I've had other days this past week where it's been colder or the same, and I can't see my breath at all. Today, I went out. Could see my breath like crazy. And when I was drinking a coffee, holy smokes, I could get my breath to probably double what it was. And then I would almost disappear and the whole thing would continue. And then I went out probably 4 hours later and I couldn't see my breath at all. So I don't know. It's interesting. You can definitely be skeptical about these things, but I'm not sure where you live, Rusted. And I don't know if a lot of people
Negative
experience cold.
15 here right now. So I live in the cold and I do understand how
No,
cold weather
negative
works.
15
My point,
Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Fahrenheit.
Okay, so minus
So
15 Fahrenheit. It's minus 20, or sorry, what you said it was minus 15 degrees Fahrenheit, which is minus 26 degrees Celsius. Okay, so you do know cold. So then maybe you just have different humidity levels than I do. I'm just
my
giving my
point,
testimony of where I am,
yes,
right? And
I
it's not consistent where I am and my breath.
I understand. And I'll agree with you. It's not consistent here either. But my point in that was not to go, "Oh, look, he's got a vape in his beard like he claimed in it or whatever." It was to point out that he was saying all over the place, "Go watch the stream. My breath is on it the whole time. Go watch it." And then from his own stream, when he shows it, you don't see it. I'm like, dude, he doesn't even, then he skips to the very end where I guess maybe he did take a drink of tea or whatever. And all of a sudden he's got breath. So my only point is, it was that that's contradictory from what he literally had just said in his own stream, but we don't have to go over it over and over. We can move on.
No, you're just doubling down even though you're wrong.
I actually remember seeing his breath quite a bit because I was following this, right? And I was pretty active listening in Discord too. So I mean, I'll go and rewatch it and see if I agree with you, if it's not consistent or what you're saying. But I remember it
I could send you the clip. It's like a 2-second clip. I can post it in
I
the
thought
live stream
we
chat.
were gonna watch. I thought you meant you were gonna watch the whole interview again, not just a
I
clip.
did watch.
I thought that was no. But I thought that's what I was going to do. Not you're not going to
Oh.
send me a 2-second clip because
Yeah.
what does a 2-second clip do when we're talking about the whole?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
and
a
I
10
drink
minute
tea throughout
part
the
thing.
entire stream. I
Can
drink tea
I
throughout the
finally
entire
ask my question?
stream, and you can see
vape.
my breath every time I drink the stream. The beard vape is funny because someone made that as a joke to troll people like you guys. Like,
Yeah, I know. It's funny. I laugh. That's why I brought it up. I
but
can have a sense
you're
of humor
saying
too.
it as if it's like somehow viable or something.
Totally
No,
real. Yeah.
It
Okay,
was
hey.
actually you were baiting Rusted when you said that. It's not really a joke. I don't know. Maybe we should read the room. Maybe your sense of humor is different. It was lost on the room, so maybe that's not the time and place for it.
And that's why I brought up the whole sound thing in the beginning, not because I was attacking Austin or anything, because I respect Austin because he helped me out with my research and flat Earth and all that stuff. I just thought it was really funny. That's all.
Yeah, but I'm just gonna point out one last time. I'm just gonna
questions.
say this thing one last time, okay? In the Owen Benjamin stream, I started to feel sick. I made some hot tea. I drank a full thing of tea. I made a fresh thing of tea before I went outside. I put up a card table, put up a chair wherever I wanted to. It was like, screw these guys. What are they gonna do? It's Antarctica. And I did a stream with Owen Benjamin. I started drinking the tea throughout it. Typically, when he would go to talk, I would take a drink and stuff. And I do that early on in the stream and all throughout the stream. And you see my breath all throughout the stream, including when I'm just talking or laughing or whatever. So to claim that you don't really see my breath in that stream or it's just at the end is just not true. So I encourage everyone, just go. Owen Benjamin, I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link, please. Just go. And then that'll really put everything into perspective with what we're dealing with here.
It really will. I
have some
totally agree.
points.
Yes,
Just a
flip
second.
flops.
Verity's been trying to get in for a while. Her mic's a little low. I want to see what she had to say. She had a question.
Yes, I have a question for Rusted. Hi, Rusted.
Can
Hey,
I just
so
go?
Rusted,
All right, whatever.
everyone can hear me now, right? Everything's coming clear?
Yeah,
Yes.
you are a bit low, but yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, you're good.
Oh, I don't know why my sounds. Anyway, meta. Rusted. So, are you of the opinion that this was done in a 360-degree studio? Yes or no?
It's possible. I'm not here
How is it
to
possible?
say
No, no, you're gonna answer the question. This isn't like,
falsification is independent of replacement. I'm sitting
yeah,
here
no,
looking at the
you're
footage,
gonna
telling
answer
you
that.
what I think is
No,
false,
no.
and that I'm not here to talk about my opinion, dude, because I don't have proof for it. I
You don't
can't sit
want
here
to.
and
You
back
don't
it
want to
up.
defend.
So
You don't want to
you're
defend
not
what you
gonna
just
try
said.
to strong arm me into saying something
See, you
and
don't know how to
explaining
actually
something
debate
because that's
because you
not
don't
what we're
let someone
talking about.
finish the point.
There's
You
a
talk
whole
over
bunch of
them
other
like a
things
Hey,
that
bulldozer,
can you
not
guys
Okay,
even
mute
let me
okay,
Verity?
speak
you
then.
guys,
So
it's
you're
just
gonna let me
audio
finish
chaos.
what I'm saying.
Just mute
Well,
Verity.
let me
Yeah.
finish.
Bro,
Like
it was
she asked
I
me
was
a
gonna
question.
say it
I'm
was
just
supposed to
answering.
be QOP Rusted Soul and Blob versus Witsit.
Yeah.
QOP's now gone because I'm nothing against Bias Bear or whatever, but like she muted the presenter when Yeah, it he was was supposed to be screaming, like demanding that
It
he goes
doesn't.
first when their own it was supposed to presentation be was all. Blob Soul and
Yeah, but he
Yeah,
QOP
was
let
versus
Witsit
Witsit,
demanding that
and
Let's
he
now
no, no,
it's
goes
no.
like
first.
Let's just be clear. It doesn't matter if it's a presentation or not. The server guidelines still apply. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a presenter or not. Then you should be more aware of the server guidelines and not be over talking when moderation is taking place.
Okay.
Anyways,
So was I
so
out of line there answering her? Because I don't understand why she started talking over me and then claimed that I was interrupting her.
honestly, I didn't really hear your answer because there was a lot of like audio chaos. But I don't think she's even in the VC anymore. So
Okay.
I don't
All
even
right.
know if
Well
it's
then
worth it to address it till she comes back because then she
I'm
can't respond, right?
got it.
Oh,
I didn't come in here to
hang
talk
on.
about opinions.
She's
I
back.
that's what
came
all
in to
your
talk
entire
about the
video was.
footage. No, I came to talk okay, well the whole entire video is my opinions. Yeah, but I'm
Yeah.
here to point out the actual anomalies in the footage, not talk about what I think it is. I don't know what it is. Just like Witsit says a million times, fabrication falsification is independent of replacement. So I don't have to have a replacement or have to say what I think it is. I'm just pointing out what I'm seeing and what I think is faulty in it. And that's what we're trying to stick with here is the topics. So if Verity or whatever wants to just let Witsit respond, since this was all directed towards him, and maybe she can wait till the end till he's finished and then have her questions, I'd be totally fine to chop it up with her. But right now is not the time.
By the way, I was correct. You corrected me and said, 30 minutes. It was just like 10 minutes. It's 28 minutes long. And my interview is almost 30 minutes with Owen Benjamin. See my breath the whole time.
Okay. People
Okay,
can go
just drop
watch.
the link for any actual truthers that don't just want to repeat nonsense lies. They can just watch the stream. It's in the chat.
All right.
Yeah, please
Can
do.
I go?
Yeah, Blob. Go.
Yeah, so I had noticed that with the life coaching program and the supplements, the top level for the life coaching program was $33 a day, and the supplements were 33% off on your website. So what was that about?
I don't remember the 33% off thing, to be
I'll post
honest.
the stuff in the chat.
I'm not, you notice I didn't say you were lying, right? I said I don't remember that. So I don't remember that. But the $33 a day was literally just a coincidence based on the price of it, right? Like whatever the price of it was, which is a normal number, if you just go look at it, then it is what it is. But yeah, I didn't, the discount I didn't even choose. I don't even know. It's just based on whatever the original price is and then what they're selling it for. I didn't pick any of the prices for anything. But while that's being brought up though, there people are claiming that I offered counseling and therapy. I didn't offer any counseling. I didn't offer any therapy. People say that my wife and I offered couples counseling and marriage therapy. No, we didn't. My wife wasn't involved with any of that at all, not even the fasting. No one, I did not offer any therapy. Steven does like emotional tap therapy, and that's what he does. He's an actual therapist. He offered people therapy, gave me a couple of the tapping sessions. I didn't offer any therapy. So
So what was
that's not
the
true.
33 like top level? What did that entail? Like what did you get for that?
Yeah, just tons of different things. So you get like you get therapy sessions with him, for example, and then you get I can't even remember what all. I have to look at the whole list. It's like you get the templates to send in affidavit of status and affidavit of facts. You get like accountability groups, so we would have like every morning we had a workout group, so we meet in the morning to do workouts or whatever. We had like a fitness section, and then a little around lunch or whatever we would drink our tonics because we were just basically fasting but just eating these tonics, and we would give our goals for the day, the week, the month, and the years. So like an accountability group in terms of like goal orientation. We also had like started to put together an investment group within it. Just different
All
things
right.
like that. There was a logic course.
So
Yeah, it was just like a whole bunch, and that didn't even really do anything, by the way. Like,
so yeah, so you're saying that it was just coincidentally $33. You're saying it's been
yeah,
it's
yeah,
not okay.
yeah. I don't even remember. It said $33 a day.
Yeah.
$3
Yeah.
a day, $11 a day, or $33 a day were the 3 tiers. We thought maybe you were just trolling.
So what
So
is that like?
yeah, so that was a
999 to
coincidence.
like what? Well, what?
Well, no, just wondering if
It's
that
not
was
a
a coincidence
coincidence.
or if
It's
you were
just a normal price. It's a normal total price. It's like saying,
okay,
oh, is
totally
one
normal.
third
Got it.
of
Yeah.
yeah. Like if you say 1/3 of a dollar, you must be in the Illuminati.
Okay, so is
No,
this
but
have we addressed all the points in the presentation that we're supposed to be going over? Because this was not in the presentation, and that's fine if you want to address that. But I'm just wondering because other
it
people.
was supposed to be, but I mean,
No,
there was
it
a
was
lot of
supposed to
things
be part
said.
of Blob's presentation because Blob was
Yeah.
supposed to give his own presentation, but he wasn't
Witsit,
allowed to and wasn't, and
Witsit,
everybody started talking. So technically, sorry, go ahead.
Well, now you're desperate and want to do the whole like let's really slander Austin thing because all the
No,
other stuff you supposedly had was all BS. Are you guys going to show integrity and admit that we've been falsely
all right. Well,
spewing out this claim that Austin offered counseling, but actually he didn't the whole time and we made that up?
dude, you're
No, that would require integrity.
Okay, so yeah, what I was my points were supposed to be in the like main part, but they said a lot, and then you guys were already like debating it. So
Oh yeah, fair enough.
just
That's why
let
I
you
try
guys.
not to even jump on the stage when QQ kept asking me. I'm like, nah, because I feel like it's going to derail it. I try to
Yeah.
just
So
wait.
but I just find it kind of weird how so there's some things that you've done that I find highly suspect, like the fact that you randomly decided to debate fluoride on modern day debates. And from that, you said that someone just randomly saw it and put you in the Make America Healthy Again documentary. After not being interested in the health topic, not making any content, you tried the whole life coaching fasting thing, which is unhealthy. We've already had those debates. But then you didn't really have any intellectual curiosity with that whole topic and randomly
What?
decided to debate fluoride. Yeah. And now
I
you're
had
in
no
that Make
intellectual
America Healthy
curiosity.
Again PSYOP documentary.
Okay,
Yeah.
you want me to tell you? Okay, you're calling it a psyop documentary, so you must know what it
Yes.
is.
Yep. It's
I
the
don't even know
Trump
what.
administration, PSYOP, make everyone healthy, fake
No,
health
but
movement.
the
make
documentary
vaccines
itself.
great again.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool story. So the documentary itself, and first of all, Make America Healthy Again. That's what RFK says, and he's not pro vaccines. But we're gonna now strawman me like I somehow support Trump, like I support
Like
Trump, and how he just
I
supposedly
get
came
that
out with
you're
an
No, but it's
wait
just
mRNA.
wait
weird that
wait
you're in that.
wait. Okay, but Blob, this whole presentation was supposed to and agreed upon was
No,
supposed
no,
to
no.
be
You
about
don't. No,
TFE
no,
and not about other things. Now, if Witsit
no.
wants to address that, that's fine. Now,
Hey, we
Well, it's
didn't give
what I'm
attached
you
to
an
it.
saying
outline.
though,
We
Yeah,
didn't
I'm
it's
give you an
sorry.
ba-
outline of what it was supposed to be
Yes,
about.
yes,
Blob was
actually,
supposed to have his
Blob
part.
did actually.
Yeah, I know.
And it was agreed that there would be no
Mhm.
like slander, character
Well,
assassinations, all that kind of
this
stuff, right?
isn't
Because the
character
yeah.
service,
assassination.
but it was also strictly supposed to be on TFE. It wasn't going to be about him. So,
Yeah.
and that,
Well,
like I
my
said, that's
point.
totally fine if he wants to address it. But
Mhm.
are we done with the presentation part? Like, I mean,
No, it's still attached to it because
yeah, but
my point.
He's
My point.
trying to
that's
put
All right.
forth this
going
idea
I can't
that
talk.
that TFE was faked and that was me wrapping up the flat Earth psyop or whatever that what I was doing there, and that now I'm moving on to something else. I'm still meaning with the only coherent thing you could possibly
So
claim. How,
yeah,
yeah.
kind of close.
Yeah, okay.
I think that
Can I address what you first said though?
go
Okay.
for it.
So okay, James from Modern Day Debate, he randomly texts me and asks me if I want to do debates. For example, he texted me and said, "Hey, do you want to debate Destiny about Trump or Harris?" And I'm like, I mean, I don't really do that. I don't talk about politics, think it's all fake. But I'm like, he's like, yeah, but it'll be a big audience. You'll get in front of a bunch of new people. I'm like, you know what? Fine. I'll just show how insane Harris's positions are, and I'll actually even talk about how Trump's also controlled op in it. Sure, I'll do it. So I did it. He reached out to me and said, hey, do you want to debate? Is fluoride in the water bad for you? I'm like, what? Against who? He said it was like an actual toxicologist or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, sure. Why not? And the reason, and this isn't a new thing, I take random topics at time because I get in front of other audiences. So I brushed up on fluoride, which I think we should all know is bad for you, and I've known forever. And then I debated it. Then someone called me and said, they got my number from someone or messaged me on something on X. They messaged me and they got my number. And then they did a group call, 2 people. They made the movie Died Suddenly. I'm sure you guys I know the super truthers have some big thing about it, whatever. Okay. They made the documentary Died Suddenly, which did have some things wrong with it, but overall I think was okay. And then said, we've been watching you for a long time. One of the guys more than the other one. I think you're really good at debates. I love how you debate. I think that we're like, I lean more flat earth. He's like more on the fence, but we really like the way that you debate, the way that you present yourself, etc. We saw your fluoride debate, and we're looking for someone that will cover that in the documentary that we think can be articulate and can actually explain the position pretty well. And we thought that you would be good to do it. And I said, sure. And I haven't filmed that yet. I haven't even filmed. Like they messaged me today and said that they were in somewhere like Brazil or something, and they would be back in town Friday, and that we could set it up next week. So that's just a real thing that just happened. There isn't some big elaborate conspiracy about something. Oh, 5D chess, which it's an agent being used
Well,
to.
that's what
No.
you're saying. Yeah, I just find it extremely suspect, like because I've brought up Ogenus to you, a nutritionist, PhD nutritionist, and did thousands of experiments and all this stuff. And when I bring him up to any like normal person, and there's a bunch of people in the VC right now that I showed them his videos, and they immediately stop paying attention to anybody else. They become all into it, and they go, "Yeah, this is the most genius guy." They completely understand that it's truth. And I brought him up to you, sent you videos, and what you said to me in the VC was, "Oh, that guy that waits till there's maggots in his meat before he eats it." Now, that is not a normal reaction. So you're saying all this stuff is a coincidence, like the 33, the fact that you're in the Make America Healthy Again documentary, and everything that you've said regarding health to me just makes you suspect. And for that reason, I don't believe the trip because I think everyone else is automatically suspect. And the whole health thing to me has exposed you as being a agent.
Okay. Now, obviously, terrible logic there, but I'm disappointed in you for mischaracterizing our actual interactions. Because what actually happened was, yes, I was talking about fasting a lot. I was actually getting people to do community fast. And by the way, we were having with these really malevolent, super sinister fast, according to Russet over here. We let people in there for free, showed them how they could do it for free, and then spent hours and hours where we didn't make any money, talking to everyone, going through it, having them share their testimony,
You
give them
didn't even put
advice.
in the
I'm in the middle
orders.
of talking. I'm in the middle of talking.
Well, I mean, didn't she just point out the pricing thing?
Can I just finish, dude?
Yeah, go
Lifelong
ahead.
that people were talking about lifelong ailments that they had, like restless leg syndrome and stuff that was going away, and people were giving their testimonies. That's what happened with that. Then you told me that fasting was actually bad. And to be fair, your position isn't like a popular one. That doesn't mean it isn't true. In fact, it may lean towards it being true. And the way that you just characterized how I handled that is totally disingenuous. Because what actually happened was I was like, wow, I mean, I haven't heard this. I debated you a little bit. I pushed back when you first brought it up because I just thought it was like absurd to say that fasting was actually bad for you. But then I ended up listening to you. We had like an hour, 2 hour long conversation. And then the next time we were in there, the rest of the room was really going at you hard. And I stood in and defended you, even still manned your position against them and said, actually, there seems to be more to it, then maybe you
Yeah,
would
that's
think he
true.
definitely knows what he's talking about. So why do you omit that from your story and then claim I
No,
said,
that's
oh, the
true.
guy who leaves maggots in his food? That none of that's real.
No, that was something you said like months and months after the fact. So I then showed you all these videos. I like sent them to you, and I brought them up to you in the VC. This was way after, and you said something that not a single other person has ever said. Nobody's ever said that except you.
You have
And it
told
was a
me
complete
that you did.
misrepresentation.
No, it's not. You told me that the meat's actually better if there are actually maggots in it when it starts to rot. And I said to you, and since then, that's too far for me. You know, like I don't know, you could be right, but if you're not actually letting the meat rot and then eating it room temperature, raw, rotting, that's a bit far for me. And I'm not saying that I could have cock this or I could be like whatever. I'm not even disputing that, right? I mean, I have the same reaction to urine therapy and different things. I'm just saying I don't want
Feces
to eat
maxing.
raw
Yeah.
rotting meat, bro.
No, that's fine. That's
So
fine. No, but it was just your reaction to me bringing up these videos of this guy who didn't even like barely talks about rotting meat at all. And like any of his videos
no,
barely
I was
talks about
talking about you saying that, and I asked you multiple times, like what his name was. It's hard to like spell it by hearing it. I went and tried to look him up. It was hard to find him. I asked you. I said I can't really find much about this guy. Can you send me stuff? You said yeah, they hide him. You sent me stuff. He's just in a long list of things that I should research. I've looked
Yeah.
into him some. And so like this is just like, you know how many people have your position? Austin, I sent you like 7 videos of something that would take like 30 hours. Why did you not immediately make it your entire sole mission in life? You must be an agent. Like that's
Can I ask
No,
ridiculous,
you?
bro.
that's not. Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask when you did the fasting, you did the thing you wanted to do like a group fasting. Did you get all of those orders in so everybody could partake in that?
Yeah, some of them were delayed. I missed a couple of the orders, and I tried to
And
make it right with all the people. I even gave refunds to people and then sent them the stuff anyway. But no, some
okay,
of the
so
orders got missed.
but you missed it, right? It wasn't Steven's
Yeah,
fault.
no, it wasn't
Because I
Steven.
remember you saying it was at the time it was Steven, and then Steven was like, no, he just didn't get the orders in on time.
What?
But at
No,
least now
no,
you can
no.
admit that it was you.
Well, first of all, see, you're such a liar, dude. Okay, what
No, that's
actually
how I
happened?
remember it happening.
Shut up. Oh, well, yeah.
For
Well,
real.
then you can never remember. You conveniently always misremember things in such a way that are lies that slander people. How inconvenient for you. What a terrible life you must have. So what actually happened was there are multiple things that had happened different occasions, and there were certain flavors, certain types of the blends that did in fact run out that I was waiting to get. And there were certain times that I missed the order or the order said it was fulfilled but didn't fulfill. So it wasn't a singular order and there were different answers for different situations. So if I was waiting on one of the flavors to come in because they ran out, then that was the truth. So if I was waiting on Steven to send me that, which did happen more than once, then that was the truth. And if it was that I accidentally missed an order or thought I had fulfilled it or overlooked it, then that was the truth. And I then tried to cover their shipping out of pocket, refund them, and then cover their actual supplements out of pocket and send them to them for free. And normally would send them the bigger size and extra ones. That's not really good for your grift narrative, though, I guess.
About that dude, Steven Dragon, I tried to find information about him. And I couldn't find anything. I just found like this Instagram page, but like how did you link up with that guy?
That's a good question. I don't even remember. He knew someone, maybe I heard maybe you say, someone said that it was through Jaren. I don't remember it being through Jaren, but I don't remember. He got a hold of me somehow. I don't know. How does anyone? I would have to look into how he got into me. One thing that happened also, I remember while we were doing all that, was he had this major move. He moved everything from one place to the other, which put a huge pause on like the fulfillment of the orders. He stopped making them while he was preparing for the move, and it was like this huge move from one house to another one, really far away, blah, blah, blah. That happened. There was a couple issues with the actual fulfillments, like the flavors themselves, like to make one of the blends, and then there were a couple times that I missed stuff. In terms of how I met him, I don't remember. I can go look it up. I don't know if he reached out to me on Telegram or my email. I'm a pretty publicly accessible person, though. I mean, I don't know if he had somehow got a hold of Jaren, who's much seemingly more accessible at times, and then he was like, "Hey, this guy wants to do something," or I don't really remember. I don't remember. I'd have to look it up.
Okay. Yeah, he's a little bit suspect to me just based on his name, Dragon.
Well, it's definitely not the most ideal last name. Yeah.
He's reptilian. But
You think he's actually a reptilian?
no, I just think he
I
might be
don't think
into
so. I've had lots of private
dragon
calls
worship.
with him.
Yeah,
Okay,
well, I think that pasteurization's like a dragon worship thing. But
okay, bro. But can you
I don't
at least
think we
do
should
you at
be
least have
making
self awareness enough to
claims
admit that
like that
you're
about people that aren't here and like no underhanded comments and stuff like that. Sorry, Witsit, sorry, but you
well? I'm
shouldn't.
saying, like I know I talked to him a lot. He doesn't worship dragons or whatever, but like, you can at least you have enough self awareness to admit that your position does seem very extreme, random, and a huge minority position to the average person. It doesn't mean that you're wrong, because like I said, oftentimes that's what actually typically is the truth a lot of times. But you can admit that, right? That doesn't
yeah,
mean that
no, I'm
someone
not.
is an agent or is secretly worshiping dragons or is like some crazy. That doesn't mean that they're into some occultic crazy practice because they haven't found the one guy, according to you yourself, like the one guy that figured it out and then got
Well,
assassinated.
I mean, it's not just him that talks about fasting being bad, but he talks about a bunch of stuff that most people haven't heard. But that the fasting thing is kind of
Sure,
like a
but that's a
low
whole
level.
debate, right? You agree it's a whole debate. You agree that like there's a debate about that.
Somewhat. I mean, that's not. Yeah, I'm not. That's fine, whatever. But
Because I've fasted and I've actually had good results. And you've addressed that, yeah, maybe if you're so toxic or whatever, fasting can help you. But it's actually not ideal. It's that you're starving your body, or I don't know. Maybe you're right, bro. Okay, but I know people who have had restless leg syndrome their whole life. Then they fasted, it went away. Right? I had a moment. I had a lot of migraines. I fasted, and then I stopped having migraines. There are people that have good results from fasting. There are people who have gotten rid of cancer from fasting. So
I've heard
like,
better things about raw milk fasting. Just saying.
well, yeah, maybe so. I don't know. I've heard that as well.
yeah, well, I mean, so the point is basically for me, like, I don't think the 24-hour sun has to be fake. I don't think it like debunks anything or proves anything. Um, but I do think it's extremely suspect, and I don't think there's enough evidence to believe that it's a real thing because we have a couple videos from a group of people that, I mean, I find highly suspect. Maybe all the stuff about 33 just being a coincidence and all that, maybe, I guess. But yeah, to me, it's just inconclusive. Like, there's not enough evidence to believe in these videos that we have from a Glover, by the way, Will Duffy. So that's my point.
Okay, that's fine. I don't care. Like, I don't care. I went there to witness it myself and come back with testimony. People can all of a sudden pretended, which means that if you guys think I'm an agent, then you guys believe that I deceived you the whole time. If you didn't, until I went and brought back something that was inconvenient. So then, like, you're shooting yourself in the foot in terms of discernment claims anyway. Like the whole reason I decided to go, the reason I got talked into going, and Jaron suggested I go, is because we thought I would maybe be one of the guys least likely for people to just jump off the deep end on, but that was clearly not true. So it's whatever. The trip actually happened. We went there. There was a sun, and it went in circles around my head. It didn't stop going in circles around my head. The first thing I did when I landed was I pulled out a solar filter and I looked at it. When I was on the plane going there, I'm like, damn, I would assume we're going to actually see a 24-hour sun. No way. They're actually letting us go there if it's going to set. It is what it is. And the truth is, like, this is the thing. You know that it's a sign of intellect to be able to entertain things that you don't believe to be true, right? And like normally the test is, hey, how do you feel? How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast? And then the person's like, but I did eat breakfast. Or it's like, no. How would you feel, right? So like, how would you feel if if you were me and you actually did just go to Antarctica, haven't lied about anything, actually just went and actually got screwed over by the people putting it on, got basically no sleep, got super sick, spent money you didn't have, went and saw the sun. There was a 24-hour sun, and you came back, you told the truth, and that a month later, people were still coming up with every conceivable idea as somehow you're a liar, agent, shill, and it's all fake. How
Well,
would
a
you
month
feel?
later, you
I
still
would.
don't have.
See, you can't answer
I
it, so sign of low intellect. See, Bob, can you
No,
answer it?
we both
yeah,
talked at
I
the
would.
same time. Sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead, Blob.
Yeah, I would totally get it if I went and saw this thing and that there's only like a couple videos of, and people were questioning it, saying it's fake. bringing up things that, you know, I might have did that were really suspect, although you wouldn't be able to do that with me. But I would totally get it. I'd be like, yeah, I get that you don't believe it. Like, that's fine.
No,
I
So the
would, I
telemetry
did
no.
say
data.
What
that.
I'm asking is, how would you actually feel? I just addressed the telemetry data thing, dude. Okay, it's $350 to get the telemetry extraction program for the GoPro.
So you didn't get the
I
money for
raised
it?
money for. Yes, I raised money for it. First, I didn't get enough money for it. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to send this money back to this guy, and for the $100 that first got sent to me, and then I ended up getting enough for it. Okay. Then I went and got the program. I pulled all the telemetry. I started reaching out to everyone, telling them to send me their GoPro stuff, and it shows my actual home address. And I've tried everything I possibly can to get it to remove that part of the data. And if I just brute force edit it out, obviously that's going to be a whole freaking conspiracy. Oh, see, they can't give the raw data of the GoPro because I'm a super truther. That must mean that actually they were in Iceland and whatever other nonsense
So
they're going to say. So I am absolutely not putting out raw telemetry data with my
okay, that's fine.
family's home address.
Got it. Okay, so what about the like other footage? Is that the only stuff that you were the terabyte or whatever of information? Was that all that you were talking about, or was
Okay,
there
so
like body cam and GoPro and
mhm.
other footages?
Yes, there is GoPro footage that I wore on my chest at times. I didn't film as much as everyone else. Like I was like the worst guy to go in terms of that. Like I wanted to like be away from cameras. But anyway, like I do have some. I showed most of my videos. They're all on this site that I'm putting together, and I don't know. I've been really sick the last like 5 days or whatever, but uh, I do have some. Jaron put all his out. Have all the stuff from Liz. Another problem is I keep on pestering all the other people involved, asking them to send me their stuff so we can put it all in one place so it can be publicly available. And people really are not cooperating all that well. But anyway,
Just post
there
your
is there.
stuff. You can't control other
Sure,
people, but you can
sure.
post what you have and at least like, a
Yeah, but I
couple of
dropped a lot
things.
of stuff into Telegram like almost
I know, but
immediately.
okay, but what about all the other platforms, Like one other
Okay.
platform where the public can access it without going through like 15,000 other posts from other people on your Telegram.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I built a whole site to try to be able to make it easy for everyone. I should have
What's the
already had
name of
that
the
out. I don't
site?
have it out. Whatever. I don't have it
Oh, you don't have
published
it
yet
up
because
yet.
of the domain. Yeah, and that's 100% my fault. Should have already had it out. I wanted it to be like perfect where everyone would send me their stuff so we could put it all to bed, and it like low key backfired because it's still not up. So now it's just making it take longer and whatever. Okay, that's my fault. Fine. I can just quickly add a domain to it, publish it, and then we'll add to it as we go, I guess. It'll all be a conspiracy no matter what I do. Okay, but the GoPro footage I already have it downloaded. That's fine. The terabyte thing you keep referencing, it's a one file. It was Duffy's 360. It's in high definition. It was 1.45 terabytes. That's because half of the video was broken up into 52 videos, right? And it took like 2 days just to even get to that. We had to go to the actual company to get it because it was such a big file, and it has to be opened up through the Insta360 app. And there was 52 videos, and then there's 26 videos in lower res. The 26 videos plus the 52 videos, which are all combined, I mean, so 52 combined for the 25 hours, whatever, is 1.45 terabytes. And dude, anyone that's actually ever done something like that knows that's insane. And so we've tried to export it and download it and get it uploaded and get it processed, and it's insane. And then you would get 17 hours in, and then it would fail and it would be corrupted. Or then we go through Adobe, and then it changes the format a little bit, and then the mountain starts jiggling in it for some reason. Or then there's like some random like artifact in the video, and oh, it's a whole conspiracy. We actually edited it. And then there's some claim that I posted the video and then edited it once it was already posted to YouTube, which is not even possible. I don't know. So it's been a whole thing to the point where people that were complaining, I'm just like, you know what, dude? I'll give you access to the Dropbox and we'll see what you can do. And then 4 days later, they're like, I'm sorry, this sucks, because it does suck. So anyone that knows anything about video knows that if you're trying to get so just the one video, it's like just under a terabyte in total with the 26 low res, half of it is 1.45 terabytes. That is a ton of video in high definition to try to download, to try to export, to try to render. It is no easy task, even if you have like an incredibly good computer, right? So it has taken a really long time. Then you put it into YouTube and it takes forever, and then you get it up and then it's not good enough. So that's
No,
just
I
how it
feel
goes.
you. I know how it goes. I've been dealing with the same. I get it. Not on the scale, obviously you have, but well, let's address some of QOP's stuff since he's not here and he really wanted you to address some of his stuff, please.
Well, did you
Okay.
want to ping him and try to get him back so he can ask, or is he like gone?
I mean, he already heard. I don't know. I don't know if somebody blob. Do you want to ping him? I don't know. I can't. I don't have. I could try messaging
Okay,
him,
so
but
if
I
we
mean,
want
he
to
knows
solve,
what the points were.
oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, like quickly, like one of the things he contrasted it and said he was just saying assertions, right? So he was saying like he's like contrasted the sky and like you know this is not how the sky looks when you contrast. What? He didn't show another picture or video of the sky and contrast it. Like it looks completely normal to me. I don't know what he's saying. He contrasted the sky. There are layers to the sky. You know, it's called a gradient. Like
I mean,
I
there
didn't
was a
see.
line that was going up from where
Yeah, that was a different thing. Like the seam.
the seam, it made like a 90-degree angle up at the top and it looked blurred out. And I think the original video of that was scrubbed. And then you had the re-upload that looked like it was, you could still see the line, but it wasn't like a dark line like that. What that
See, I
Patriot
don't know
guy, I
what
forget his name.
that claim is. Like, nothing was scrubbed and re-uploaded. Like, I don't even know what that's referencing.
So I think it was maybe one of Duffy's videos that was originally. I didn't see the original one. I saw the upload of the warrior guy that put that. It was in the middle of my presentation. It was like the blue screen, and he was like, "Look, here's this line right here, blah blah blah." So people have been looking for that and have only been able to find your upload of it, and the other one is now gone. And in that one it had a black line. In yours it has like a blurred, the line is still there but it looks blurred, like you can still, and that's why he was doing the contrasting so you could see it better when he brought the levels to the colors or whatever down, and you could see like a faint like blurred, this pretty much in the same exact spot that it was, just I mean, I'm sure you're not going to admit to
But I
anything if
just don't
you're
understand.
aware of it.
Well, yeah, I literally don't know what you're talking about, but you're claiming, and I've heard the claim and I stepped away from this for obvious reasons. I actually think it's ridiculous. But anyway, like first it was that I uploaded something and scrubbed something and then uploaded a new one. Now it's like someone else did, and there was another one,
No,
and then I uploaded a separate one.
No, I don't think the claim was ever that you deleted it. I think it was from Duffy or one of the Globers that had posted it, and that's where the guy got it from. And then when people were trying to ask for the original, it's like all in his comments. You can see back and forth with other people saying, "Yeah, I saw it. Now the video's gone." And then the only one you can get is on Witsit's channel, and the one that's on your channel, it looks like blurred, but you can still see that there is a line there, and that above the camera at like the 52-minute mark or whatever. Um, and there's other things that like QOP did find in that footage of like weird triangle shapes and other weird shapes that he was trying to point out. But um, you know, yeah, it's strange for sure. It's
No,
something
not
that
for
you
sure.
guys would bring up. It is for sure. I mean, it's the same stuff that you guys would bring up looking at NASA footage and moon missions. So what we're doing is no different than what you've been doing for years. I mean, right?
No, that's not true. That's not, no, not true. Because when I look at NASA footage and they're claiming that they're in space, and then all of a sudden there's green screen artifacts, that makes no sense. Whenever they're supposedly in zero G and they drop things, I've actually consistently called out how ridiculous some of the claims are when people claim that it was faked. I'm like, this makes us look bad. That doesn't mean that that's fake. That's a terrible claim. People just start making stuff up. I've always done that. And I've showed that some of the claimed videos are videos that claim that they prove NASA was lying is wrong. So no, I try not to do that. And the stuff like,
Yeah.
oh, there was a line, but well, there's a triangle. If I contrast, it looks like there might kind of be a triangle here. I would never do that. I don't like, what are you talking about? Like, no, I, that sounds
Okay.
insane to me.
Okay.
So
Good to know. Well, it doesn't
yeah.
sound insane to the rest of us, so
No,
to
you
each their
say
own.
that, but it does actually. Like when you just like this vague, alleged appeal to this elusive majority doesn't actually exist, right? Like anyone that actually researches the claims would be like, wait up, I can just watch the stream with Owen Benjamin. Clearly, he drinks tea throughout the stream, and you see his breath the whole time. And clearly, they like this dude's just lying and claiming that they left on the same day, but. There's evidence of them even streaming when they got back, and we've actually seen that they got back the day earlier. So why are they saying? So what most people are doing is fact checking these claims, and they're like, wow, you know, and if you're a big home run video, you have to constantly say, oh, well, maybe I got that wrong. Oh, well, that was just a joke. Oh, okay, well, that
It's
was not a
just
strong
no,
point.
it's just
And
me
it's
being
like,
honest. Like
what the
the
hell?
drone footage one, I admitted that I went back and watched that one and got both of the originals and put them side by side, and the drone does beep when when it's next to him. So that other one that I saw from whoever posted it was misleading, and I said that in my video. And I also, all the things that I've been wrong about, I'm like, please correct me if I'm wrong. Like, tell me, am I wrong about when I listened to Banjos and he was pointing out that the guy said it was the midnight sun and it was really 9 p.m. and he's standing there and the shadow's the same as in front of, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like that footage in front of the mountain, is that bullshit too, or is there some sort of is
What?
there
No, I don't keep up with Banjo. Banjo has said
No, I had
insane
it.
claims the
I
whole
had
time.
it in my video. It was a clip of him talking in my video. He said he watched it right before you came in, and the shadows on the mountain, the shadows on the sign of Union Glacier is going the same direction as the guy that's standing there when it's supposedly like 3 p.m. or whatever. And you guys were claiming it was, I forget what time it was, midnight or some other time, like the So did you not see that part? Is basically what you're
No, I
telling me?
don't. No, I didn't, and I don't know what it's
Okay, no
referencing.
worries.
But it's but someone sent me a screenshot that's supposed to be, I guess, referencing this, where it's a screenshot from his picture, which is or his video, which is a screenshot, and it shows like the video file. I don't know if this is the case because again, I asked you guys to try to think about my position. Would you actually invest all of your time around the clock to address every brand new one when people are just moving the goalposts, making stuff up when you were there? Like realistically,
Well,
you wouldn't. Okay, but no, but
well,
you
there
can
was
say you would, whatever. No normal person would if they have any actual life, right? If you actually know you went, you would. Like I've done more than anybody else probably would, right?
you
I've been
have. I
extremely
agree.
patient to the point that I've even
You
came
have.
here again a month later. But what I'm saying is, when I went with my P900, for example, right, I had to remember to change the time to what they claimed. It's like this arbitrary determination of what time zone that they were going to use, right? Because if the sun just stays up the whole time, then what time zone are you in? So they just picked a time zone that was the same as Punta Arenas. And if you film something with the camera and don't
Oh,
change the time
so
zone, then
that's
you
the
could have the.
reason?
I
Is
don't
that
know,
the
because I'm
reason why
just.
everything
I don't know.
isn't? Because that was my next question, is why is it like when Duffy shared when Duffy shared your video today about you saying that you didn't get the Wi-Fi code or whatever, and then showed footage of you like an hour after that the Starlink was up and you were talking about how you were like, did you see that today? So in that
No, I
clip,
don't care. I don't care.
okay, well, in that clip, the sun is in the same spot that, like, in the other video, it was, it said midnight. It was a midnight, supposed to be midnight in Antarctica at that point, a part of the mountain. But on the screen, it says 11, 30, whatever. From Point Arentas or whatever time. And I'm like, well, if they're in Antarctica, why are they putting like Chile's time, like time zone in there? I don't understand why you wouldn't put Antarctica. So technically it would have been 3:30 something in the morning, not 11 something. So it's things aren't matching up with what they're saying or what you guys are saying, because I'm just now put you all in one camp. It's not even flat earthers versus globe. It's the Antarctica people are claiming that this was a midnight sun over the mountain. But then when you look at other footage, it's show this the sun and the shadows aren't matching up with what you guys are saying. So that's where the biggest discrepancies are coming in. So if you don't know that argument, you should probably go and watch that part of the video, because it's pretty, like, that to me is like the way bigger topic than just talking about whether or not you did an interview in Point Arenas or in Antarctica or whatever. So are you
Okay.
saying that the footage itself was set to Point Arenas or
What?
whatever?
I just said I don't even know what the argument is. I'm not saying anything.
Union
Like
Glacier. My understanding is that Union Glacier uses Punta Arenas time zone, correct? That's what the whole site, Union Glacier, uses the Punta Arenas time
yes,
zone? Yeah,
yes.
that's a standard, yeah.
So it's not a 4-hour difference between Point Arenas and
No.
Antarctica?
No, they use the same time zone because that's where
Antarctica's a
they
whole
fly in and out
place.
from there. Yeah, they fly in
No,
and
I
out.
know.
They
I
have it
looked up
coordinated.
Union Glacier today. I looked up Union Glacier and Point Arenas, and they were 4-hour time difference when I looked it up.
No, yeah, but I've already heard that there's like one place that reports it wrong. There's a couple places that report it wrong. All I know for a fact is that they were using the Punta Arenas time zone. It was the same, and Union Glacier as Punta Arenas, which is like 2 hours different from Eastern. But I will say with this same like sales pitch, this same like conviction of this is the one that's really damn like you. To be fair, you've presented all of it like that, right? And it's like just none of them are correct. So it's whatever. And I will just say when you go too hard, I mean, hopefully you can walk it back whatever. But when people go too hard, like they can't walk it back. Like I already knew Banjo was like that because I met Banjo in private and said, buddy, your book is wrong. Okay. And I went through it with him and he refused to take it down or to admit it because he's too invested. And a lot of these people are going to be too invested and claiming it was fake. They're going to go down with the ship, but they're going to still then make this like conclusory claim that's like all the evidence. I mean, come on, if you just put it all together, but in reality, we just now chipped away at all of it. But you just still say all of it as if it's this big pile of stuff. And there's this reoccurring theme where it's like, oh, I didn't think about that. Oh, that does make sense. Oh, I must have misunderstood that. That's what all of it is. Okay, it's misunderstanding, or you haven't got the actual proper answer. One thing QOP said, for example, was like, Witsit said this wasn't the same mountain. He's like, oh, how many times does someone have to lie before you know they're lying or something like that? It's like, yeah, I said it wasn't the same mountain when I was talking to Dustin. I was wrong. The reason I assumed it wasn't the same mountain was because it was like a 20-minute freaking drive and we were going kind of slow, of course, in the snow, but I knew it was a few miles away. So I just assumed it wasn't the same mountain. But it turns out it is the same mountain. And then I was shown the drone footage. Jaren told me live. I found that out on Kingdom of Context that it was the same mountain. I didn't even know. That's not lying though, right? Like I didn't know. Lying
Yeah, no,
requires
I
intention.
understand.
Yeah, that was just being mistaken. By the way, I have
Well, and
something I want to bring up too. So, but go ahead.
wait, can I just ask one more thing? The footage of the Jaren burning the paper, is that like the only experiment he did, first of all? And second of all, when watching that, his shadow is going one way and the shadows on the tents are going the exact opposite way. Like, how is that possible?
Okay, the shadow thing has been pretty thoroughly explained based on the camera you're using, the angle, and the angle of the light source. I wouldn't call that an experiment, but
No, he
we
was
didn't do.
doing
Yeah, I know. He took the magnifying glass. I know, but like
yeah.
we didn't look. We didn't do a bunch of quote unquote experiments. We were told we could only bring one bag, and then we were told we had to bring very specific clothing, specific layers. And when you
No,
get
I
everything they
understand. I
say
was
with
just
so we couldn't do any tests there. That's what's so frustrating about it is that we went there with like all the odds stacked against us, right? All the mainstream media obviously ready to. They had all these media runs like queued up. They're going to take us out of context. We can't really bring stuff we're lied about. I don't know what Duffy said in that video. I guess he's showing me using the internet shortly after. Yeah, because I had to go secretly behind his back and get the code, right?
an
And
hour
then had to
later
like
though, that was
hide.
the timestamp
That,
on it,
that,
was
that
an hour,
it
not
doesn't matter.
7 or 8 hours or 18
Dude,
hours. Because you also claimed
this is the point. He came and then offered me the Wi-Fi code the next morning, like 8 hours later, meaning he
I thought it was
didn't get
18 hours.
No, what? No, I've never
You
said
said
18
18
hours.
hours. You did in I think the first stream that you did when you came back, you said 18 hours, and then in another conversation with Karen B, you said 7 or 8 hours. And so
I
that's
don't think
another
I've ever said
inconsistency.
18. I don't remember
Yeah.
that. If I
And
did, I
then
misspoke.
when you
I'm
talked to Karen, you
almost
said it
guaranteed I
could
didn't
have
even
been
say
overnight.
it.
And then,
I'm sure I didn't even say
according to
it. I
Duffy,
didn't
it
say
was an
it.
hour.
I can almost guarantee I didn't even say 18. Duffy's a liar. Duffy, when I talked about how I wanted to do a stream, it was the next day, and he's like, "Do you need the Wi-Fi?" So I had to sneak behind his back and get it from Mark. And then Mark was like, don't let him know I told you though. Okay. So what I've said the whole time was that he set up the Wi-Fi, said we couldn't have it, gave the password to the Globers, then didn't give the password to the Flat Earthers until many hours later, which is just a fact. I had to sneak around and get it and then try to make sure he didn't know I had it, which means I definitely couldn't do like live streams and stuff, right? Because I wasn't supposed to have the internet. So I
Jaren
didn't
did a
lie or
live
anything
stream
there either.
at the first camp. You couldn't do one there?
That's a different No, that wasn't the point, dude. The point was that when we first got there, we set everything up and we ate. Jaren did a stream, so I'm like, okay, Jaren's gonna do this stream and let everyone know we're here. Different Wi-Fi at the different camp. The point was that I couldn't do a stream when we were now at the next place when everyone else was doing their like update stream where we're actually going to be filming the sun because we weren't technically supposed to have the Wi-Fi. So I didn't lie about anything to do with that. And this is what's also pissing me off why I just had to step away. You have these Globers that went on the trip and now they're putting out hit pieces and they're lying. They're lying about what happened on the trip. They're slandering me. They're claiming that I'm lying, right? And now I also, like, you have McKeegan saying, like, it looks like, well, maybe Witsit did fake his breath, but that doesn't invalidate the trip. I didn't fake my freaking breath. So I have the Globers over here lying about me, all working together to try to slander me. And then I have all the flat earthers doing it at the same time. So, and it's just like, oh my God, this is so gay. Why did I go? I went to try to help out the community. I went for you guys. That's what pisses me off. It's whatever. I'm not just going to call in here and rant, but it's just like, it's so annoying. It doesn't take a freaking Sherlock Holmes to put together, oh, wait a minute. If Duffy dropping videos trying to expose that Witsit's lying, they're not on some big elaborate conspiracy together. And wait till you guys see the behind the scene footage where I'm like just going off on these people. And completely go off on these people and call them out and expose them to their face and call them liars.
Do you have footage of that in case
Yeah,
they
well,
don't release that? Oh, sorry,
Jonathan
Fluff.
has it. Yes, I already checked. Jonathan, he has it. Jonathan's not going to send anything that he has though, because he doesn't know he's going to use in the documentary. And Mattoon has it, but I guarantee you he's not going to release it. But yet they're both telling the story and lying about it, even though Mattoon has that footage, but he won't release it for obvious reasons. He gets completely exposed.
It's just the
Hey
idea
guys,
that you would have
can I
like
say my?
a
Can I get
I
in
go.
at some point? Go ahead,
All
unless
right.
you have a direct response to that.
It's just
I just had like, I mean, I certainly have some thoughts on all this stuff, but I'm not gonna go long because you guys are, there's a lot. I just had my like 1-2 minute thing I wanted to, not even, it's just yeah, at some point. But
well,
did
I
you
was
want to
gonna
respond to that first, or?
yeah, I was gonna say that it's just like the idea of like a false dialectic where you have like all the flat earthers are really suspect of it for a reason. And it's because we haven't had footage of this thing until 2025. We finally got legit, supposedly legit footage. But what they do is they create false dialectics where they put out shills, people like Alex Jones, Eric Dubay, like the alternative information truther people are controlled op, and then they'll have those people argue against other shills, and it's all a giant gatekeeping scam. It's a giant scheme to keep everyone away from higher level information. And it would be very easy to not look like a shill, but like you've had a lot of opportunities. But like one example is the point that XO brings up about how flat Earth is just the same deception as the globe Earth. And I know that that point has been made to you specifically and many other flat earthers, and they just spurg out and actually gatekeep truth. So I just see gatekeeping of truth going on from people who make content, people who are the leaders of this movement. So
Why do you
the
why do you
whole
keep
thing
doing
is
this, Bob? Why do you keep doing
suspect.
this? Well, you know, like you did this with the whole health thing, right? You told the story, included me in it, as if I actually tried to gatekeep and shut down, and that wasn't true. Actually, I
Yeah, you're
defended you in this room. I defended you in this room. I still manned your position, and I actually said, actually, guys, I thought it sounded crazy at first too, but stop interrupting him. This is what he's actually saying. What he's saying actually makes sense. You left that part of it out to paint this narrative. Doing the same thing here. I've been the one of the only
no, that was
guys
a
who have
different.
always stood up for EXO, who have always tried to make sure he doesn't get kicked out or muted, has always still manned his position. Is that I think he's abrasive, but I think he's correct. I've done entire presentations on that idea at the Kingdom of Context conference. I make the point all the time that Earth is just land. You can't objectify the Earth, and that's actually correct. So why are you bundling me in, claiming that I'm some
Yeah, but then
gatekeeper
you
that shuts
revert
that down?
back. Well, we did have that conversation in Aether Cosmology, and you said that. But then, like an hour later, you came into Earth Awakenings, and I asked you, like, "Oh, why did they ban XO from Aether Cosmology?" And you like freaked out and said, like, "Oh, we're not gonna have people who just run the room, and he just takes over the room and all this stuff." And it's like he didn't even talk. So
What? I did
I
not.
see
I
the
did
same.
not
Like just
freak
because
out.
you backed me up, you did. Just because you backed me up on the fasting thing, you're still anti like raw meat. and you talk about germ theory is all a psyop. I just
Germ
see
theory is a
gatekeeping going on.
psyop. Wait, you're saying germ theory is
Okay.
real? Now I'm an agent because I don't
No,
believe
I'm
in
saying
germ
it's a
theory.
psyop.
Okay, yeah, I say it all
You
the
think germ
time.
theory is a psyop, yeah, but you're still anti raw meat.
No, it's not that I'm anti-raw meat. It's that I don't prefer to eat rotting raw meat. It's like I want to sear it. Like I eat it before, medium rare. Like it doesn't even matter. I never said that you were wrong in terms of health. I said I don't want to eat rotting raw meat personally. That's just too far for me. Like I think urine therapy, there's probably truth to it. I don't want to drink my urine, right? Like it's like
All right.
whatever.
That's fine. That's
dude.
fine. But the point is,
All right,
there's a
Vlad, but
reason
dude,
why
this is
people
I
are
don't know,
suspect.
man. This is getting less constructive. You're now just like venting about your like critiques of his life at this point. Like, I don't know, dude. Like
No,
I
no,
know
I'm
you
just
seem
saying.
to be a fan of him, but like at some point it's like you're just critiquing
really.
everything he says. I mean, dude, he
No,
has
no.
viewpoints on things. Like where's this going?
I'm just
I'm
saying the
hearing
reason why people are suspect is
Vlad.
they just see the same pattern going on everywhere else with all these people who make content and are
But none of them go and show their real identity and make content and show us how to do it. Do you notice that that's the common theme? Do you notice that
well,
all these
that's
super
not true.
truthers, I call them super truth. Okay, name one person that shows their real identity, consistently makes content for years, and has built some type of following that isn't a show.
Me,
Scott
wakey
Primal.
wakey,
That's one.
wakey wakey.
So you said you, and I don't know what you look like. I'm sure that someone maybe does. You don't actually do long form live stream content for years, building a big following. So I'll say it
My
again.
first
If someone
video was 9 years ago or 8 years ago, but long
building
before
a
you did.
big
And my face is
following,
all over my old videos. And I have like, so you're right there. You're saying you just said name somebody. I named you, him, myself, and Wakey Wakey. There's two people right there, and he was actually banned from YouTube. The people that you went along with, Glowbusters and all them, claimed to be banned just as an excuse to delete all of the evidence of the old um grifting that was happening 7 years ago. And the Globers and the Flat Earthers back then were actually working together to expose them because it was bullshit.
you know what I'm
But
saying? You just
whatever.
make baseless assertions, and like you should
It's
have
not
more
baseless. Anybody
integrity.
that's been
You
around, you
immediately
haven't been
interrupted
around
me.
for
This
what,
is what you
4
gotta do.
years
That's,
with
hold
Flat
on, that's a
Earthers?
lot, Rusted. Hold on. You just said a lot. That's a lot of claims about a lot of things, and then you instantly
Okay.
interrupted. I mean, that's not fair to do it that way, but okay, just do it. Do you want to respond? And I really just want at least like 30 seconds to say my one thing.
Yeah.
Because
I'm
I'm
just
sorry. Go
gonna say,
ahead, Gio.
I'll hand it
After
right
him,
back
you
to you.
can go.
Yeah, and just like, look, man, you say the things like they're facts. We pretend to be banned just so we can cover blah blah. No one pretended to be anything. Almost anytime I talk about something other than flat Earth, my freaking video gets censored. I talk about flat Earth there. I talk about other stuff on other platforms. I've been debanked. I've been kicked off PayPal. I'll show the receipts of all this stuff. No one's pretending to be banned or whatever. I wasn't on Glowbuster 7 years ago. Can't attest to anything they did or didn't do. You told me, for example, Bob faked his death. I looked at the man dead. So yeah, I know that you are oftentimes very wrong about things, and you say them as if they're definitively true. Okay, and that is the problem. So if you are occasionally correct, well, it's really hard to ever take you seriously when you say everything as if you know it's a definitive fact. You state it as if it's a fact, and they're literally just untrue things.
I
That's the
witnessed it.
problem.
You said you weren't around 7 years ago. I was. There's plenty of people that have been around and witnessed all of the grifting and all of the lies that happened back then. And the reason why they deleted all of their things, all of their videos, was because Bob was lying about a bunch of stuff. They all were lying about a bunch of stuff. And then they deleted their videos and claimed that they were being censored by YouTube. It was bullshit, in my opinion. And everybody else back then
Got
saw it
access
too.
to
So
the
are we
Glowbusters
talking about,
channel and have
yeah,
seen
people
that
that
they've been
aren't here?
censored. I can show the receipts right now. I can go home and show the receipts of the history of how many things have been taken down and how
Please
many
do.
strikes Glowbusters. Yeah. And then when I
Please do.
do, you'll just pretend it never happened and you'll move on to the next slander that you've been repeating
How
for
do you
years.
know what I'm gonna do
Like it's just
until
because
you
that's what
actually
you
show me the
do. That's
evidence?
what you do. And let me say one more thing. The
Okay,
point that I
well
was
then
making
let
was
me
the other
prove
the
or
point, and
disprove it,
the point.
and let
Can I
Geo
make the other
talk
point? I want to get.
because
Yeah, I'm going to give it to Geo, but I want to make the bigger point here. This is the problem. The reason that truthers can never be successful and can never actually get out the truth, right? It's because of what I call the super truthers. It's never enough. You wore orange, you breathed 7 times, whatever it is. I took a still shot of your 4-hour video. It looks like you're kind of pointing up, whatever it is. Anytime someone shows their real identity and is getting actually attacked in real life, because to talk about these things in real life sucks. And when someone takes those bullets, the people that they think they're doing it for literally slander them and say that they're actually agents. And I said, give me someone with a big following that shows their real identity and has been doing it for years that isn't an agent. You said Wakey Wakey, don't know much about him. Okay, whatever. You named one person and yourself. And that's kind of my point. Is like no one
You don't know
you can
Wakey Wakey? Well, there's not that many people out that
I
aren't
don't know
chills.
that
He
much
doesn't
about
ask
him.
for money. You really don't know who Wakey Wakey is? Are you serious?
Did you hear me say I don't know that much about him? Was there a perplexing
No,
aspect of
that's
the
just
statement? Like,
surprising that you're that. I mean, okay, whatever. Sorry, Gio. You can go next. I'm just
okay,
really
yeah,
surprised you
Gio,
don't
go
know
ahead.
Wakey.
There's basically no one
hang
now
tight.
that aren't chills.
Well, Gio can go or whatever, but Verity was trying to get in like way before, right, when things were getting. So if Gio wants to go, but just let her get in too, please, at some point. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you. This is a lot of energy of all that's being discussed. Okay, I just wanted to say basically one thing. I mean, I could have comments on the various things that were said in the last hours, but I'll hold back and just kind of chill. I won't really comment on everything, although yeah, there's a lot, of course, of that's been said. I just wanted to say one thing basically, just because it did mention me in your video where you said about the direction of the sun going in the south and the north. And you were saying that something about how I said, it goes the opposite direction. And then you were showing the videos and you said, oh, this debunks it right here. And you kind of like laughed and said you debunked it. Well, the thing is, you're playing those videos in reverse. So if you
Yes, I
go and
know.
look at the video, a few of them are being
Yeah.
played in reverse. When you play them forward, the sun always goes from right to left at the Union Glacier. Like that one I found of the skydiving video where there was that 24-hour one, it goes, yeah, right to left. And then the one that the McKeegan one does as well. So I'm just saying like whereas the ones in the north will go left to right, they'll go the opposite. So it's just like the stars clockwise, counterclockwise, same
Yeah.
type of motion. So, but it's reversed or whatever. But anyways, you were showing them in reverse, and then you said that something about you mentioned me,
Like
and
I
then
accidentally,
something.
yeah, 'cause that was in reference to when you were talking to Q up, and he said, and you said, well, it's impossible to fake that, and he was like, well, you could just put them in reverse or just like mirror the unless you're like looking at someone's face or something, and like they have like a certain thing on the side of their face, you wouldn't be able to tell. Like you said something about birds flying backwards, but there are no birds in Antarctica, so you admitted that or whatever, like But my point was that I was just saying like, oh, he said this couldn't be done, and I was just looking at the differences between the two, and it was making it go back and forth, and I was like, oh, look, I just did it. I probably should have cut
Okay,
that
all
out. There was
right.
a couple parts that I forgot to cut out in there that I was like, shit, that did sound kind of bad. I wasn't trying to have insults in it at all, and so my apologies that I did leave a couple in there on accident. But yeah, that part was more just kind of like you did say that couldn't be done, but obviously, like if somebody put something in reverse on a video, it could be done. So I don't know, whatever. Maybe
All
it
right.
wasn't
Well,
that.
I mean, I do appreciate the clarification there because the way the video made it seem like was that I was saying that they rotated the other way, and then but you were playing it in reverse. It made me
No,
think,
I'm
wait, was
sorry. I
that like?
didn't.
All
No,
right.
I didn't mean it like that. My bad.
All right, if you're just saying that it could or couldn't be reversed, I mean, I would never say that that you can't reverse video. I mean, sure, you always could reverse it. I mean, the thing is though, in the time lapse, like the one that I found from that skydiving one, there you can see the ground layer of people going in and out of their tents and like scurrying around. So, I mean, if it was going in reverse, you'd be able to see them going backwards instead of forward because there are people on the ground on that one. In terms of the like McKeegan one and all that, I mean, we could look at all of theirs to see, but there's like people in it as well. So yeah, I mean, I may have said something about reversing it would not just be some like easy thing in that way to do, just because of like yeah, the fact that you would
People
have to
being in
have
it and
everything
everything.
else that would yeah.
Yeah, I feel you.
Do you want to
Did
go,
Well,
Verity?
or
Yes.
Aeon, or
sorry,
what's your
it's
name? Is it Verity or Aeon, or what's the other name you go
Verity.
by? I don't know.
Verity.
Verity. Okay. Okay.
I mean, the
So,
only other small point just to tag on the end is at the one point you said that Lady Blunt, it said that they may see the sun in the south, and you were kind of
Mhm.
making it sound like may as if she was like, well, you may see it there. But if you read right the next sentence, it says, and we also may see it in the north, the Arctic. So they use that term may, and even though the one in the north has been confirmed,
Yeah.
even back then. So,
And
anyways,
maybe
I'm
at
just
that
saying her wording. Yeah.
her wording might be whatever. Yeah, I guess it's all open to interpretation, right?
That's what's sad about this is flat Earth is going to seemingly a large percentage of flat Earth is going to continue forward as if there's no evidence of a 24-hour sun and completely halt progression of understanding in terms of where we actually live in the conversation when the entire objective was the exact opposite, right? And so
Well, it's a good thing you
it's
can't
Richard,
control what people think.
how big of a number of do you think, like, community wise? Because I mean, like in
Oh.
here, I mean, I may be different on different channels, but I mean, what is like the number? And do you think right now, percentage wise?
I see. Yeah, I think the people that claimed it was faked or whatever always over exaggerated, but I think the amount of people that flat earthers that actually think it was faked is maybe 25%, maybe 25% at this point. I think the number's gone down, but
No
I
way.
don't. Yeah, you guys all say that. That's what I'm saying. You guys all act like it's 85, 90%. It's absolutely not because I get contacted by tons of people. And
Oh, yeah,
I
that's
know
another
that
thing.
that's not
Wait,
the
I got a quick question. You said before that um your inbox is full of big channels trying to interview you. You get paid for those big channels that interview you. And if you're hurting for
No.
money, why aren't you
No,
doing a
you
bunch of
don't.
those interviews?
Wait, time out.
Yeah,
What makes
on
you
the
think you
big
get
channels,
paid
they
to do
pay
that?
you. They
No.
pay people to go on.
No, they don't.
Okay, well, okay, if they don't pay you, why aren't you going on these bigger channels? You said your whole inbox was full like a month
I
ago,
haven't
and you
started.
haven't done any.
Okay, so quickly move over. Okay, so you don't get paid to go on the shows. Depending on the connect, sometimes you get travel expenses paid, but you're supposed to consider it an honor that they're giving you the platform. You don't get paid to go on big shows, so you don't know what you're talking about. But I was hoping to wait for the Candace Owens show first, and that's gotten delayed for whatever reason because of the whole thing. So I was hoping to do that one first. Also, like the last week or so, I've actually been like had this crazy cough since Antarctica. In the last week or so, it's gotten crazy. And every day I wake up, I have this like insane cough, and I can actually like taste blood in my throat.
Oh,
And
that's
so
not
like
good.
I've been like crazy sick the last week. So yeah, I just haven't been
You've
doing
been
it.
cutting out the vaping and the cigarette smoking?
Yeah, I don't. Yes. Yeah.
Okay,
I
good.
just did
As
that
long
in
as you're
Antarctica. But and there's no way that I'm like I'm coughing and stuff because I hit a vape in Antarctica and I smoked like one cigarette, right? But whatever it
Did they
is
have you
bad. I was convinced to take ivermectin. We'll see. We'll see. It actually looks like a
don't
yeah,
take ivermectin, not the big
well,
Merck garbage. The
too
big
late. Too
pharma.
late.
It's owned by
Too late.
Merck. There's like 30 side effects. Please don't
Well,
take. I
it's too
don't.
late.
I may not like you, but please don't take ivermectin.
Yeah, I was gonna
Jesus.
say it
Take
doesn't
some
seem now
garlic and
you've been
honey,
like
if
trying
anything.
to rip them apart for hours, and now you're like, oh, caring for them and like let me feel healthy.
That's the
Well,
mom in
no,
me.
my
I
throat
can't
hurt
help
so
it. Take
bad
some
I didn't
garlic and
care.
honey.
So.
Get some rest. Stop talking so
Well,
much. Go get off right
well,
now and go to bed.
I
Shit.
mean, why not originally, like all these things, why not originally have just brought them up to Austin, to all of us here without doing all of the like slander and attacks and calling, you know what I'm saying? Like, why not just have done this
Because
first?
I'm old school. This is what you do on YouTube. This is how it was back in the day. If this isn't how you understand how things work out here, then like,
So you're
welcome to the
just
show.
doing like things out of integrity to try to create drama in some old way of
No,
like.
not at all.
That
This is
is
how I
absolutely what
feel.
she does.
This is how I
Yeah,
feel.
she's a
These are
disingenuous human being,
Well,
and
let's
that's
not
all she
attack
is.
her. I'm just asking. I'm
no,
not
no,
trying to.
attack me. Please
No, it's just
show
absolute
everybody your
fact.
real colors. Show
It's just
everybody your
absolute
true
fact.
colors. That's cool. We all know
Well, you
about
just
your
admitted
history,
that
so.
you put stuff online, not really
No,
knowing if
because
it's true,
dude, I
and
have
then stated.
messaged you. No, I did not say that. And I messaged you. Okay, the first video that I made in a very long time was the Maui thing for you specifically because when we spoke, you didn't know any of the videos I was referencing. And I was like, you know what? Instead of just sending you individual videos, I'm going to make a quick, 30-minute, 40-minute, whatever, I forget how long it was, breakdown of the stuff. You never responded, never anything. I'm like, oh, okay, fine, whatever. And it took a while. I was like, I get passionate about things. Sometimes I make
Does she
videos,
ever
sometimes
shut
I
up?
don't. I see a bunch of stuff that I now I'm like, wow, this needs to be pointed out and this needs to be pointed out. So I make videos about it. This is what people do as content creators. Like, I don't know. I'm not sitting here trying to
No,
like
you say
Yeah, I
things
charge
as
know.
people for
definitive
anything. I'm
fact
not
in the
saying please
videos. You said
donate
my
to me. I
wife
don't have
was a
any PayPal. I don't
therapist.
have any kind of money donation thing going on. I'm doing this on my
That
free
isn't
time.
some
This is
flex, dude. If someone puts their real identity out and
my real identity.
jeopardizes
My
their
face
ability,
is in my
please stop
videos. I don't
interrupting
know
me.
what you're
Yeah,
talking
okay,
about.
and
My
trust me,
real
you're not gonna
identity has
get.
been doxed
Okay, cool. And
numerous
guess
times
what? You're
7, 8 years
never
ago.
gonna get a job that requires any
I don't
public
need a job.
reputation.
I work for myself,
Okay,
bro. I
you're
don't need.
look.
I don't care
Listen
what
to
Hold
the
somebody
on. Ever
point
says.
since
that
I
I'm
brought this up,
making,
it's just
bro.
it's been like a total intense thing ever since I brought that up. I mean, can we
Yo,
go one at a time? Or
just chill. Like, look, the point I'm making
I was
is
just
You
saying,
said
why
I
if
can't
don't
we
put my
just?
someone
face out there. I do.
Rustic, can you chill? You don't even know what I'm saying. Okay,
You
the
just
point
said
is,
it.
oh my God, dude, you can't control yourself. You keep on bringing up that some people offer the ability to donate to them as if it somehow proves they're a shill, and it's this giant flex that you don't have a PayPal. No one cares, bro. When people are putting their real identity out and they're talking about a lot of these
My real
subjects, certainly,
identity is out.
please stop. And they're actually getting traction, if they actually are able to be seen and easily searched, they have now effectively, permanently jeopardized much of the successful future employment they could have. Okay, you can go get a job that doesn't really matter, where they don't really care about your public reputation or what you do online. But for example, I lost the sales rep offer I had right early on in Flat Earth when I was making content early on because of my Flat Earth stuff. They told me to take it down.
Why didn't you take up that?
If
Hey,
people,
Hey, no. Let me say one thing about that specifically. You said that you got offered $10,000 for some video game stuff. Why? I would rather you take money for some cat video game than hitting up the truther community nonstop for a backpack or a compass or whatever the fuck else you need. So please, why would you turn down $10,000 to do a 1-minute ad for a cat video game? Why would you turn that down? Are you
I
stupid?
didn't.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
I
I
watched the
retract that last
trailer
statement.
of the video game and it had like weird sexual references in it and stuff, and I'm not putting it on my channel and promoting it
What was the name of
because
it?
they want you. I don't remember. I can find it. They want you
Yes,
to
please find
act
it.
like, calm down, dude. They want you to act
I'm
like you
curious. Like,
know the can you calm
Jesus
down, dude?
Christ.
You can't
Rusty,
calm
you
down.
gotta chill, dude.
Please
You're like this
stop
is like
with
a
it.
you're kind of acting a bit like the paparazzi right now. I gotta say.
dude,
You're
So they
asking like
you
1,000 questions while half attacking, but also like
because
reporting and trying to get all this
I
info.
have a million
Just,
I
Rusted.
have a million
This
questions.
entire
I'm sorry.
server is controlled op. Goodbye.
okay.
hold on.
All right. So
Controlled
what I'm
op,
trying
is
to
that what she said?
Yo, what I'm
Go
trying to
ahead.
say though is you have to pretend like you played. They want you to act like they actually want you to play the game. They want you to play the game or act like you played the game and act like it's really good and act like you enjoyed it. It's not just that you play it, it's that you pretend you liked it, you promote it, you try to convince people to go get it. I'm not going to do that. I don't even
Okay.
think video games are good, much less am I going to lie and pretend I played a video game, much less am I going to go play a video game and act like it's really good and try and convince.
Yeah,
I
it's
try
a
to convince
version of
younger people
selling
not to
yourself.
play video games. Yeah, exactly. So
I
I
know,
didn't do that.
but
That's why I brought that up,
asking
was as one of the many examples I could provide of how I actually turned down money so that I would never feel like I'm selling out. And I didn't feel like I was selling out at all with the blends because I tried them. I was fasting. And when I drank it, I was able to keep fasting and I actually got good results. It gave me energy and curbed my appetite. It worked. The ingredients, there was nothing wrong with the ingredients. It was clean. So I'm like, okay, I could tell people this is a good fasting blend. It actually helps. The electrolyte blends, I never even fasted with electrolytes, only water. And I told people, technically, you can just try to make it yourself. I said, there's also apparently like lemon, and you could put Celtic salt and lemon in water and distill water and do it. But if you want to support the channel, this is a good way to do it because I get a cut from this. So it's like, instead of you just trying to donate to me, you can actually get a fasting blend. You can be a part of the community fast. And people weren't even just paying for the blend. They were then getting one-on-one access. They were getting like small groups where you got to say, hey, I'm going through this. Hey, I got this far
so
in
do
and
you
it
still
got
have the
hard. Do you have
RV?
suggestions for this? Yes, I
You
still
still
have an
got that
RV.
RV?
Yeah, we're
Did you
trying to
sell
sell
it?
it right now. We're literally
You
trying to
are
sell it.
really? How much are you
Yeah,
selling it for?
because I don't know. They're supposed to appraise it today, ironically, but it's gonna suck and we're upside down, guaranteed.
Yeah, that's how it is when we buy RVs for sure. I've had like 3, 4 RVs, so I get it. And I've done all the work on them myself. So you actually redid the floors on that yourself? Did you redo the roof too, or was it the roof was good?
Are
The
you
roof was
satisfied,
good.
Jenna? Are you satisfied yet?
I'm not talking to you, Riggs. Go
Yeah,
away.
this is just I need to ask you these questions because right now you're questioning his integrity and you have
No,
been
I was
for a
asking
very
him
long
about his
time.
RV.
I'm going to finish what I'm
That's what I
saying.
was asking.
Yeah, but you're doing it in a very amicable, kind of like kind of way. But I just want everyone to know here. I mean, just looking at your channel, you're kind of like attacking him for his integrity at every length of the way. But I'm looking at your channel. It seems like your channel is just entirely about slandering him. I see his face on over a dozen
Past
of
2
your
weeks.
thumbnails.
Yeah, the past 2
And
weeks.
I see
Yeah.
his wife's face on there. I see Witsit spits it.
Yeah,
Truth
they're
prevails, proves Witsit
I'm
lies. Well, here's the thing. You can pretend to be nice. You can try to, squeeze a little bit more information out of him for your personal benefit, which it seems you're doing. And after
yeah,
this
because I'm getting
extremely
so much money for
embarrassing
making these videos.
display
Rusted,
of
please stop interrupting him.
trutherism, after this extremely embarrassing display about you and this truth about TFE, are you going to say, okay, you know what? I was wrong. I apologize. And I've been a little piece
No,
of
because
shit.
I'm not wrong.
You're
I'm a
not,
piece of shit.
you're not going to take these fucking videos down.
No,
You have
fuck
no
no.
integrity. So you can be a liar then, and you can just call everyone else a liar. Well, you have no
What
integrity.
am I lying about? Nobody's proved anything. He hasn't
Well,
even.
yeah, exactly.
He
You
hasn't even
haven't proved
posted his
anything.
footage. Why don't
Every
you post
fucking
it?
question, everything that you bring forward is garbage. Garbage.
Okay, you want to
And then
cry
you
about
laugh
it?
about it, and now you try to like squeeze more
And now you're
information
gonna
out of
cry
them as if
about
it's
it.
going to prove something else, and it never does. It's never good enough
Okay.
for you.
But no, what would be
So
good
now
is
that
to
you've been
see the
absolutely
data. Let's see the
embarrassed
footage. Let's see the
thoroughly,
footage.
are you
Let's
going to
let.
actually take
Where's
down
Jaren's
all this
footage?
slander?
No, I'm
Is that what
not,
you're going
because
to
I
do?
stand behind it. I stand behind all of it, every single
Well, your
thing.
whole platform is sucking this dude's nuts, and it's all
Well,
wrong.
Okay,
So
can
if
we
you think that
okay.
you built a
bring it down
platform
a
out of
notch,
trutherism,
you guys?
all you've done is
Just-
suck someone else's nuts and be wrong the
Okay,
whole time.
Okay, well, it's good thing that I don't care what other people think. This is my opinion, and you can't control what I do and do not make videos about and what my opinion is. I know this is a
No, it's
control
okay.
issue for you
Because now
people
the
who want
integrity
to
is your
think.
Riggs,
problem.
No,
please
let me
don't
How about
finish,
that?
interrupt
Riggs.
her. Riggs,
Don't
please,
interrupt me.
you
You
let
got.
her. Yeah, or are we gonna
All I gotta.
allow this? No, you didn't.
I don't
I don't
know.
know
This
if
is
you're gonna
getting a
steer
bit.
or
It's a
not.
bit.
This is
What?
intense.
Yeah, it
Let me
is.
just
I
finish
agree,
my
but I mean, if
sentence.
we're gonna go through it, though, Rusted, hold on. You have spent hours saying a lot of these things. I mean, at least, like, I mean, unless
Okay,
we're
let me
trying not to
finish
do
my
like
sentence
any.
and I'll
Hold
go.
on, we're not trying like no like egregious attacks and insults. However, like it is getting heated, but I mean, Riggs should be able to have the mic for a minute to speak, right? You've said all this other
Yeah,
stuff.
I I get
You're
it.
just
That's fine.
interrupting and talking over
He
him.
asked me a question and now I'm responding and then I'll be done and I'll leave because it's late. I gotta go to bed anyways. So my only point is this whole thing, it seems like a control freak issue. Like all of you people want to control how other people think and how they look at your footage. And because they're not looking at it the way that you want them to look at it, now we're deemed as anti-truthers, as these schizophrenics, as all these insults that you threw out. I did not call you a schizophrenic, anything, whatever. Not until I only started making videos after you started attacking me for pointing out obvious to me that's obvious. So whatever. You can hate me, you can call me whatever you want. I really don't care. So you guys
Okay,
have a
well, let me
good
say one more
night.
thing. Let me say one last
Have
thing to you.
fun.
Let me say that it isn't just your opinions. You make definitive, accusatory, slanderous claims, right? For example, you claim my wife's a therapist and that we offered marriage counseling. Both a lie. You act like I offered
It was
therapy. Not true at all. That's objectively not true at all. My wife wasn't even involved with any of that. My wife isn't a therapist. We didn't offer any type of counseling for couples, and that's literally just a made up lie. You just made it up. And I never offered any counseling. But the person that sold the blends, he is a therapist. He does emotional tap therapy. I told you all about it at the
yes.
time. There are many different examples like that where you basically claimed I was sponsored by Nike. You claimed that I actually
I
grifted off of
asked
the
you.
blend. You claimed that I
Asked
grifted
you.
off the blends. You made the claim. No. You
I
said,
did. I said, "Are
listen,
you
listen, listen,
sponsored
listen.
by Nike?"
In
Was the
your
question.
videos, you say that we offered couples counseling. That
Was
is
the
just a made
title
up
of your
lie.
video was how to deal, or maybe not how to deal. It said trauma, relationships, and some other stuff in the title of your video, okay? And then you sold the life reset program that was on your website that you promoted. It was $33, $3, and $11. All of these things led me to believe that if I signed up for these things, you would be life coaching me, which does include relationships. It was on your thumbnail. So So
See,
sorry
and
if
this is
that's
how I
not.
know
And then there was a
you're
time
actually a
the
liar, right?
information
Because
about your
you know
wife.
you're
Wait, let me
lying right
finish.
now.
Let me finish about the information about your wife. So the reason why I thought she was a therapist was because there was a couple different people that had mentioned. I haven't listened to all of your live streams, but they were people that are in our group that have been listening to you for a very long time and said in one of your live streams at the end when you were like asking to donate and something you were saying, oh yeah, you know, like your wife's in it was either school for therapy or doing something for therapy, maybe, or maybe
No,
maybe I'm mistaken, but that was what
you're
I'd heard.
always
So you're
mistaken.
right, that wasn't,
So,
I didn't have in paper for sure that she was a therapist. So my bad for saying that. I
and you
will
claim that
retract that.
we offered counseling therapy. My
I
wife
didn't
has
say
never
we, I
done
said
anything.
you. I said
You
you
said
offered on
you
your website
guys,
the
you've
life
claimed that
reset.
my
Okay.
wife and me offered couples therapy. That's
I
what
didn't
you
say
said.
couples
It
therapy.
isn't
You
true.
and your wife didn't do couples
Yes,
therapy. I didn't say that.
you
I said,
did.
okay, dude,
Yes,
whatever.
you
People can go
did.
back
Okay,
and
so
listen to whatever
and
they want.
and,
I
and
don't
so
care.
okay, this is the last thing I want to say. This is exactly the problem, right? She's saying, I think someone that listened to you for a long time said that at the end
I
of
trusted
the
them.
stream
Yeah,
one time that they said something like she went to school for therapy or was going, is like that's the level of research that you do. And when
it
you
is
invest
totally.
the amount of
Hmm.
time it takes to obsessively put out videos for weeks, so you can't really claim you just don't have time, right? You obsessively, you have lists and narratives and claims and make all these videos. You can't do basic level research before you talk about other people and make slanderous claims about them. And then when someone that person then corrects you, like I did the first time we talked in here like a week or two or whenever it was ago, right? Instead of showing integrity, you continue to just spew them and say them as if they're definitive facts. So the only reason that I was even involved in this at all was supposedly it was going to be some evidence that TFE was fake, and what it turned out to be was a bunch of fallacies, a bunch of like implicit personal attacks, conjecture, appeals to incredulity, whataboutism, and it's all just very flawed logically, and it's very poor research, right? And so what. And this is the last thing I'm going to say, and this is the obvious truth here, is for one, it kind of gives people an avenue to pretend that they're the ones that really discovered like the major 5D chess. Trust me, bro, I'm the super truther. I'm the only one that can really see
You're
what's
the
going on. I
trusted
figured it
grower.
out. And no, that's you. You're the one that always figures out the real big secret,
Always, I've only
and
been
you're the
making
super
videos for a couple
truther.
weeks lately, so
It's like
I'm
it's
always
like
making
RV,
videos.
RV truth. But like I didn't say that. You're always in here. You're always doing that.
I'm
That's what you
always
always
in
do. That's
here.
like your
Gio, am I always
dude,
in here?
dude, dude. I didn't say no. You're all when you're in here, you're doing that. You're always doing that. That's your thing. Okay. And
It's called a
secondly,
truther.
the biggest part, no, is no. Truthers don't say, I trusted someone. I think they said this. Let me put in a video and act like I know it for a fact, then refuse to take it down when I'm debunked. That's not what truthers do. And then this is the part that's most important is when these people have now gone out so far on a limb to claim that they know that things were faked, and it doesn't matter that they have this big preponderance of evidence, this long list, and they're just getting chipped and debunked, 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 debunked. Instead of being like, damn, I was saying that the preponderance of evidence suggests it isn't real. Instead of being like, well, damn, clearly my whole list is getting destroyed. They've put their ego out. They've attached their ego to it, like their whole credibility in terms of discernment. So they
It's a
go
good
down
thing
with
I
the
don't give a
ship. So
fuck.
the reality is, well, I think that is probably pretty clearly true to put things out
Yeah,
that are so
I really
poorly
don't care what other
researched.
people think.
Yeah, to
I really don't.
have no standard of what you put out in terms of what is true, and you admitted to Geo, it's just
People
basically because
can
it's like
go.
this drama.
People can
So
go and
look, I'm
listen
just going to
to
finish
your
what I'm
words
saying
for
here. I'm
themselves.
encouraging everyone else, not Rusted. Rusted will obviously go down with the ship, but to other people,
Hell yeah.
if you said
I'll
it
be
was
playing the
fake or
fucking
whatever,
violin for
it's
you the
like
whole way down
if
too.
yeah, for sure, you're gonna take me down. So
No, I'll
what I
play
want
the
the room to
violin
know,
while the ship's going down. I'll be
but
there.
yeah,
I'll be
okay,
dancing
okay, cool, cool,
on
cool,
Bob's
cool.
grave with his tongue hanging
Cool.
out.
Oh, dude, and you're making
Anyways,
fun of
Did
good
you,
someone
night.
dying,
Rusted
dude.
Soul, did you seriously just say that?
Dude,
How
Bob
can you,
faked his
like,
death.
are you,
He's not even dead.
I
You guys
get
are
you.
so.
Rusted, are you okay? You know what? That's fine. Is there any more questions? Like, I mean, that's
And by the
just
way,
No,
this is why I
I'm
called her
done.
schizophrenic.
I have a
This is why I
wow.
Did
called her
you actually spit
schizophrenic at
on your
first.
wife, or did that not happen?
Rusted
No,
Soul.
no, actually, this is why I
Then why is it
actually,
in the
this is
police
why
report?
This is why I see now you're full blown spiraling, and this is why I actually
I'm
called
spiraling.
her schizophrenic. This is why I called her schizophrenic the first
I know,
time
but we
because
shouldn't be labeling people like that anyways. I understand, and this is like not acceptable behavior. This is why I'm speaking right now.
Hitting
Like
on people
that.
is not acceptable behavior.
Right. Look, if you say that someone's dead and they're that they're not dead, excuse me, and I'm sorry for even talking about this, but do you have any kind of idea who Bob is now or where he's at? Because you've always brought this up without any supporting anything. So support it if you're going to say something bullshit like that.
It's
she made the
a
comment about
theory
his
I
tongue
have.
because
Maybe
I
if
told
everybody
her
in
I
the
saw
community
hold on,
him.
entertained it, maybe if everybody in the community entertained it, we would have some Bob
I
spottings. I don't
entertain
know.
this I entertain this all the time, but you
Hey, I
literally
think
have
Mad
nothing
Mike
to
faked
support
his
the idea.
death.
Is that
I
correct?
think Skiba faked his death. I think all of these big characters that were on the news
Based
and
on
on the
what?
stuff faked their death. Based on the fact that the news is bullshit and how many other crisis actors out there have faked their death. I mean, come on,
Okay, so
have you
everyone's
seen the news? So yeah,
faked
if
their
you're on the
death then.
news, like Mad
Everyone.
Mike was on the
Okay.
news, he faked his death. Bob, who was the head of FE Core, who did a whole bunch of
Wow.
bullshit on the whole community
How
for many
dare
years.
you?
Okay,
How
How
okay,
dare
dare
you?
I?
he
How
answered it.
dare
He
I?
just
You
okay.
literally have no
Okay,
anything.
so guys. Okay. Is there any more questions related to TFE or what's the plan right now,
Yeah,
guys?
well, I have a question to Austin about if we could get some clarification on what his thoughts was about the blurred lines in the footage, the second footage, because there was this primary footage where there's like clearly lines and like seams that we kind of explained, like, and then in the next footage after, where some of us claimed it was been edited or messed with. They had blurred it out, and I just wanted to have clarification about what your thoughts about that in general. And
Yeah. Can
yeah,
you kind of like repeat the exact thing you're talking about? Because my wife was just saying something to me. Like what was the exact
sure.
thing that you said?
Right, but there's like I don't know if I should call it artifacts. I don't know the specific term, right? But it's like there's certain lines in the image that's like would represent the image being somewhat fake and not natural. And
That's
it's like
super
crossing
vague.
lines. Yeah,
It was
I guess,
the
but
one we were
to some
talking
point.
about.
But
It was the video we were talking about, Witsit, on your channel, the 1 hour and 13-minute video. That the original was scrubbed, and then you had the lines with that we talked about earlier. That's what he's asking about.
And why do people keep saying the original was scrubbed? I don't know what that. All I know about the hour-long video is that Sam took the video because we wanted it in higher resolution, and he made it an hour long, and I gave them temporary access to upload the video. Sam had some issues because he used Adobe. There was one point the entire mountain was jiggling. There was another time there was this big giant yellow line that went through the middle of it or something like that. So when he was trying to export and render through Adobe, it was inputting random artifacts. I have all the raw footage, and I intend on having it where you can just download it yourself and you can look at all of it. You can download it in little like 20 gigabyte like files or whatever, because it's broken up into 52 things. I don't anything that's there, it's an artifact coming from the programs once they were rendered, because when you look at the videos in their raw form, like the actual files that I have, you don't see any artifacts anywhere other than right where the cameras, of course, stitched together from the 360 camera. So if you guys
all
actually
right
had
then.
experience rendering big files or whatever, or trying to put a 25-hour 4K video down to an hour and render it through Adobe that was 360, if you were able to do that successfully and have no artifacts, then maybe I would understand that you have some point. But in reality, that's something that almost no one's ever even really tried. And I now know how that goes, and it is not easy at all. And you can talk to Sam. I guess he's not in here, but Sam's the one that did it. And I have people imagine just what if what I'm saying is just true. And imagine that a bunch of truthers are working behind the scenes together for like hours and hours and hours, and they're getting a video out, and then they're like, oh my God, Adobe freaking put some stupid artifact in there, and they have to do it again. Or then they missed an artifact because it's happening once they're rendering these big videos. Just imagine that scenario.
And I think that box artifact, it has to do with, for me, it's the the stitching software of the 360 because it uses
No,
two
it's not.
cameras.
I
That's
looked it up,
Stop. I'm
and that's
talking,
like
Rutsa. Why are you
it's
talking when
30
I'm
feet.
asking Witsit? Why are you talking when I'm asking Witsit a question, dude?
I just
Like, what the hell?
posted it
Like,
that it's
I'm
not at the same.
asking Witsit a question. Would you please stop? Thank you. Witsit. Well, I mean, I would imagine because it's two. Is it a two camera 360?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so it has to use some kind of way to stitch both things together, so it uses a box.
You can show yourself if you go watch his video that stitching part is about 40 feet, I'm guessing, assuming, but to the left of the camera. So it's not where the line is.
It's a 3D
I don't
rendering
even know. I'll be honest with you
box.
guys. I don't even know, right? Like, I don't, like,
I'll
cause I
post
don't
it
even,
in
I
the
didn't
chat.
watch all those videos. What I did was I saw a lot of the footage, but like in its raw form, you know what I'm saying? And then I had other people help me freaking get it rendered. But what I did learn is that each different video software does it differently when it comes to the Insta360 camera. They really make it where you have to use their app. And if you try to use Adobe, which is like top end, right? I mean, freaking movies and documentaries use Adobe Premiere, right? Like it totally drops the ball and puts all kinds of artifacts in the video. Someone else was using something else. I don't remember what it was. And then depending on the player you use, VLC or whatever, YouTube has a built-in 360 function, but sometimes the actual video in, say, through Adobe, then you put it in YouTube, it freaking adds artifacts. Like it is an entire process getting it from the actual 360 onto the app, off that app, and then through something else to put all the files together and then render it, export it, upload, process it, publish it on YouTube. It's been a freaking nightmare. It's been a nightmare.
But seriously, Elbow, go watch the footage on Witsit's channel and find where that camera is and where that mountain meet and see that the seam is not where that line is.
What I could do right now is so is it there the entire video?
I'm not sure. At 52 minutes in was what the video of the guy showing it, so that's what I went to. And then I know that QOP did scroll around in different parts and found other stuff in different areas. I'm not sure if it was at the same timestamp or different timestamps. He would have to be in here to specify because he did more of that because I don't have a good enough
Anyway, the
screen.
point I'm making is I could technically share my screen and I can pull up the actual like raw video files through the Insta360 app, which is it's hands down the best one, right? And for any period of the 52, and you're going to see that it's actually like incredible pristine condition. Now, when you actually want to get it on YouTube, for example, they have a 256 gigabyte limit. They have supposedly a 12-hour limit, even though I don't understand how, because there's longer videos on YouTube, but they have a 256 gigabyte limit. So you have to make sure that it's smaller than that. So you have to decrease resolution. You have to figure out how you're going to get the video to be small enough to actually get it uploaded. But I am trying to get this website out where each individual person can go and download, and I guarantee you we're going to get a bunch of crickets. Right? As soon as the people have all the videos where they can download it and they actually try to do it, they go spend the time and they start overloading their machine trying to actually download the videos. They're going to be like, damn, that's what's going to happen. That's what's happened. I had people that are like, where's the videos? What's taking so long? I'm like, you know what? You want to help me do it? And then 3 days later, they're like, oh my God, this is insane. I should get paid to do this. Okay. So if there's a
You do get
specific
paid to do
timestamp,
this.
dude, you don't seem capable of listening. Okay. I said when someone else then wanted to do it, 3 days later, they would say, dang, I should get paid to do this. I didn't say anything about me getting paid to do anything. Okay. And of course, I
I
told the
know.
guy who did it, I said, okay, you can get the money from the video if it makes any money on YouTube. I'm such a
See, so
grifter.
you're gonna pay people to help you? Yeah, right. Everyone's like lining up to give you money and super chat you even when they hate you.
Is
They
that what it's
super chat
really
you
about? You're
300
just
bucks.
like you're just salty that like some people donate to my
No,
channel,
I just
or is it
think
that, or is it
I
more
think it's
that
a
you're like
money
held?
laundering
Have you
scheme.
ever seen Hey Arnold?
I think it's a money laundering scheme. I think that
You remind me of Helga.
$300 from people $300 from people that hate you, like there's no way that these super chats, everybody passing money back and forth to each other like this isn't some sort of a money laundering scheme.
Oh, it's
100%.
a money laundering scheme where
Yeah,
YouTube takes
that's what
30%
FE
of it.
Core was doing too.
Okay,
That's
so now
Oh
we're
my
at the
God.
point of accusing of money laundering for playing super chats. Are you
Oh, yeah.
okay? Well, this is interesting. This doesn't really go to TFE, and I thought that's what this was predominantly about. So, are we gonna get back to that, or are we gonna entertain
And
this?
and Rustin knows she has no real like she this is all slander technically,
I
right?
know, and
But
that's
like I'm just not the person that
yeah.
would ever sue someone. Although in a way, you totally deserve to have to be brought into
Bring it.
court and sit there
Bring
with
it,
a
because
straight.
this would be hilarious in the court to see them
It would,
see
yes.
the jury watch all of your footage of you lying and contradicting yourself, and then have them. They're not gonna do. You're not gonna take it that far because you know that you're wrong. Just like FE Core had to close down their doors because they were doing fraudulent shit and they know it, and you know it too. So you
See,
can sit
that's
here
just
and
totally not
play this
true at
game
all.
like you
So,
don't know what I'm
okay, how about
talking
this? How about
about, but
this?
you
Do
know
you have?
damn well because you
I'll
took
tell
over
my
Bob's
attorney to
position.
sue you.
He trained
I'll tell my
you.
attorney to sue you.
All
I'll tell
right,
my
cool.
attorney to sue
Bring
you.
it.
Yeah, you're all tough right now, but watch what's going to happen. You're going to walk back all the claims. For those who don't know, this is how slander works, right? When you make a public claim against someone that isn't true and it's slanderous, once you're then told and shown that it's incorrect, like every single thing that she's
How did
uttered
you
so
pay for your
far,
RV, rich boy?
I borrowed money from my
That's
friend
a pretty
Chris,
nice
and
fucking
then
RV you had there, and a pretty
no,
nice
it's
Jeep. How'd you
you
pay
see
for
how
that shit after
she's
you just went
spiraling. She's
around
spiraling. You're
traveling
totally
around?
spiraling. You're spiraling. You're like Helga. Okay. Me and my wife split the down payment. We both had to borrow money for our part of the down payment and then pay it back. And we kind of down payment. You say it's really nice. It's 2011 and it had to have tons of work done to it. And we got there, the windows were broken and the chairs were falling apart. It's so nice that we had to renovate the whole thing ourselves. You have no idea what you're talking about. Ever. Never. Okay. But this is how slander works. When you make a
Where's
claim
the
that
footage
isn't
from that?
true, when you make a
Why
claim that
wouldn't you
isn't true,
record you doing all
oh,
this
calm
work?
down. Because what? Why
No,
would I
why wouldn't you
why
record it?
would
Are you
Dude, for
ready?
all for how
Rusted,
narcissistic
why
he
do you
is.
keep yelling
No,
over
where's the
him?
footage?
Okay, but
Where's the
this is
footage?
oh my goodness,
Where's the
Okay,
Rusted.
footage?
we have by the way, we do have before and after pictures of the RV, right? Like who
Yeah,
records
let's see it.
themselves over the course of
Dude,
okay.
so many channels
Okay.
do that. RV
No, yeah,
renovations,
but
so
Is
many,
even
and
the
for how
you're
much
RV
you like,
renovation
you're
work?
dude. But
Holy
if
interrupting.
he's
crap.
really
Exactly.
doing
Like
the work, he would be proud of it, and he would
yep.
be posting videos going, "Look at
No.
me
So that's
redoing
what
the
you would
floor.
do.
You're just
Maybe
Look
you're
at
you're
Okay,
projecting
just
that you're a
digging,
Everyone
narcissist.
stop.
okay,
digging
you
right
Everyone
guys.
now.
stop. Stop, stop, stop. This is audio
I just don't
chaos.
believe anything he says, so I don't believe
Stop.
that
Rusted
he redid the RV."
Soul, the moderation is taking place. Why do you
What's it?
continuously talk
Just
over
stop for a
everybody? You
second.
need to
Listen.
relax.
Hold on, Witsit.
Listen.
Did you take a shit today?
Elbow, shut.
Did you
Yeah.
record yourself taking a shit?
Look,
No.
Rusted, if you're gonna keep asking questions and then in the middle of his answer you just ask another question, there's no point in asking the question in the first place. It makes no sense. So just if you're
Correct.
gonna ask a question, don't just keep throwing questions at him. Where's the RV footage? And he's explaining that. Okay, where's this? While he's explaining the question that you asked, he's answering your questions. Just give him time to answer them. Or don't ask so many questions. Just stop interrupting. Just stop.
So it is funny because Kai kept on saying that we should do that. She kept saying we should film it. She was showing me these other videos because we were looking up how to do certain things, and I'm like, that's super gay. I'm not trying to film and spend all the time to film and edit and put out videos about our RV when it's a super saturated, like normie
you-
filled on
But
YouTube.
you
So I
did do
didn't do
that.
that.
You did do
No,
that
the
though. You
only
made a really cringy video, you and her going around. It was like it was so bad. People go back and watch it. It's funny. If you want to laugh, go watch the RV video where they did an RV tour.
Alright, this should stop. Gio, you said you didn't want this
Yeah,
to be a
well,
slander
so
fest. This is
Rusted.
just slander. This is
Yeah,
all
let
just
me just
slander.
ask. Hold on,
Truly.
Rust. Yeah, let me jump in real quick. Hold on. Let me unmute her. Rusted, you agreed at the beginning not to do this, and now you're just been doing it. So is your
Well, I
word
got
just
attacked, so
not?
I'm giving the energy right back that I'm given to,
No,
and I'm
but
the only one left in here. And you can't say that somebody that it wasn't getting dished out, that people weren't giving it to me too, like Riggs and Witsit also. But yeah, Witsit was rightfully so because I was dishing out with him too in my videos, not in here, but in my videos I have been. So if anybody has room to say shit, it is him right now. But Riggs definitely doesn't, and Elbow doesn't, and I don't understand why all these other people have to be in here jumping on me the whole time when like I'm the only anti-truther left in here other than Josh Paradise. So
Yeah,
All right,
no, I'm not
can I just
jumping
address
on
this?
you.
Let
I
me
just
address
want
something. I just want
less
to show how
audio from
funny.
your house.
Real fast. Think about
I
how
don't
funny this
believe
is,
you
right? So
aired
look, we
today,
did.
though.
But check this out. Check this out. We did make a video, right? Because Kai really wanted to. Like I said, so like she wanted to like document the whole thing and like maybe make a channel and stuff. And I'm like, nah, I get super cringe, and you have to like script it and edit it, and it gets gay and cringe. And she talked me into, and I did it begrudgingly, right? We made that one little short video where we kind of show the after, like our final work or whatever of the RV, right? So this is like, why wouldn't you do that? Everyone would do that. Why didn't you do that? I explained because I think it's lame and gay and cringe, and actually, ironically, Kai wanted to do it, and then you jump in with your rebuttal, which is you did do that. Everyone should go check it out. It's super cringe. Yes, it is cringe because I think it's lame to like go through and be like, hey, here's where we sleep and show what we did. We were kind of proud of how much work we put into it because the before and after is pretty crazy, and so we made the one video. It was all super weird though and hyper obsessive with my personal life going back years, and that's why I called you Helga. You're like the Hey
how much
Arnold character that pretends to hate Arnold, but knows every single detail about his
how much
life,
did you
right?
pay
And
for the
it's
RV?
super creepy and weird and parasocial.
How much did you pay for the RV?
Dude, what would it possibly matter?
I just want to
What
know.
world do
Why?
you think?
I've owned
Whoa,
4
Rusted. What
RVs.
does this have to do
No,
with TFE? What does this have to do with
I've
anything?
owned
Why
I've
are you
owned 4
asking? Like,
RVs.
you
I'm
might
just
as well.
wondering,
Okay,
why are
but
you talking when it's me and Witsit? I'm asked him a
well,
question. Can
because
he
I'm moderating. Now, I don't think it's relevant to if he wants to answer it, but I
No,
thought,
like what
again,
world do you
this
think I
was
have to tell
supposed
you
to
all my
be
personal information?
I'm into
exactly.
RVs. I've owned 4 RVs. I'm into RVs. How much did you pay for it? I know the one that you have, even though it's 2011, was expensive as fuck. It's got pop outs. It looks like it's got a nice paint job. Like it's a nice RV. Like tell
It's
me
like it was
or
like
don't tell
40, it was
me.
like 40K, had 15,000 miles on it, 2011 Fleetwood Bounder.
That's perfect. Thank you. You see, I actually guessed 50K. I was like, I bet you they paid around 50K for it. So you got a deal. Good job. Hopefully you
Which
get
is why
what,
we got it.
some of
Yeah.
what you put into it and when you try and sell it. But also noticed in the video, she made a point about, oh, it was either this, like either we go and do like a wedding and spend all this money for like one night, or we, get this RV and spend, a month in it. I mean, I don't know, 40K on an RV, like my opinion, and then
What?
however
That's
much
not
the
what
Jeep
you didn't
was and
even
the other stuff,
understand
like
it. No,
why
you
wouldn't you
didn't
put
even
that down on a
understand it.
house? Like there's so many other things. Like
You
my house costs 40 grand.
Oh my
Whoa,
30
God.
grand.
Look at this
okay,
person.
So
Just
Rusted
insane.
I'm
Soul.
just
Like,
saying,
should we?
no,
No,
can I finish what I'm saying? You
no,
guys
I
are
don't
literally
really. Yeah,
I
but
wasn't
Rusted,
even done with
you're
my
going
sentence and you're
on
jumping
about
on me.
the
I wasn't done with my
personal
You
sentence.
lack
I'm
the
not allowed to
self-awareness to
respond.
see that you sound like really creepy and like obsessed with me.
No, I'm saying you couldn't do something better with 40K than to buy like I bought my RVs for fucking 10 grand, dude. Like I just and they
Yeah,
ran and
okay.
like
I don't care. The
okay,
difference is I
I'm
couldn't
just
care
saying,
less
all I'm
about it.
saying is that you were bragging about being like so frugal, but like you go and like
What?
where do you
Yeah,
get 40
instead of
grand to
buying
do
an
that? Like that's
expensive,
insane. People
let me
don't
help you
usually
out. Let
just
me help
get
you out.
40
I'll enlighten
grand.
you. I'll
Okay.
enlighten you. We didn't pay
Yes.
for the RV in cash, hence me saying we were upside down. So that no one just goes and gets 40 grand. We didn't have 40 grand. Okay. I even explained we had to borrow for the down payment. We got a good deal in general though, because it required a lot of work and we wanted to travel. We wanted to be able to travel so we could live in it. We could travel. I had just traveled the whole US during the tour. And I'm like, I know how to do it. I know how RV parks work. I know how RVs work. I can probably keep it running. We thought it would be cool for us to get to travel throughout the whole United States. She just got pregnant very quickly, and it kind of threw a wrench. We didn't know she was going to get pregnant that fast. Whenever she made the comment about instead of spending all this money on a wedding and stuff, what we're talking about is we actually got a really nice RV park. It was like bougie for an entire month instead of spending money on our wedding, which we literally just paid for one night at a hotel. They let us use a portion of the beach. We rented some chairs for like $50, and then we just had our friends and our family sit there on the beach and paid like basically nothing for our wedding, right? And then we spent whatever money people tried to give us for our wedding, which wasn't much at all, on the actual RV park for a month, and nothing to do with the RV itself. And then again, she got pregnant. So we're like, dang, we just did all this. And clearly we decided she didn't want to do her whole pregnancy in an RV. So, we had to deal with it. And that's what happened. Your narratives are all stupid and gay. And again,
All right.
it sounds like Helga. Okay, you need to chill,
Okay. I'm
bro. It's like
Helga. I'm gonna change
parasocial.
my
I
name
don't
to
know. I
Helga
don't.
Soul.
Yeah, that's right.
I like
You
that.
should. I don't know
Helga
you. I don't
Soul.
know you. I don't know you, dude. You know what I'm saying? And
Well,
like,
good luck. I
it's
hope
just
you sell your
weird.
RV. Yeah, I'm super weird. I get that a lot. I'm totally okay with that. Helga Soul, totally changing it. Thank you for that. You have a
Hashtag
good
seeing it.
night. I hope you sell your RV, and I hope you don't take ivermectin because it's poison. Take some garlic and honey and get some rest and lay off the vape. Have a good night.
Yikes.
Holy
Yeah, I
shit.
think she has a crush on me.
That's worse. That's worse than news reporters.
Hey, Austin,
Why
could I
didn't you
share
film
two thoughts with
yourself
you?
eating? I eat a lot. A lot of people film themselves eating. Why don't you do it? Was it?
Well,
This
that's
is
why, dude.
wild.
That was
Okay,
intense.
okay,
Dude,
but
listen
I
to.
don't think we
Oh
should
my god.
mock it after. That's not helpful to the situation at all, in my
Well, we
It
can't
was
opinion.
the
mock it during
point
the
of it,
time. I
though.
mean, we can't even get
Well,
through
I
it.
tried to do it at a time, but I got muted. But I mean, that I didn't. I wanted her to be here when I did it, but
Well, I know, but
somebody
either
muted me.
way, although it's not super constructive
I
to
mean,
the
because
conversation. But
it's just ridiculous. And even you putting
yeah,
up with it, with it, answering her questions is just. I don't know why you're wasting your time, dude. I would have just brushed it off
Oh,
and
I
said,
I
know.
"You
I
go,
I
go
mean,
to
tried
your
to
yes.
help
your own."
that out, but I mean, if you guys want to answer it, right, that was what was gonna happen.
Well, here's like a
Well,
good
yeah.
example, right? Like here's a video from her channel. Iceland Air doesn't fly to Antarctica. TFE hoax. Okay, this was 2 weeks ago, and it was a fair point. There's a video from Jaren's camera, and it was behind the seat in the aircraft. It says Iceland Air. I'm like, okay, Iceland going to Antarctica. I literally Google those two things together, and you get the exact business deal and plane that they use. Meanwhile, she's calling the airlines, talking to some dude in, Thailand or whatever the call center is. And they say, oh, we don't have airplanes to go there. Well, look, all you had to do is Google the two words together and you get the exact business deal when they actually, subverted this plane to become the one that goes to Antarctica. And the video's still up. So, like, how much research is she actually doing if all the arguments fall flat on their face every time and she's not willing to take anything down? Like, why are we questioning anyone else's integrity at this point? I just don't get it.
Hey, I want to make a couple comments if you don't mind. I was gonna ask where'd she get the idea that she knew that Jaren presented Stephen Dragon to Witsit because I recall meeting Chris Pastor in Witsit's Telegram like over the years and going to summits, multiple summits that Jaren and Witsit did. And I was on a call with Chris Pastor talking about marathoning, talking about salt, talking about fasting, and just like performance. And I'm pretty sure that I was given Steven's number and I talked to him about flat earth, which I think was a glober at first, started watching with his channel a lot, started asking questions about, because he was already kind of a conspiracy theorist, but he hadn't really picked up flat earth. I befriended Steven first, and then I think that they met after. So it could have been me that brought Steven into the whole picture, because, I was a part of that group too with the salt and the fasting, and there were some good things going there. And it was just a group of people that were thinking about a life reset program to benefit truthers and people that are trying to break away from like the way the world works. Everything's toxic, everything's poison. So we were doing just daily tonics. We were talking. I mean, there's a few of us that were praying together. So here's an example of a situation where another person thinks they know all about it and all the details, all the way to making a slanderous video about how evil and corrupt it must be, where I was a part of it, and I don't want anything to do with darkness. I like connecting with people in good faith and about good topics. And it was a beautiful thing that his wife, Steven's wife, got pregnant. Everybody got busy. It just kind of fell apart. It's not like Witsit's fault that the Life Reset didn't become like a multi-million-dollar company. We wish it would have, but that's one thing. And another thing, Cami, I met Cami in Vegas in 2023, and she was obviously grieving. I mean, you could just see it on her face. I prayed over her for the loss of Bob. Everybody came around and just loved on her and prayed over her. And if Bob, if Bob's alive and Cami's acting out a grieving, like this is ridiculous. It just really hurts my heart that people are going to this level just because they don't trust Duffy or because TFE. Last thing, I'll land the plane here. So if Witsit and Jaren didn't go, then they would have been attacked for being fake or grifters or liars or scammers. if they didn't go. That was the original thing. So do you remember when they were brave and like we were worried, like, man, they're gonna take you out, don't go. And they're like, no, we got this. Like we were excited about them going. So they go and they experience a 24-hour sun, which all that is a luminary doing something that we didn't necessarily know it did, except Geo has found a lot of videos since of a 24-hour sun, and like the Zetetic or whatever, the books, a lot of people have talked about it as well. So this luminary in the sky may do something that far away from the North Pole. It doesn't make the Earth not flat anymore, but man, I'm telling you, I think there's a spiritual war going on, and whoever the controller or the Satan is wanting truthers and people that are in this whole thing to find truth and actually reconnect. There's an attempt to have this whole thing implode, and it saddens me, and I'm not going anywhere. I know the world's not a spinning ball in space. I've got much love for so many people, even people that don't think like me, and they don't have the same faith as me. It doesn't matter. I'm not going to be upset with you if you don't love Jesus like I do. And then lastly, and I'll end the plane, I know I keep saying that, but I've known Witsit for almost 3 years. Hold on a second, please. And he and Kai welcomed me into their home when I came for the Truth and Freedom Conference, saw his beautiful children, saw their lovely marriage. All I've seen is an honest guy pursuing truth, sharing truth as he finds it. And what does he get for it? It's not $1 million, and it doesn't look like a lot of friends. So I hate that there's so many haters, but that's my stance is we need to chill and keep pursuing truth and stop it with this nonsense.
Much love, bro.
Thanks for letting me say that.
If we're concluding, do you think anyone's going to change their opinions in this debate, essentially? Because it seems like they all just left and are not. Yeah.
I'm still here. I was waiting for my turn to respond a little bit. But it's just I just have some general thoughts to add to the whole situation, and I just think it's healthy to question the ones that you really trust. Like I trust Austin, and that's at this point I just felt like it could be really healthy for me to make sure that I'm on a steady path, and there's been points in my last couple of years where I've come to realize that I am watching too much and studying too much on these certain topics in a certain way, and much of it has come from Austin from my side. So I thought it's just at the point of me just starting to question a little bit, and so this was my kind of point of getting to it and joining these other guys, even though I don't agree with necessarily all their criticism. Yeah, I do still have some thoughts about the lighting and the angles and the lines in the pictures and that stuff. I haven't put forth an argument yet, but I'm still up here with them because I'm standing on the side of still being able to question things, and I think that's healthy. So that's kind of the point where I'm here. And what else? I wanted to bring up two things. First thing is regarding the 360 footage. I thought it was interesting to bring up. I don't know if you guys have seen these newer cinematography stages they've created these last couple, I don't know, 10 years or so. And it's kind of interesting how they put those images together and those scenes in general to make these high quality innovative movies they do nowadays.
Yeah.
And that's kind of one of the ideas I had primarily, because I thought maybe that's what could be going on. So I'm still figuring things out. I still have trust in Austin, but I still think that's it's a good time for me to come up here and ask questions myself at some point, because I haven't been able to talk to you directly either. So, and I don't want to be like some of the others, not showing their faces and their real names. So here I am showing both my face and my real name, just getting out there, you know.
Well, respect. Yeah, so you're
Um,
saying you're on the fence with it being faked, and you think that if it was faked, it'd be in like a 360 type of video or studio thing?
yeah, yeah. I'm not calling you liar specifically, right? I'm just more thinking like I don't know exactly what's going on, kind of.
Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously that's the necessary implication, but it's all good. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
have you looked into like the behind the scenes, like GoPro stuff? Have you seen all that?
Yeah, a bit of it, but not enough. You know, I haven't gone deep into it enough.
Yeah, so that's going to be your answer, right? Like, I have delayed putting out this site, which is going to have tons of stuff in it. That's going to kind of shut it down definitively. But if you even just go look at the 5-hour GoPro behind the scene footage of Jaren, like it just becomes abundantly clear that it was real. And there's all kinds of live streams and footage of that area that people are claiming is a studio. Right. And so you can just like, if you actually watch the stuff, almost all the claimed evidence that it's fake, all of it's easily disproven if you actually go look into it. That's why every time you'll hear one of these people make the claim, like you never see anyone's breath at that second location where it's a studio. It's like, that isn't true. There are multiple live streams that were done there, and you see people's breath. Every time they go over to the shade by the building, you see their breath. So that's just like really poor research, right? So anyway, that's what I would say. I would say go to in my opinion, I'm just saying, I actually watched through that 5 hours of Jaren's video because I was curious, like to watch the trip basically. And it's very obvious that the trip is just real. But you also have to think about it like this. It's like, okay, it's 2025, it was the end of 2024, and technology's crazy now, right? Like we've discovered all kinds of stuff with when we started looking into it with Odd at NASA and stuff like that. Like they can edit live streams. Like they can have like virtual reality live now, right? So there would be nothing that we could have if it was just real and legit, no matter what we did, they could have just said it was fake because technology is starting to get so good, and then there's AI and stuff, right?
Right.
So you can see
I get that.
it's like it's slippery slope where it's like really if you just want to believe it's fake, then you're going to be able to come up with some possible way that it was fake. Whereas if you think about it, and I think I saw Kai's up here too, but like, I mean, dude, we filmed went to Arenas. We did live streams. We filmed us getting on the plane, filmed us on the plane, filmed us landing, time lapsed the flight, filmed us right when we got off the plane, filmed us getting on the car that takes us to the camp. Then we did live streams at the camp, and then we're doing live streams in Antarctica, interacting with the chat live, doing things that they're asking us to do, debunking the claims it's fake live based on what people are asking us to do. Did everything we could. We all sit in a room brainstorming. Well, okay, what can we do to show them that it's real? Then we get back, and now people come up with a whole new list of things that we should have supposedly done, but we were doing everything that people came up with while we were there. And so then we have all the live streams at the location, all the GoPro footage from behind the scenes, different videos from the phones. We have drone footage. We have drone on the live stream, simultaneous live streams from different angles with the drone. It's like, what the hell? And we tried to do a continuous live stream tracking the sun, and the phone crashed, right? The stream crashed at like, I don't remember, a few hours. But so anyway, I mean, I would say at the least go look at everything that is already publicly available. That's like the safest bet, because if it's just like technically it could have been faked, well, yeah, you could say that no matter what, right? I mean, like it's 2024.
Right. I just want to feel like, that at least I look at all these footage, and try to identify those things myself if I feel like I'm finding something, right?
Well,
And
you can cross-reference it to all the other footage that exists. Like, I'll give you a few things. For example, like in 2021, like December 2021, there was a solar eclipse, and there's like 360 footage of it, and there's just like high definition, and looks like they're actually, for that setup, I think they're actually probably in the same camp that you guys were at, don't you think?
Yeah.
Like the footage, because you know how they're kind of looking to the left of Mount Rossman, and then there is that one little blue building, and then they have all their cameras lined up. I'm pretty sure they were in the same camp as you guys were, out at that second spot for that actual eclipse footage. So even to the point where, remember, I was zooming in when I first found that footage like months ago, and I was zooming in and I was like, oh, well, you should be able to see the camp right over here at the base of the mountain. I was zooming in and I couldn't see it. And I didn't really say that that was necessarily evidence of anything for sure. However, I was like, oh, I wonder why we can't see it. But now when you guys showed the footage, which is, I mean, I think you guys brought back tons of better footage. And I've seen a ton of footage from Union Glacier myself. So like you guys, I would give it like a 10 out of 10 in terms of just like new, like bunch of great stuff. Like if you're in the movie, as it were, of watching, what I mean by it's just like if you're going through and looking at all of the, just imagining it like a movie where you're looking at all the different footages is what I'm saying. When you guys went, it was just like, oh, how would I score that? It's like 10 out of 10 in terms of the level of high definition and all the more footage you guys got. Like from the site I'm saying they did it for the eclipse, you guys were actually there, in and out of that building, getting more footage all around it. And then, like I was saying, that when the vehicle drove away, and thankfully that camera was able to see it, you could see how far the vehicle went, and then how it went over the horizon, as it were, quote unquote, like because of the hills or the difference in elevation. So now that makes sense that in the eclipse footage, that's why you couldn't see it, because it is like out of view, from that site, which you guys verified with the truck driving away. So anyways, I mean, that's just one thing to look at, is the eclipse footage from 2021. And then there's a bunch of other footage as well from so many people that have been there. So, I mean, you can cross-reference all of that with their trip. And I mean, from everything I've seen, it all matches in terms of that site and the consistency of it. Just in terms of the whole area there and what the sun does there, and like the entire site itself matches with all the other footages that you can cross-reference as well in terms of other people that have been there.
Yeah,
For sure.
I agree. I agree, like with the points you had, and like I'm gonna continue looking at those things, and try to see what you guys are seeing. And I just want to say I respect y'all for having us on, and thank you for all your answers with it. And I just want to end on a question regarding a completely different thing, if that's all right. And it's I'm thinking of I don't know when, if it was 2021 or 2022, or but you were having some stuff going on with Audit NASA, and I just wanted to ask you, what that thing was about, because I was kind of getting a little bit excited, and I just didn't feel like I understood what happened to it.
Yeah. So, well, I tried to get everyone to come together and help with that. And uh, I mean, some people did, but I mean, I guess it could have been slightly more organized. We were trying to have meetings and stuff, but what happened was I paid for that domain like 5 years in advance. It was very expensive. And I paid for the website package to build it. I built the whole website. And then we paid for like a platform that's supposed to allow like teams to all come and work on it. And I was paying for all the stuff out of pocket. At one point, I was like, okay, I can't just pay for all this. There was some money donated. It didn't even cover what had already been spent. And so it was just a situation where like I literally didn't have the time and money out of pocket to make it, to keep it running. Like it cost me money that I didn't have. I thought that people would kind of rally around it more. And I was hoping that more people would like cooperate. Basically, out of the entire group, I'm the only one that actually went into a NASA facility and interviewed astronauts undercover. And I have like a couple, I think 3 interactions documented, but I'm the only one that did that. So like I'm spending the money to pay for everything. I'm organizing the meetings, leading meetings, answering all the DMs, having to run the whole thing. And then out of all that, I'm the only one that actually went in like boots on the ground to try to do what we were supposed to be doing. So I was like, okay, I got to put this on pause. Like, this is not sustainable. I was just rather disappointed with the
What
community's
what
cooperation.
was the cost? The main cost was the domain, or did I mishear that?
Yeah, 5 years of the domain and the website builder, right? Like so to host it, to protect it, and because it was gonna immediately got attacked, obviously. So we got the highest security, the website builder, and the whatever has many hundreds of dollars. And then there was like some, I can't remember exactly how many it was, many hundreds of dollars. I have the receipt somewhere. And then there was the actual, we did 2 different platforms that we were trying to use. One of them was, I think, Kajabi. there's a couple other ones that you'll get like a trial, and then there's like a pretty expensive monthly fee to run it, where everyone could come and work together. So it's like a platform where you're able to store tons of files. So, if you've ever looked into that, you have like storage limits based on the different package that you get and blah, blah, blah. So it's a place where everyone can come and work like behind the scenes, where we're able to share all the documents and share all the footage and all the FOIA requests and work on everything. And so we tried a couple of those out. We had another person trying to help build one. So we paid for that. We had a few expenses, that plugins and stuff we were having to pay. So what ended up happening was there were just tons of monthly charges that were accruing to run it all. And it was just coming out of pocket. Like I couldn't do it. So it was going to be an ongoing thing is the point I'm like at. So it was going to be like however many hundreds of dollars a month to keep Audit NASA going. And I couldn't pay that. Like I couldn't just do that out of pocket and then spend the tons of hours. And then I realized basically I'm asking people to treat it like a job, and people just can't. Like people can't invest that much time and energy into something as if it's a job. I was trying to run it really professionally. No one's allowed to talk about flat Earth. It's for both sides. So I thought the Globers would help. That didn't happen at all. Obviously, they all just sabotaged it and flooded it with all kinds of crazy messages and tried to get it shut down over and over. But yeah, now I'm like, I do still want to pop it back up, but I just now know from experience, like it'll have to be completely different, right? Like, I guess the domain's already paid for. I paid for even the website thing, so it should still be up and running right now. I paid for a lot of that in advance. We would have to find like some type of platform everyone can come in and log in and share different files and documents and communicate and have subgroups and meetings and tasks and all that, which is a whole saturated market. But those things are expensive, man. Like to basically like run your online business and have teams that can work and coordinate together. There are a few primary people. They charge a lot of money for that monthly. We would have to come up with what we're going to use and the best way to house like the actual work that we're doing. And we'd have to have some type of organization, or at least come up with a way that money could get brought in. I did figure out a solution to this though, in terms of like not just sending me money and hoping Austin pay. Like we could just do it with crypto and have a public wallet address, so everything's very transparent. The amount of money that comes in, you can track it through a BitPay card, so the actual money that's spent is all trackable, transparent, publicly available on the blockchain. So if we do pop that back up, I think that's how we would do it. But yeah, that's where I'm at on all that. I mean, there's still a whole website. Like I said, I have behind the scenes. The reason I haven't released the footage is because I know if I release the conversations with the astronauts, they probably won't let me go back in there and do it. Like if it goes viral at all, right?
Yeah.
So
Hey, Witsit,
anyway,
I
that's
just want to tell you all thanks and good night. Keep up the good work. Don't let all that other stuff get to you. You're spending too much time defending yourself when you don't have to defend yourself as a man. Tell Sky hello, and we love your family, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, brother. I don't know, Kayuna, you're gonna
Thank
say.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. I wanted to
Yeah.
say that I think the topic of people suffering from parasocial relationships is really real. And I have compassion for these people to some extent. And I think that some people have a really hard time when they interact with people on the internet. They think that they know them, they may become obsessed with them. And honestly, it kind of like creeps me out, like hearing people go back and find old personal videos, and like you clearly can tell they watched that whole video like multiple times. Like you can really see that like the internet is not like, even though we're all adults, like not everybody should be on the internet. Not everybody can emotionally handle it. And it's honestly like I didn't even realize that people like that kind of existed, and now you can kind of see as Witsit's doing more and more stuff, just that these people exist. And, I think that this was maybe helpful. In some ways, though, I this is just my own personal opinion. I think actually people suffering with parasocial relationships, I don't know if the solution is to necessarily let them have access to these people, because it actually makes them more sick. And like, you know, big celebrities, like I understand now why they don't maybe want to like hang out with fans and stuff, because some of their fans like literally can't handle it. And so yeah, sorry if that's not relevant, but I could hear certain people like really just they want Witsit's attention. He's their current obsession, and maybe in the future it'll be somebody else. And I have compassion for whoever that next person is, because they may be able to actually find out like where that person lives, and they like who knows what they'll do. But I think that like maybe like it's kind of creepy and it's kind of crazy and it's really like it's kind of funny, but there's like a dark undertone of this that like there are people like this that exist and they can't handle it. And what does that mean? Like right now it's Witsit, but what if it's you next and it's your family? And so I don't know the solution, but it just really made it apparent today that some people that we just interact with, like the question is like, should you interact with those people if they're suffering from parasocial syndrome?
I don't think they should be given a platform. Like, this was ridiculous tonight. Like, almost to the point where it was creepy, like weird. So
Almost.
we definitely need to be, well, it definitely was, but you know, I'm trying to be coy. But with it all Jordy, I mean, I can't believe how you handled it, but you're an inspiration, because I wouldn't have done it like that. Like, no way. I'm glad I wasn't on
yeah,
the
so
call.
Why I kind of
well,
stepped away.
Well, let me just mention the thing is, yeah. So QApp was like kept saying in the chat, "Oh, can we do a presentation about TFE and stuff?" And then I said to him, I was like, "Well, yeah, if you want to, submit a ticket thing and put a request of what you want to do." He did send put in the request that they wanted to present about TFE, is it real or is it fake? And I was like very clear. I mean, that whole transcript is in the records and all that stuff. But I was very clear in saying it that like, okay, if they wanted to do it on just the the evidence they claim, or the claimed evidences, or just an actual direct thing on it, perhaps we would consider it. I did mention it to you, Austin, and you said, yeah, I mean, let them do it, that kind of thing. As long as it's not, well, I mean, I don't even know if you said that, but I mean, I was saying, yeah, as long as it's not like a whole slander fest thing. So I said that to them. They agreed. QOP agreed. Even Rusted Soul on the live stream here agreed before that it was not going to be a personal thing. She literally said, I agree. Geo said those stipulations that if they want to focus on just the evidences.
Wait, she broke her
okay.
integrity? I don't believe you.
Okay, but this was addressed during the debate, or when this was going on. I addressed this to her that it was. She said, "Oh, that it wasn't. There was no outline given." I said, "Yeah, but it was supposed to be specifically about TFE and not slander and character assassination." So the fact that she even agreed to that before this even happened in the live stream, because she was, I don't know, I understood that she was saying that she was like unaware that the ticket or whatever queue up had said. Now I don't want to speak for her because she's not here.
What
but
I heard,
was
what I
the
heard her
impression
say
that I got.
basically was that once something personal was said about her, then she felt like it could be all like gloves off or whatever, even though realistically she had crossed that line before that. But I want to say this though: people need to have some empathy and realize, like, I get that I can be like real assertive, I can trigger people, I have a very triggering personality, blah blah blah. And people get so detached from reality in this internet world, right? But you guys need to realize that you affect other people, right? Like, I have a family, for example. So like, what do you think that this like crazy obsessive slanderous behavior, what do you think that would do to someone's family, like to their wife or their children or their idea of their children? Like, it's creepy, it scares people. You know what I'm saying? Like trying to look into every little detail and then make up all kinds of claims and assumptions about whatever you think that you find, and spread it and talk about everybody, and obsessively just relentlessly slander them and talk about them and try to find any little thing you can about their whole life. Like, people don't ever, they're so like, it's just the internet world for them, you know what I'm saying? So it's like people are kind of detached from the fact that these are real people behind the screen, bro. Like, these are real people with real lives.
Well, that's why I mentioned the, like, even during when that was all happening, I mentioned the paparazzi kind of vibe of it, because that's what like the paparazzi do, like what you just said. They're like usually obsessed. They wait for the person to get out of the car and they're taking pictures and they're asking them questions. You know, if it's Justin Bieber, they'll be like, "Hey, Justin, how was your wedding?" or "How was your this?" And they try to get a little soundbite. And then, yeah, a lot of them do exactly what you're saying too. I'm sure in their, you know, when they go public with whatever, they probably slander and, you know, say some half misinformation, all whatever all goes on with that. But it's kind of like a paparazzi consciousness of like a hyper obsession, asking every question in the book, trying to twist anything that can. Even in some ways where they might even create like drama by, let's say, oh, I don't know, making videos that say this and that to try to then get the
Like a
response of the person. Yeah,
tabloid kind of thing.
to get the response. Yeah, exactly. The gets into the Hegelian dialectic and yeah, how that can start to go on. Yeah, but it's like the paparazzi kind of have that whole vibe, and it's not necessarily healthy either. You know, when you see that, it's pretty obvious that like it's not like they're actually like, you know, really impassioned by the work they do and they want to interview them. There's obviously some kind of like an extreme just like focus on them, and then some need to kind of like either twist or kind of, you know, represent what they're saying in some way, like some kind of like critic that's always there to try to
Yeah.
get
And
more
what's
Even
clicks
oh,
by
sorry.
kind of feasting on who you are or something. Yeah.
And
even
I wanted to
claiming you
say,
think
oh,
even claiming you think the trip is fake or implying you think it could be faked is technically like would be falling under what you guys are considering slanderous because you'd be implying that these people are lying. So I don't think like people who say Sandy Hook is fake, like Alex Jones, should be considered like slanderous and like you can't say that.
No, I
See,
never said that's
that's not the same
slanderous.
though.
No, I
Josh
never said that.
Paradise
Yeah.
here,
To think it's
he
fake
came in
alone is
here.
not slanderous. Sorry, go.
Josh Paradise in here said that he, you know, is questioning the event, but he's not doing it in a slanderous, accusatory way. He's just more of a curious, you know, on the fence, haven't, you know, not totally sure. You know, that's different.
Right.
That's different than making a YouTube channel with 20 videos with husband and wife on there, making entirely inflammatory, accusatory accusations and putting personal information on there. And then when found out to be completely wrong, doubles down and says, well, I'm not going to delete it because I don't give a fuck.
This is
yeah,
called
and
the
I think what's
This is called the
happened
Moat and
is
Bailey fallacy, by the way.
we've been so used to seeing Globers do it. And you know, like it's actually the parasocial, like it goes on both sides, right? It's flat earth and Globers. And we saw it on the Glober side, and actually that behavior has really deterred some people from advocating for flat earth because they know that the Globers will do this. And as flat earth gets bigger, we're going to see this happening internally as well. And what is the community going to do? Like, I don't want to speak on behalf of you, Witsit, but there may be a day where you literally feel like you like just can't even talk to like random people on Discord anymore because some people just genuinely can't handle parasocial stuff, and it may become like a security issue. And it's all fun and games until it's your real life, and people like, you know, as
Yeah, and
it
that's what
gets
I'm
bigger,
saying.
like
Like
who
these people,
knows what will happen? Like who knows what will happen? You know, like
yeah, these people don't even have to feel like it's like totally probably out of their mind, the security aspect of it. And it's a very real thing. It's a very real thing.
I
And what
doubt
we did,
Rusted
it's called
Soul's
a
gonna
mot,
attack
and
you.
it's not the
yeah, but
point though.
he's
It's
just
not the
one of
point. There's
those
some
people.
person that's watching those insane videos, right? It's like, and who knows? I don't know anything about that person. Someone swears up and down, like, no, Bob faked his death, and I looked at him dead, bro. I don't know what that person's gonna do. You know,
We're
like
not.
if it's actually parasocial, it is notoriously ends badly. And what you did was called the Mott and Bailey fallacy, which is like where you cover up just outlandish, absurd, extreme positions with like a much more reasonable, much more agreeable position when challenged on it. Right. So it's like, oh well, someone could technically say just even questioning the trip was slander. So I mean, you know, therefore it's totally reasonable to just make outright slanderous claims and like it's like you covered up the actual behavior we're talking about, the very
Well,
extreme,
no.
ridiculous behavior
If
by deflecting over to a more reasonable, just genuine questioning of the trip itself, which is not the same thing, right? I mean,
well, if you say that it's fake, you're basically saying that you're like an agent. And for some reason, yeah, it doesn't rub people the wrong way as much. But it's basically the same thing as, or maybe even worse than other slanderous claims.
Nobody's talking about
Well, it
that
rubs
right
me the wrong
now.
way.
Nobody's talking about, I'm talking about people who have a parasocial relationship and cannot handle interacting with people on the internet. I'm not talking about
I love interacting.
anti-truthers.
But do you not agree that parasocial is a thing? Like, because like, how much did you pay for your? And I'm trying to keep it not too specific, I guess, right? But it's like, I mean, I wasn't shown that same courtesy by this person, right? In fact, the exact opposite has been done. But it's like, how much did you pay for your RV? Where did you buy it? Da-da-da-da. Like digging in with questions that are like what an agent would do and like someone that's dangerous would do. Like this is how I've had to look at Mattoon. So I just outright stopped interacting with Mattoon at all. And that's because like literally, bro, my wife would come up to me and be like, dude, Mattoon legitimately freaks me out. And it's like, yeah, yeah, and like being with them in person, even more so, because it's like apparent that actually this person like likes me and just wants to really be my friend. And this whole online thing is like a facade and like a character, and you can see that that's like creepy, right? You're dealing with some type of deep, emotional, yet frankly delusional position that is volatile. And so that is,
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like it's weird and it's real. And I think about how patient I was like, bro, you know, I don't, I'm rookie is like, you don't have to defend yourself and you spend too much time doing it. Well, really, I've kind of stepped away, right? Like I've stepped away and it's like, think about how long I sat here. I'm like extremely transparent. I sit here and answer all these questions about everything. I don't have to do that. I don't have to do that. I don't know what world people think that they're entitled to it, but it's like more so just really think about how insane it is that I even do it. Most people would just not. And instead of it like somehow
Yeah.
giving credibility, it's never enough. It's just like, oh, we're just gonna keep going. And if I'm ever eventually just like, okay, that's enough. See, he's running. It's like doesn't even help. It makes it worse in this weird way where I should, you know, I could just do what everyone else
Yeah.
does, which is just ignore you guys.
Well, because I think when people actually suffer with that, more is worse for them. Like imagine somebody has like a parasocial relationship with like Taylor Swift, right? And the more that she would interact with that person, like the worse it would be for their parasocial relationship. And that's the same with stalkers. And maybe the flat earth community is getting bigger now and there's new people. And so people haven't really had to like think about this and like take this seriously. And I don't want to tell people what to do on their servers or anything. Like I'm just giving my opinion, but maybe like as the movement grows, because it will grow, like people may have to have a new process of how they deal with people suffering with this. Like, you know,
It
like I
seems
don't
like
know
they're
how it
more
will
on the
go, but
Glober side. These people like McToon, and seems
oh
like the
no, it's here
Globers have that
too. It's
obsession.
no, Blob. It's here too. It's
What,
here
Rusted
too.
Well,
Soul?
I agree with
No, it's
Ty.
not just
I've
her. It's
seen
other
it. I've
people.
seen it. Yeah, I had this was interesting tonight. But yeah, Kai, I agree. It's really been kind of interesting to see different people's claims, and they almost like have, you know, not to get too into it, but that, you know, they don't trust Witsit because, you know, they feel like they didn't take his advice one time or didn't get back to a DM, right? Like it's very interesting. And Blob, yeah, it's on both sides for sure, but it's definitely on the FE side too.
I don't really see it with the FE people too much. Maybe Rusted a little bit.
well, I mean, even you did it. You were like, I sent you stuff, and then in your mind, it's like this assumption that I should have automatic. I didn't see it. Like, I'll just tell you right now, bro. I've never seen your DMs that you're talking about, and it's not like I'm too
wasn't.
good or whatever. It's like, dude, just go look at my DMs. I have 100 message requests, bro. You know, like
I put
it's
it in
not
the
even
live stream.
physically possible.
I didn't
Oh,
DM it
that's
to you.
what's that's well, that's not the point though. The point is though, when you said I sent it to you, okay? So when people send something to you or whatever from their end, they're like, okay, I took the time, there you go. But they don't think about the other end, which is like literally hundreds of people do that same thing. It's just like when someone will be in the comments like, Austin's been running from a debate from me for 5 years. I was like, I don't know who you are, bro. So it's like this super weird dynamic where it's like just unhealthy. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm not even like quote unquote famous. I'm just some dude that has a few thousand subs. Like imagine like how unhealthy this would be if Flat Earth really does blow up. Like people need to kind of get a grip, I think is.
Well, and no offense, Blah, but I have to say this because I heard this in your presentation earlier, and you have poor discernment. You literally made the argument that because he made a comment about maggots and meat, this somehow traces back to why you don't believe in TFE. Like, I'm sorry, that was just a really poor argument and terrible discernment, and you need to be called out for it, and I don't want to engage with you in a conversation, but I just had to call you out on that. So I don't really care about your opinion. It's clearly obvious that the truther community is suffering from it, and you're white knighting for those people. And that's all I have to say. Bye, guys. It was fun chatting.
Well, that's not my claim though. So when you said that, I just assumed you were talking about the guy that I sent the videos of.
Keep going.
I never talked about that.
Yeah,
So
but you
I don't
did
know if
kind of
you're like
say what
lying or
you said that no, what you did say, right, was that you thought everyone involved was sketchy except for
Mhm.
supposedly Witsit is what people say, but because I also find him sketchy because of this, then therefore
Yeah,
TFE
the
is like
33
not legit.
stuff. Yeah.
Okay, but dude, why are you scared of numbers? Yeah, I'm gonna give you some more ammo here. Like, in my real personal life, if I see like triple threes or triple sevens, like sometimes I'm like, okay, that's a sign. That's maybe showing me like the right way to make a decision. In what world have you given some other group of people that play dress up in the dark and think they have some secrets so much power over the way that you view the world that you're fearful of numbers? Like,
No, they just
I do
control
know,
the
no, wait,
police
blah,
and
blah,
the
I
law, and
do
they
know,
control
I
everything.
know that, yeah, but they don't control numbers, okay? Like they use them, and of course, I agree with you
Yeah.
that they throw threes out there as like this, that to pay homage to the group and to signal different things and different psyops and stuff. That doesn't. It is completely faulty logic to think that therefore every time there's multiple threes together, that's what that is.
Well, it's
You can
just
see
two
that
threes.
if you have something that's like $1,000 and you split it into three, like 33%, right, is 1/3. So it's like it does go off the deep end. It turns into like even colors. It's like, oh man, Austin wears some orange Jordans. Yeah, you know why? Because they were at the Nike outlet and they were on sale for $20. There's no gigantic conspiracy theory. Like it's just
Okay.
they were cheap.
So the reptilian themed like toxic supplements being 33% off means nothing.
Wait, why
Right?
are they toxic? The supplements are toxic now?
Yeah, they've always been. I proved that on here. But I don't really feel like getting into it. I mean, whatever. I mean, saying it's just a coincidence is like it's like all right. I mean, I don't really believe that, but you can say that.
Okay. Well, you're certainly entitled to believe whatever you want. But I mean, if imagine a world where it is just a coincidence, right? Okay. Now,
I'd
like
have
that's
to
why I
imagine
said
that.
it's a sign. Yeah, but that's my point though. Like what typically happens is people never do that. And when I normally ask them, this is like a well-known thing, right? It's a very famous test of intellect. It's like you ask a person a hypothetical question and you make it clear it's hypothetical with a hypothetical preface and you see how they respond. And if they have an inability to answer from within that hypothetical paradigm, right? Like it's poor, it's just like it shows an ineptitude. There's no way to politely sugarcoat it though, so I normally don't bring this up, but it's just like low intellect. Like you should be able to entertain. That's why it says it's the ancient saying, right? It's like the mark of a bright mind or educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without believing it's
What is your
completely.
what are you saying?
Yeah. The point is that to always be able to check yourself, right? Meaning like it's very important that we check ourselves and have self-awareness. So we have to be able to look at the other side of what we currently believe or think to be true. In order to do that, we have to be able to do the exercise of hypothetically entertaining something else. Have you ever truly
Yeah, I heard
stepped
what
back and been like, okay, have you ever done that with this whole situation, with the whole TFE, with how you've come up with these theories about me and stuff? Have you stepped back and just considered that actually there's nothing malevolent? Have you truly put
yeah.
yourself in the position? Okay, and how do you? So do you not? Are you not? You don't think it's important? Like if that were true, do you have any regret or shame in that scenario? Like if actually you're just completely wrong and all of these ideas are just completely, they would be therefore diluted. Like, would you
Well,
would you
if
not
I was
want?
wrong, yeah, it'd be
Yeah, but I mean,
deluded to
would
think
it
that.
be important to? Yeah, and would it be important to you to not be like that?
Yeah, of
Hey,
course.
Blob,
That's why
I want to
I'm
make
one of the top
I want to
truthers
make a
around
quick
here.
comment. I'm not trying to interrupt. I'm going to drop the mic quickly. But the products are Shazandu, and these are Steven's wife's products. And I dropped the
hmm
page, and you can look
I'm
at the
I'm
About Me
aware of
section.
every
Right,
ingredient. I'm very aware.
right.
No,
But
time out. You're not even knowing what he's saying. There's the blends, and then there's also an entire company, right, which
hmm
has tons of different products,
It's
and they're
coconut
like some of the purest. They're some of the
charcoal.
purest.
Yeah,
No,
I know.
that's just the
well,
blends,
I
dude. There's
dropped the
a
link for you.
company.
You can
hmm
look at it. It says about Shazandu. We at Shazandu Organics are committed to bringing you the highest quality, wildcrafted, and organic products so that you can be confident that you are not only avoiding chemicals, but also giving your body the nourishment it needs. It goes on and on and on. And I'm trying to tell you that you have this picture painted in your mind that Steven's this dark dragon boy that's trying to like spew toxicity and 33s everywhere when really it's a man
Well,
and
he
his
did,
wife
but
that has a child. Hold on, you interrupted me. You are painting a picture that he's evil when if you read the company what they're about, they're not.
hmm well,
It's
yeah,
obvious.
that's what the company just says, and maybe he's ignorant,
No, I know
but he
him
did sell. Okay, all right.
personally.
So
Many
you're
hours
about
of
so you're
talking.
you vouching
Oh,
for him
so now I'm a
is the
bad
proof.
boy. Now I'm also twisted and
Well,
I'm
I don't know
dark.
you like that.
Well, it's where you're going
No,
with
Bob,
it.
do you see the slippery slope that it requires you go to? At what point in time on the slope do you ever think, okay, maybe it's a good time for me to step back off and reconsider
There's
the
shills
slope I'm
everywhere.
on?
There's shills everywhere. What do you
But
mean?
you didn't answer my question. Do you not ever think like, okay, if you start falling down it, do you not occasionally remind yourself to step out and then reconsider your base presupposition? Or once you
No,
kind of go that
yeah,
route, you just gonna
I have a
skydive?
bunch of people that I know are not shills, so I'm good.
Okay, that's not the wasn't the point, but it's fine. Like, because the company, what he's talking about, the company, like they sell all kinds of stuff. They sell like some of the best curcumin or whatever it's called, curcumin, I think is how you pronounce it, like in the world. And some of the best reishi in the world, like literally in the world. Okay, like some of the purest products in the world, literally. Literally, dude. Like that's why like they go out of
hmm
their way, go get it from very specific geographical locations with very specific processes to get it and to refine it and to keep it as pure as possible. That's the same company, that's his wife, right? The same company that was involved
Yeah.
with that entire thing that we did. When it comes to the tonics, everything that was in the tonic. Now you have this other take, right? That basically everything is toxic except for meat and milk, and I get it, whatever, and like cheese, okay? But
That's
like
not true, but
well, it's close to what you think, but the point I'm making is that not everyone thinks that, okay? Other people think that a lot of this stuff is very good for you, like these natural organic medicines and plants
hmm
that grow from the ground. And
that's part
just
of my
because you
problem.
disagree with it doesn't mean that we're all evil,
Well, the thing is, it's
even if we
not
were
like,
wrong.
yeah, it's not like it's something that like just I disagree with, but the thing is like, we should be on the same page with all of these things, and the fact that we're not is more evidence to me of gatekeeping. Like we still have people who don't even understand germ theory in this community. So people don't understand these things, the more important topic, which you've even admitted that health is the most important topic. People don't understand it. And we're all talking about all these arguments that don't matter. We're entertaining trolls all day, Globers. Um, so, I mean,
Well, I think what
just
you're
seems
doing is probably way more distracting, actually.
doing what?
Keep pointing.
This level of
Like you
trolling.
Oh,
do you
acting
agree,
like
Bob? Do you
there's no
agree that if
shills.
you're no, that's a straw man, right? That's an all or nothing fallacy. Do you agree that if a vast majority of the accused shills actually aren't shills, would you agree that you're actually being extremely detrimental to the productivity of the group
No,
here and just the truth in general?
no, because when it comes to like me and my effect, I know that I've single-handedly raised up the nutritional and health information of this entire room. Many people that come in here all the time. So I help people all the time. What is like
That's a
shills
non
who have a problem
sequitur.
with me? Yeah, what is the point?
Okay, it's very
What? So
simple,
if I
man.
call
I'm
someone a
saying
shill,
specific.
so someone
No,
I call a
I said
shill who doesn't like contribute anything, that's a problem.
no. You're no. See, you're not. You can't even engage with it directly. Like if say hypothetically you accuse 100 people of being a shill
Hmm.
and a gatekeeper, and let's just say that actually 98 of them were not shills. Do
Yeah.
you agree that in that scenario, what you were doing is detrimental?
Well, I mean, just calling someone a shill might not necessarily be detrimental, but
Well, you're actively encouraging people to not listen to any of the stuff that they say, to you're discrediting them, and of course you're
well, I
now
can only do
leading
that.
people to putting you're also
Yeah, I can
now
only do
leading
that
people
if
to
I have.
putting tons of time. No, that's not true. We just watched people do it without any evidence and pure speculation and conjecture for an entire presentation. So, but
Yeah,
my
and
point to you
was
is,
that supposed to look good? Did that
dude,
look
Bob,
good
Bob, are
or
you getting the
was it
point that
bad?
Gio's trying to say? Gio's, you get the point that he's
No,
trying to say to you,
you're
which is,
missing the point. You're missing the point. The point
how
is
am I missing my own
if
point?
you just spaz out and call people shills with no evidence, it actually makes you look bad. So you can only
Yes.
call people shills in a way that would bother people if you have actual evidence. And if
Yeah,
you
but
have
that
actual
isn't my
reasoning,
point, though. The point is
okay,
that if you're wrong, it still is
yeah,
taking tons of time and energy away from what could actually have the time and energy, like more productive things, such
like
as
what?
actually discovering truth, like actually getting to more of the truth, actually formulating ways to unify in terms of being productive and
Yeah,
effective with
we
getting
do
the
that all the
truth out
time.
there.
Yeah, we do that all the
No,
time.
do we though? Do we though? Because like the
Yeah, I
last
do.
month, all I've seen, the last month, the main thing I've seen is a bunch of super truthers calling everyone chills, saying everything is fake and gay, and then just baselessly asserting things without evidence as if it's true, and then appealing to incredulity,
Well, the TFE
ad
isn't
nauseum.
like that big of a deal though, in terms of the truth. Like it to me, it doesn't even change anything, even if it is real. So it's really not that big of a deal to me. I just think it's funny for the most part. Like people with all the vape gate and all that stuff, it's mostly just entertainment. So when it comes to
Okay,
actual
but that's
truth,
what, bro,
I
you're
help
making.
people in this room more than anybody else. So
You're making my point stronger though, which is like your motivation is just even like something as surface level as entertainment. Well, you realize that there are people that are actually involved, people that are not that familiar with all the arguments. To them, the 24-hour sun is a huge deal. It's like a mutually exclusive determining factor, certainly with what Jaren's doing now, right? So it's like that's
yeah,
kind of
that's
a
your boy.
selfish approach that you have there. Like
Yeah,
you just
that's
deflected
your
from the point
side.
again.
Well,
My
you don't really have a
side,
point.
like
Yeah,
my
that's Jaren.
side.
That's your boy.
What do you mean I don't have a
That's
point? I do have a point. My point is that it's very selfish to even though you know it's going to affect tons of people and deter them from the actual truth, it's funny to you, so it's worth it.
Yeah, but the truth about TFE, it doesn't really matter.
You're saying that, and I agree that it's not like conclusive in terms of the nature of the earth, but there are tons of people that aren't as informed. That's where we're supposed to come in, right, and help them become informed. There are tons of people that aren't that informed that ignorantly believe that it is, and instead of trying to
Like
help those
people
people
around
out,
here, there's people who are
yeah,
uninformed and ignorant, and I help them out all the time in here about a more important topic.
you see,
The
you just
TFE
always
is not is
deflect.
just
Yeah, but it does
no, it's
matter.
not.
It does matter. What the sun and how this whole realm works, all of it matters
Okay,
when it
how
comes
many
to
flat
that.
earthers became glowers because
So,
of it?
well, I'm
No,
just
most
saying
of
if
them, most of them that didn't become glowers become of it, but think it's conclusive or mutually exclusive, just outright denied that it exists, and that is
What's
automatically
wrong with that?
detrimental. If just denying truth and reality because of cognitive dissonance, you're asking me what's
They're
wrong with
denying a
cognitive
video.
dissonance?
Yeah, they're
No,
denying a
no, okay,
video.
but hey, Blob, listen. In the scenario that it's just real, right? Like there's actually a
Well, in
24
the
hour sun there.
hypothetical that we, yeah,
Sure.
in the
Okay. Of
hypothetical that all your points
hold on,
are
dude, you're
in.
just interrupting. The thing is, anyone can take a ticket there, so it's all very relevant. Can you just let him finish?
yeah, yeah. It's because the point is that obviously, side note, it is actually real, and the point is that in the scenario that it is real, it's obviously very detrimental for a large group of people to be because of cognitive dissonance and ignorance because they think it actually is mutually exclusive, meaning the Earth can't be flat if that's there, which is ignorant. And
Well,
then
you
now
could
they have
explain that to
cognitive
them.
dissonance. Now they have cognitive dissonance. So they're saying, oh, it must be fake. And this is the problem. You say you can explain it to them. This is the problem. What's happening is a bunch of people are claiming that they think it's no big deal. They claim it's not consequential, meaning they're like, oh, well, no, that doesn't change that the Earth is flat. But they're not being honest. There's a large group of people that do think it's a major problem for flat Earth, but they won't admit that. So then the safe way out is to just claim it's fake so they don't ever have
Yeah.
to face it.
If you say that though, if you just auto hoax it, how is that bad for that person? Like, what is the detriment to them?
I just explained it because it's cognitive dissonance. Cognitive dissonance is always bad for a
So
person.
who cares what they like if they're wrong about something about the Earth, about this thing that they've
I have
never even
something to say
seen.
on that.
It's on a video,
Can
and
I
they
say
deny
something?
the video from a glober. You're saying it's a big problem.
So the problem is that the
Okay, no
evidence being
response.
used, the problem
What?
is
No,
the
he was trying
evidence.
to talk.
The problem is that the evidence being used to debunk it is really bad, so it makes flat earthers look stupid. That's the
Correct.
problem. So it actually hurts the
Correct.
flat earth
And
movement.
terribly.
that
It's
was
like the
good
worst
for
thing
us.
ever. It hurts flat Earth in like 10 different ways. Right. So like the number one way is like what you're saying is that all these people jumping on board with these false claims that are easily debunked, like every single freaking claim that came out of Russell's mouth is easily debunked. Okay. And so whenever someone that actually does do good research comes in and looks at these claims, they're like, oh, dang, is that all flat Earth is? Flat Earth is just a bunch of people that don't actually do research. They just all repeat claims they heard other people say without actually researching it. Number two, when someone's kind of new to the subject or not as informed on it, when they see all the flat Earth or a bunch of flat earthers doing that, repeating easily debunked claims to just dismiss it outright and claim it's fake, so not address it, they interpret that to mean, okay, wow, this must actually be a big deal. This must disprove flat Earth, right? Because these people have to just deny it. And the foundation of their denial is super shaky. So it deters a huge group of people that would maybe be interested or were on the fence or were starting to look into it. Now it completely pushes them away, thinking like, oh, it has been debunked. The people that are veterans can't even accept the fact that it's there. So this is
Yeah,
a
or
major
you could
blow to
convince
flat Earth
them,
because of that.
or you could convince them it's fake. These new
And
people.
so what you're saying is it's beneficial to lie to convince them of a lie.
Well, according to you, it's a lie.
Okay,
But
now
yeah,
the entire conversation is under the hypothetical preface that it's real, because I'm trying to talk to you because you think it's fake. I know for a fact it's real. I'm trying to talk to you in the perspective that it's real because I'm trying to make you aware of the fact that it is detrimental to the truth community.
I don't really think so.
Even in the scenario that everything that we said and did was true.
Yeah. What's wrong? Like auto hoaxing as your first instinct is actually probably the most rational thing to do at this point. Just say everything's fake, and it's better.
But
Because
first of all, I disagree.
An auto hoaxer would already think the globe's fake.
Yeah, but look, I disagree with that, but like, I think it's not as bad, and maybe you'll be right more than you'll be wrong, probably, because it's such an upside down world, right?
Exactly.
But an initial auto hoax prior to investigation that is then followed up by diligent investigation is one thing. Auto hoaxing from the rip and then just moving on or just doubling down based that is not good at all, right? That's terrible because now you just live, that's called delusion. How is delusion good?
Well,
I
I
mean, it
just
literally
don't
turns
think.
into like serious mental illnesses.
Well, they don't live in Antarctica. They're not like denying something that they're seeing with their eyes. They're just auto hoaxing a video, and that's a good yeah. Just auto hoax everything. What's wrong with that? That's gonna help you in your life.
Okay, so I can auto hoax this whole story of this guy that you have and all the supposed benefits of what you
Yeah, you
said.
can. I do.
Yeah, is it beneficial to me to do that?
Yeah, that's what I did.
What you're essentially saying is you shouldn't believe anything you can't verify yourself, which is a
Yep.
really good thing to follow. But there's a difference between I'm not going to accept it because I wasn't there myself first. I'm not going to accept it, and then here's a bunch of really shit reasons why it's fake.
Exactly. Like if someone's
Yeah, they're
position is
just
rounded and it's like, look, I can't verify that myself. Da 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 da. That's different. That's not what people are saying. They're claiming they know it's fake, and now they're claiming that, for example, I'm an agent, because that's the necessary implication for almost every version of this suggestion is that I'm some like sinister agent that's manipulating and deceiving everyone, and this is like some major psychological operation, and I'm a
yeah.
gatekeeper. Okay, Blob, I got a question for you. If none of that's true, and I'm actually just a truther, let's just say hypothetically for you, since you seem to think I'm some like mastermind or whatever, okay, that I actually take tons of sacrifices to talk about the things that I have, right? It's affected my family's life in many ways, right? We have to live a very specific way, and it hasn't been easy. And I'm actually just trying to get truth out there. And I do have an ability to present some ideas to people that click for them, right? And so in a scenario that I actually am just authentically a truther that's trying to help wake people up to some of these deceptions or some of these truths, is convincing a large group of people within the truth community that I'm actually a gatekeeper and an agent detrimental?
Well, the thing is, um, we know that this is like a thing that happens where we have controlled op within the supposed truther community. So if you find out about some truther on the internet, having that knowledge and just instantly thinking, oh, this guy might be an agent, is actually a good thing to do. Because a lot of people have the opposite, where they have this like hero worship, and then they get led into these things that are scams.
Okay, so what if I say that the agent is the one who makes the video saying it's fake, giving really bad arguments to make Flat Earth look
Yeah, you
stupid?
could say that too.
But
Yeah, you could
then
say
the
that too.
Way
people
better
who watch
argument.
these videos, but the people who watch these videos don't say that. They actually believe it. They don't question the videos
No,
that
I
say it's
think
fake as
Eric
well.
Dubé. Yeah, I do. I think Eric Dubé is a shill. I think all his
And dude,
arguments are stupid.
by the way, a lot of these videos actually are claims actually provably did originate with globe Earth trolls. That's like the worst
That's
part of
true.
it.
I believe that.
Yeah, that sucks. That sucks. That Globers, and I get it too. I can't even like be upset with them in this scenario because I've been tempted to like troll you guys to some extent after this just keeps spiraling. I'm like, oh my God. Like for example, Galatrax, he started leaning into it and trolling on his ex, right? And I just kind of like laughed vicariously through him because I knew I had too much of a responsibility. I couldn't do that. But it's like I understand it. I definitely understand why, like making light of it, and just it's just like comical. Some of the
Yeah,
claims are just comical. They're
yeah,
so ridiculous and off the wall. And there are Glovers that are like, look, they get to now push this narrative. Look how stupid flat earthers are. They're the most gullible, stupid people ever. We can make up any absurd thing off the wall, and we're gonna circulate this on X and watch, dude. There are gonna be real flat earthers that are gonna start pushing it out and believing it. And they started making up these different supposed debunks and narratives and claims, and then just sat back and watched it. And sure enough, that's what they did. Do you not is that detrimental, Bob?
what like shills making fake videos, like Eric Dubé?
No, 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 like flat earthers falling for it misinformation like purposefully created by globe trolls to undermine the credibility of flat earth.
Um, it's a good
I can
question.
give an example. Like for example, I saw the vape video of Witsit and he's like kneeling down and he's like looking at it in the clip. And all I had to do was go to the original footage to see that that was at the end of the stream. Right? But most people don't do that. They just spread it around. That's like what a real
Yeah.
truther would do.
That one went
Well,
more viral than all the other vape videos.
Like it looked bad when I saw it. I'm like, holy shit, he's kneeling down in front of the camera. But when you go to the video, the stream had already ended.
Yeah, exactly. That was the end of the stream, literally. Like it was like playing the music or whatever.
yeah, I mean, is Flat Earth dead? R.I.P.
No, see, this is like, bro, I'll be honest, you're a contrarian. I think you know that. And so you're not really what that ends up devolving to is not engaging in good faith. And like Rusted was doing the same thing. She wasn't engaging in good faith. Neither was QOP. right? So like you all three are kind of doing the same thing. So it's like you got a claim that's on the table. When it goes unchallenged, it's like, oh, it's a great claim, say it a million times. When it's specifically challenged and or rebutted / refuted, then immediately, like usually
I don't have
halfway
a
through
problem
the
with that.
refutation, it's
Yeah, I
like
don't.
deflect to another one, deflect to another one.
No, I don't have a problem with flat Earth dying
Okay.
and being
Well, no.
exposed.
But do you have a problem with the entire awakening of the globe deception dying?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you're selfish.
Or excuse me, yes, I do have a problem with that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's okay. So this is the same thing, right? Like it's the same thing.
I mean, sorta.
So even
Kinda.
Dave McKeegan released a video. Flat Earthers' excuses are getting desperate now. And when I saw that video, I was like, he basically gave proof refuting all the arguments, which makes Flat Earthers look bad because all of Dave McKeegan's other videos, for example, on a topic on geodetic surveying, all the other topics, because of this one, it makes all the other ones more believable and reliable for the Globers. So when he addresses topics that are actually strong flat Earth arguments, and then you have these on which is a weak, it makes it seem like the other videos which are strong flat Earth arguments are just as bad, like the TFE video. If that makes sense. It really damages the whole flat Earth image.
I mean, most people that I talk to don't even know about it.
About what?
I don't know. The whole TFE thing, they don't even know about. Yeah, they don't
Globers?
even know what's going on. Anybody, flat earthers, globers, just random
The point is,
civilians.
if a Glober gets into flat Earth, they'll learn about this TFE thing and all the excuses flat Earth is made up.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of grifting in flat Earth, and I think that's the bigger problem. Like, yeah, there's people being deceptive. There's grifting. You got just a whole like Eric Dubay, like everything Eric Dubay says, except the Earth not being a globe, is pretty much retarded. And it's like, what about all that stuff? What about like everything else in this movement?
A lot of people became flat Earthers because of Eric Dubay.
Yeah, and he's a government agent. Isn't that weird?
So, but he's also talking against TFE.
Yep, exactly. And he's bringing up stupid ass points about footprints in the snow and vaping. You don't have to bring up anything in the footage to think it's fake. The thing is, people already think it's fake, so they just look at the footage and go, "Oh, this looks weird," and they're just grasping at straws. But you can just hand wave dismiss the whole video. It's a video
As
from
evidence,
a Glober. You can just say, "I don't believe it."
Yeah, fair.
You don't need to bring
fair.
up vaping or anything. Yep. The grifters need to be exposed in flat Earth. I think. There's a lot of
We
problems
shouldn't
going
be
on.
having to bring up the damn babes. We should be more professional.
Well, let's not just hide from the truth. If people are saying bullshit and we can expose it, then what's wrong with that?
This isn't exposing anything. This is turning people away from flat Earth. It's turned my ex, everybody else who I've talked to since I came back home, away from flat Earth. That's all this shit has done. I could
Well,
take I can go do video after video now where nobody gives two shits about any activist work we do, any of this topic now in the streets. My best friend's even saying stuff to me about her kids, all of them. Guess what, sis? The earth ain't flat anymore, 24-hour sun. I mean, the shit that should have been addressed during these interviews should have been like, it doesn't matter if there's a sun, y'all, there's a 24-hour sun. But guess what? The earth is still measured flat. No, it never was said like that. It was just like, doop, 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 doop. Next. What's
Yeah,
spits it.
the conversation just never got redirected to the evidence, right? That seems to be the biggest failing, I think, is that there is so much evidence, and like we've been all stuck up in personalities and this TFE thing, and the evidence is being totally ignored in this process. I think it's a huge failing on our side.
What's so annoying is actually if I've kind of stepped away in general because people are insane, even going after like my family and stuff. But like anytime that I've been asked, that's exactly what I said. I even said that in the interview with him before I went. But now the vast majority of flat earthers, right, that are complaining about the fallout of this, what have they been doing? They've been doing the same thing. They're like just focusing on how it's allegedly not real, talking about every minor, minuscule, random, easily debunked thing they can think of, obsessively talking about it. It's like, what the hell? Like, what are you doing? You know, like in this argument that we shouldn't have gone at all is also stupid because it's like, no, we're supposed to be truthers, dude. If there's actually a sun that stays up for 24 hours, if in 2015 every single flat earther would have agreed that we'd want to know that. Now all of a sudden it doesn't matter. We should have never gone. Like, since when is
Well,
that a truth or position?
didn't the flat
Thank you
earthers
for
say that
saying that.
it didn't matter? Like most of the flat earthers said, like, oh, even if there is a 24-hour sun, it doesn't change anything for me.
Yeah,
Wait.
but why would you not want to know the truth if it's there? It's not about if it means the Earth's not flat. It's about just the truth, like knowing the truth.
Well, I
Well,
took that position at first. Was it actually like I told you in private? Like I thought maybe you shouldn't go, but honestly, my position was more in line with I don't trust this Duffy guy, and if we do go, it should be on our own terms. And I know that you were discussing or contemplating a trip on your own at a later date, whether or not that would have happened. But I just think something like that would have been more ideal, less rushed, less requirement of performance, and all this.
You're planning.
All this other shit. Where like during the middle of your no sleep, Jaren walks up and to a camera and just gives like the perfect clip on someone else's platform, which we would never support in the first place. All this kind of stuff. Like this is exactly what we didn't want, right? We didn't want to have to with the preface of like having to perform for the Globers because it was all their idea and their straw man. Like just the name itself was one of the reasons, right? Like I didn't want to support it. It's like it wasn't an experiment, and they're basically putting the burden on us to go and just on and on and on. There's all those reasons. So if I would have changed one thing, I would have done it on our own terms. Other than that, like, of course I'd want you to go. Of course I'd want to know the evidence, right? Like, shit, I would love to go.
From what
so
I've
it
seen,
wasn't
like they
really.
put on like the news and put on different things and platforms that people have seen. Is there any video from Jaren or anything being put out during these times of 24-hour sun and claiming that there is one that they actually prove that the Earth is flat at the same time? Because if not, it just looks really pathetic. Like we're just going, all right, 24-hour sun, nothing else is being said. Every video I see is like, no argument. 24-hour sun, leaving it alone. Whoa, whoa, whoa. But there's something needs to be said. Is there a video? One?
Stacy,
No.
are you trying to say that? Are you an auto hoaxer, Stacy?
No, I'm asking you a real question. Why are you asking if I'm an auto hoaxer? What the fuck?
Wait, what? Okay,
I'm just
what?
wondering.
What's the point?
What is the
Anyway.
question? You're asking if there's one video?
I've already
Is
seen
that
like
what
a
you're saying?
video of Jared speaking and it was for a news thing and stuff. And they went straight to, right, honey, it was just talked about, oh, there's a 24-hour sun. And he said, but the Earth's still flat. That's all he said. Not how it's still flat. Not why it's flat. There is just
Right.
no explanation of why we believe
Wait,
it's
who
flat,
did that?
right?
Who did that?
Jaron? I mean, I just saw it on the other day. Like, what was that, honey? We saw the damn video? It wasn't even that
lost the
long ago. It was like
plot.
a couple weeks.
Jaren lost the plot.
Jaren's definitely chill.
Jaren's just. Well,
But honey,
you
Irison
just
told me that
use
you
these
can talk by
words. You
Jaren
know what
and
the
go.
what does a shill mean? What does shill mean? What does that
He's
mean?
been in this from the very damn beginning like an agent, double agent. We all know Jaren's fucking full of shit.
Uses his words wisely.
So Jaren's an
We already knew.
agent, or is he just
Yeah, we already all
wrong?
knew Jaren was. Riggs even thinks he is. Riggs knows Riggs definitely knows Jaren's full of shit.
Flat Earth
We
didn't
all do.
save Jaren.
He's not an agent, but he got bought out.
He's been up to basically an agent, honey. They
And he
bought
didn't
out.
get bought out either. I
Mm.
was there. You imagine? You know how funny you guys sound to me, pretending you know things definitively,
That's
I
funny.
actually was there. I was actually
Good for you.
there. I talked to him. Yeah, I bet if you emotionally interrupt me, somehow you'll become correct. I was there. I talked to him during the whole thing. I talked to him about his thought process and the whole thing. I think he's completely wrong. Okay, but stop acting like you know things you don't know. This is
Okay,
what
that's
wrong
cool.
with so
You're not,
many
you're not the
flat
only one
earthers.
that has an opinion. Okay, most of the community does.
Maybe you don't know, you know.
Damn.
Well, I mean, what's
Like
wrong
you
with
This
don't
is what
really,
I'm
Jaren if
saying. This is
he's
what's
really
wrong
he's
with
still
you
a
guys.
flat
Is like you
earther?
just act, instead of saying I think this could be true, you act like you know things definitively, and you
You
don't know
think
them
you know.
definitively.
You may not even know.
Why is Jaren spiraling?
Right. Explanations of why the person that we also don't trust
Why is he
asked you to go and
spiraling?
he's
You don't.
spiraling
Yeah.
You
afterwards.
don't know why he's spiraling. I'll explain it to you guys. You should know, but it's because he just like he said, whenever his wife first told him the Earth was flat, he said something very stupid to her and said, "No, that's not possible. Planes fly around it." Then he saw the map and was like, "Wait, planes can fly around this as well." So his very intro to it, the way it clicked for him was the map. From that point forward, he built everything in his understanding of flat Earth and his belief on that map, and ignorantly attached his understanding directly to that map, and thus kind of the model built around it with the sun on that map. So now, all these years in, he's taught so many people every answer about flat Earth from within that model, within that paradigm. Whenever it was wrong, he's like, dang, what do I do now? I can't keep pretending I can explain flat Earth to people or teaching people, right? When I've been wrong about this entire thing and I can't make sense of this anymore, right? And then he just totally went about the wrong way. Also, there are tons
But
of
hold on.
people,
Did he
most of
actually
the
fly
people
around
just
it?
attacked him. What?
Did he actually fly around it though?
Yeah, did he video?
I
But
mean,
this
he
is what I'm
didn't fly
saying. It's like,
around it, so he still didn't disprove his
so,
shit.
and this is another thing that like the community also holds some responsibility, right? Like the way that we were attacked, bro. Like, and you guys, this is what I was making the point earlier. You guys are so detached from like responsibility and repercussions in like real life, right? You're talking about real people. You know that Jaren's a real person. I'm a real person. Did you guys know that? Did you guys know that we have like actual like families and we live in real life in the real world? The way how vicious and gross people say things about us and threats and doxing and attacks, and it's like, dude, this is the kind of stuff that makes people like take their lives.
Wait, are
And
you
like,
saying
I
that
mean, I
you
I would never do that, but like there are people that would do that, and it's just disgusting. It's like you guys couldn't take a fraction of what you dish out. Not even a
I
fraction of it. So
I
you
could
you should
take
maybe look in the mirror.
I could take probably 10 times what I dish out.
I'm sure you could, bro. I'm sure you could.
Maybe
Have you ever been like
maybe 100
debanked?
times.
Have you ever been in like some random city and then realized that you're literally kicked off of Uber? Have you ever had any real
No,
life
but
repercussions of speaking truth?
yeah, yeah, I've been banned from communities that could have made money from.
Okay. So like you get constant death threats and random vehicles around your house and every square inch of anything you've ever done blasted everywhere, and people coming at your family and making threats about your children and trying to call CPS on you. And then like just constant like hateful, toxic lies spread about you, people spamming all of your inboxes. You can't even pick up your phone. Your whole phone is just like quote unquote flat earthers just spewing hatred and just attacking you and lying about you. See, and like I'm not crying like I'm some type of victim. I'm just telling you guys that's actually what's going on. And I know for a fact that a large percentage of the people that are doing it couldn't handle it. Like you guys have no idea. You guys have no idea. And then it's like you just forget. You forget that we're real people. You forget that we have real family. Forget that like, you know, Jaren's wife has to sit here and watch him attacked like that. And then has to be like, dude, what are these people gonna do? Are these people gonna come to our house? Like now they're making threats about me. Now they're making threats about Maverick and our children. Like now I'm scared.
Like, do we need to move? Like, do we have to split up? Like, I don't feel safe anymore. What do we do? Or we're talking about real life and real people, bro. And to you guys, it's just like an internet thing.
Yeah, there's also government people who have a problem. Government agents have a problem when you talk about like vaccines and things like that. There's a lot of yeah, there's a lot of people that have a problem with the truth. So I don't know
How's that
why you like
relevant?
make fun of people for being anonymous on the internet. I don't know why you say that when you're
Make fun of
complaining
people?
about
It's not that I make
yeah,
fun of people. No, I point out that they're anonymous when their anonymity is directly relevant to undermining their big talking point. When they're like, you should do this or that. Or for example, RV Truth will be like, hey, look here, Austin kind of points at the ceiling, and if I pause it right here, it looks like his pinky's kind of up. That's a Masonic symbol. Well, guess what? RV never sits in front of a camera and talks for consecutive hours, right? And if someone actually does that and talks with their hands at all, they're going to realize how insane it is that people like skip through an entire live stream going frame by frame, taking a out of context screenshot. You know, you would be very hard pressed to speak if you speak with your hands at all and never have a moment someone could take a picture and pretend you did a Masonic hand sign. But if you don't show your face and show your real self on a video live streaming, it's easy for you to just circulate the image and say busted. That's just one of many examples. And this is kind of my point when you're like, you should do this, you should do that, you should do this. Why do you do this? Oh, I looked into where you went to school when you were in middle school and something's not adding up. It's like, well, it's really easy for you to do all these things when no one knows where you went to school. Like, do you not see the point? The point is that it's very easy to become detached on the other end of it.
hmm
And much as
yeah, but
call it
I'm
like it is,
suspect
that's
of people
what's
that I
going on.
know. I'm also suspect of people that I know nothing about. Like there's people who that I just know them on Discord. I just know them by the things they say, and I'm like, yeah, this person is suspect to me. And for some reason, nobody claims that about me. Nobody thinks I'm suspect. Just saying.
I haven't heard
How do you
suspect.
know? Yeah, how do you know that? Plus, what you popped up like 6 months ago?
What? 6 months ago?
Yeah.
No. Is that serious? Was that a joke? I don't know.
How long have you been a part of this community, Blob?
At least a year. That's when I beat Witsit at the fasting debate. That was a year ago.
Well, the thing is, Witsit, I don't really think like you have to. I mean, the thing is, like, yeah, I mean, obviously you took the trip. People were asking questions and all and everything else, and obviously like you're free to discuss. But I mean, at the end of the day, dude, like to some extent, this is to a level where like like let's say when people are actually celebrities, they have like I'm saying, like Hollywood, whatever, like actors and stuff, or even just musicians, people, things like that. I mean, they just get, all kinds of people. And even if we use the term like crazy people or psycho people, there's all these stories where like people show up like naked at like the front door of some famous person and they're like, oh, yeah, all kinds of crazy stuff. People like trying to break into their house or like so you get these like crazed fans, and then you have like the paparazzi consciousness of like people wanting to like write down everything you're doing and like follow you and then they're trying to like get hype off of your popularity or whatever whoever it may be. So I mean that's always going on, but like let's just say that someone's like let's say you're like Brad Pitt or not you, but I'm just saying whoever. Let's say you're Brad Pitt. I mean, he can't really respond to like every just wild claim that's made about him. You know what I mean? From every single. Now that does happen with those guys because the tabloids say stuff, and then they have to try to like get their agent to try to clarify the record and whatever. So in some cases it is that, and then it goes public. But I don't know, man. I'm just saying like that's the question I guess you have to ask yourself because you were saying like the way this is just the way that like people are going to be saying all this stuff. So that's the question like I mean, could you like I guess it would be up to you if you want to like set boundaries basically within your own life and be like, okay, because that's what like let's say Brad Pitt or whatever, that's what he would have to do. Be like, okay, he's not gonna, Google himself and read forums, or he's not gonna open up his
Yeah.
mail with all the crazy stuff people write him, stuff like that. Like there's would have to be some kind of boundaries that you would have to do, and that goes for anyone that has it. And I'm not saying you are a celebrity, but obviously in a way in this community you are very well known people, and then you just took this trip. So I mean, as much as it goes in this community, yeah, I mean being in the public eye in that way. So yeah.
Yeah, well, I do kind of do some of those things. So like, especially with once this whole thing happened, like I just I just click my notifications to clear them. You know what I'm saying? And like I don't even really read it. And like when it comes to say like all these like I don't watch Rusted videos, you know what I'm saying? I don't watch McToon's videos like because I get sucked in or feel the need to correct the lies or whatever. Whereas if I just ignore them, then they don't really exist, you know. There's also like an issue with Kai though. Like when Kai would do debates with me or whatever, she would like obsessively read all the comments. You know, she would like frequently check the comments, and I'm like, babe, you just let it go. Like you don't want to read the comments. She couldn't help herself though. You know, she couldn't, and that's why it's like coincidentally, she recently started to kind of start popping back in here, and uh, now she's seeing everything that's going on right now. It's like a terrible time to like be more attentive to everything, you know, because bluntly, bro, it can be like more overwhelming for women, I think, and yeah, just people have been acting crazy. So I don't know. I think we kind of try to do that all together, all around, and I also try to do it to some extent. But let me just clarify for the record here. Like, I'm not claiming to be like a victim or something. Like, I'm all around pretty desensitized to this because the anti-flat earthers have been doing this very same thing for a really long time, you know. And so the whole like find every detail out about me, call people, threaten me, make real calls about my real life, and like slander me constantly and think they find something and take it out of context or never try to figure out exactly what the truth about it is and spread the lies or whatever. Like I'm just totally used to that, and that's fine. But I am just pointing out to you guys that I know like I'm used to it, but I'm just telling you, this is the kind of stuff that like pushes people over the edge, depending on where they are. Like this is the kind of stuff, this is the kind of behavior that makes people like you don't see them anymore. And if you have
I
any
would stick
empathy,
to
and
only
you should
the
probably
facts.
think that's serious.
I would stick only to the facts. What's said about Antarctica trip. Don't let people bring up your personal life or your wife. That shit. That's not the discussion on the table. They can have their own personal opinions about your personal life that has nothing to do with these trips or what you're doing when it comes to these experiments or like whatever you want to call them, right? I would not be addressing, no offense, certain things about your wife because that's nobody effing business. So those things I tell them just like celebrity shit, it's like tabloids, leave it out. I wouldn't even address that, hon, because you and your wife and your family deserve some privacy. But when it comes to everything else, the community stuff, I can understand you addressing that in every way and breaking it down because that's about this information. But your personal life, I wouldn't even answer those questions and tell them to, F off.
Yeah,
Just
I don't
kind
know
or you
why you
deserve it or your
were.
kids.
I don't know why you were honestly like tonight. You were a champ, bro. Like that was uncalled for on the other side.
Oh, was there
Yeah, but this
people
yeah.
addressing
So
that way?
normally I don't. Yeah, but normally I don't, right? Like, I mean, yeah, you're
Yeah.
right, and I agree with you. But it's like, this is what's so twisted about the whole thing is that most people that make content, they don't even come in rooms like this. Like they don't even come in here at
Yeah.
all, right? And it's because of that, right? But like I've always tried not to be like that. Like I don't like that vibe. I'm not like special or
Yeah.
something, so I like to just come hang out with everyone, kind of be in the trenches and like give you guys the inside scoop. And I try to be really transparent and answer people's
Mhm.
questions or concerns and stuff like that. But it like totally backfires because then it's like when you do open up or you are honest about something, then they like just latch onto it and then come up with like 50 more narratives or 50 more questions. And so it's like this never ending,
Well, you can make it
insatiable
ending
longing
because
to
it's
get more.
not everyone's responsibility to know everything of your life. It's not, you don't have to give that out. People may want it. But you don't have to give it, love. Just don't listen. If you want to, I know we go back and forth about certain things about this, whatever's happening in these communities, but your life, right? Because you know what they could do online with your life and your jobs and everything. I've been through it too. It's not worth it. Don't even answer the damn questions. You don't deserve to ask to answer those questions. You don't owe it to anyone. Witsit. You don't. When it comes to these things that we're talking about, experiment, that's one thing. But your life, you don't owe anybody that explanation. End of story.
Yeah, I think
Okay,
you're right.
you just don't.
Well, and to be fair with this, I mean, I've actually stepped away for quite a bit, so like I came back tonight because like I was flirting with doing like a private stream for some of the Kobe people today, and then start streaming. I'm gonna come back here soon. I
Yeah.
gotta start doing podcasts, stuff like that. But I just fully stepped away, and I stepped away for a few different reasons. Like I was like kind of really metaphysically trying to assess everything. Like, what does the creator want me to do? Is there something jumbled up in this that's like a sign that I'm supposed to like step away from doing this in general, right? Like, I don't know, I was just like stepping back and watching everything unfold and kind of like just detaching from it. So yeah, because there's a lot of stuff being said, and all of it lacks context. Almost all of it's just slander, and it's like, I know the creator knows the truth, right? Like, there's the saying that a lie travels halfway around the world before the truth puts its shoes on. Like the truth is always the last thing standing, and time is truth's best friend, or whatever. So, like, I know the truth, and then there's the question of like, do I go and correct the record, or do I not? Right? And I don't know. It maybe debates both ways, but I fully stepped back. Now, then many people hit me up about this quote unquote presentation, and even Gio like mentioned the idea to me to ask me what I thought about it beforehand and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, sure, whatever, let them do it. Is my vote. I don't care. Because I'm like real pro free speech and stuff, and I think that stupid ideas need to be shown in the light. Like suppressing ideas is the worst thing you can do. It like gives them ostensible credibility. So anyway, long as rant wrapped up here is just that, like, yeah, I'm trying to figure out everything in terms of like what direction do I go. There's a lot of stuff going on in the world. Obviously, we're getting hit with the Trump psyop now, and I like kind of predicted that a while back, and it looks like it's pretty clearly I was correct, right? I mean, you have second day Trump's coming out talking about using AI with mRNA vaccines to get cancer and setting up a digital tracking surveillance system and all this crazy stuff. Clearly, he's going to usher in technocracy under the guise of like the golden age. That's probably a pretty big deal, right? So I'm trying to decide what direction to go with in terms of what I prioritize with my content, or if I continue to do content, if I'm supposed to do something else. So I've just kind of been sitting back, you know what I'm saying? So I don't really even know. I don't really have an answer for anyone if people are wondering in terms of like when I'm coming back, if I'm coming back, what I'm going to do or whatever. Cause I'm like a real, like, let the creator show me kind of person. So we'll see how it goes. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't think that any of these people deserve, like, all those questions Russell was asking me were totally out of line. But I know that obviously I could have said something about it, or I could have been like called for moderation. I was fine with it, right? But it's just like frankly, like a lot of you guys, you don't deserve that. Like, where did you get the entitlement to think that you get to like pepper me and my family with every possible personal question you can think of? And I just think that's wild and lacks like self-awareness and integrity. But it's all good. We'll see. I don't think I can like abandon the community right now. I think that like we're like as a whole, it's kind of going through a lot. A lot of people have kind of shown their true colors, and it turns out we have a lot of like leaks in the boat that we maybe didn't see. So I don't lean towards the idea of me stepping away, but I've considered it. And that's why I was laying out the bigger point to everyone, which is like, bro, if I've considered that, I mean, damn, bro, you guys are gonna really push away other people because I'm like super desensitized. I think I handle that stuff like exceptionally well, and it doesn't phase me really much at all. If there's someone else that wants to come out and speak about it, or already has a platform or whatever, like the behavior of the community as a whole the last month is such a deterrent to those people, bro. Like, I don't think people realize it. Like, people need to. You're not like better than everyone else because you found out that we're not flying through space. Like, you're not better than people because of that. And yeah, okay, I know I'm kind of preaching, but people should try to I guess in closing, people should try to really consider empathy
You try to see the other person and remember, like, just because we're on the internet, there are real people with real lives behind these voices. You know what I'm saying? And you may think that certainly if you're anonymous, whatever, there's really no accountability and screw it and you can poke it, but like there is accountability for everything, right? Like there's an etheric record of everything and the creator sees everything. So we should try to maybe be more compassionate in terms of like humanity and try to focus on empathy and be a little bit kinder to people and understand that you're pushing people away that would be great assets to the truth movement, even in terms of content creators when you act like that. And if your objective is to actually help wake people up and help people be pulled out of some of these major deceptions, or to help our children that are being deceived and they're growing up in a world of deception, and we want to help the future generation break free of like the mental slavery that they're imposing on them, then your approach should be much more selfless, I think. People should really take this whole situation as an opportunity to recalibrate and kind of, step back and view how they're kind of treating other people on
Yeah.
the internet.
Can I ask you a question with like straight up, like for the community as a whole too? I was part of trying to help plan tours, plan a university tour. And if you remember, sweetheart, going to speaking about during COVID times, right? Going to university, the lab coat, all that shit we talked about doing, it got shut down. Listen, I helped plan that. I wish that I would have been involved somehow with some of the questions we would ask, and somebody reached out to me. We could have helped you get donations. I could have did something with my friends and activist works who are part of the Global Light Tour too. Is there any way next time you guys plan something like this that you can reach out to someone like myself? Because when some of these things weren't being like your luggage, I would have went to like all extent for you. Witsit to make sure you had more weight, more luggage. I would have made phone call after phone call. I know you're busy. You got your life, your kids, this stuff going on, videos. But there are people in this community that could have helped you more. And I think it's a lack of, we just didn't understand that. But you do have people like myself who could have been at home making these phone calls for you. So next time there's any kind of stuff like this, work, activists for anything, there are people like myself who will be willing to help. If you guys just reach out, I will make phone call after phone call and make sure things are done for you guys. Planning stuff too is super important. Making sure money's there, right? That's super important before you go too, because you ain't never going to get that money till you get back home if someone helps you while you're on it. So all these little things like that, I'd like to be involved if you need the help next time, so that there isn't these these questions or lack of things being done for you. That's all I'm saying. Please, guys, reach out to have some more help then.
Word. I appreciate it. Duly noted.
Thank you.
This was weird, right? Like we didn't organize it, and
Right.
I didn't necessarily want to go, but then I felt like I kind of had to go. In a
Yeah.
way, ironically, for the community that burned me at the stake afterwards. But yeah, I see what you're saying. I wasn't even sure it was going to actually happen, and they were in charge of it, which is why I didn't really want to go, right? Because I was just kind of like, I guess, like at the mercy of them in a way. But yeah, I guess hindsight, But yeah, going forward, I agree with you that we should get all hands on deck and stuff like that. Obviously, in hindsight, that would have been better.
Yeah. I'll reach out to my people too. We can try to get Roxanne, all those people are involved with part of the tour. I'm sure they would be willing to help and do certain things. You know what I mean? We just got so many people all over the world, Spain, everywhere that can help. Not just you, it's that has to pay like all on your shoulders. So, these donations that were received anonymously, we have so much beautiful help out here, and we just got to use it, exercise it. You know what I mean? But a lot of people don't even realize we have it. It's just like we do, though, guys. We actually have a lot of help out here.
Well, and yeah, and on the good point of this too, though, you guys did get basically about $80,000 trip, $40,000 each or 35, whatever it ended up being. So 70, 80,000. So that is a good amount of resources. Now, granted, they might kind of sway a lot of the content, and then it did kind of create, a bit of a whole process within the community in general. But I think you can tell, like in my viewpoint, that there's definitely a difference between a lot of folks who were just like, oh, okay, great. Yeah, it's great to have more, data and footage from there. Some were just like, they already thought there was a 24-hour sun, or they never really said there wasn't. So it just kind of was like a puzzle piece, just kind of slotting into gear, like, okay, and then continuing on. So when some people are like that, and then other people are having a totally different response, So yeah, I mean, there obviously is that dynamic going on, but I mean, I'm just saying on the good side, you guys did get like the actual, trip done for, in terms of that amount of money, which that is something in the world today, value and all of that. And yeah, maybe like it was a little bit earlier than we might have thought we would have had that footage or that verification. Like maybe we would have thought that would have been coming later, but it's good now, like to just do it all, I think, at the end of the day. And like you said, if you guys didn't go, somebody else would have. So it's like to have you guys go, at least like many of us have known you guys for years and things like that. So it does help in that way rather than just some other people that we don't know in that way. So, but yeah, I mean, I think overall, like it was meant to be, and it has revealed a lot, even
that you should challenge yourself to do better. It's just my opinion. I think
To see that so tainted by
Joe and the mods and everybody
what's going on. And I know for a fact that a large percentage of the people that are doing it couldn't handle it.
that. So it does help in that way rather than just some other people that we don't know in that way. So, but yeah, I mean, I think overall, like it was meant to be, and it has revealed a lot, even like the idea of like the light shining, the light shines, the light of truth shines, and how that represents and how, either some people deflect it or go a different route. Some people can see it, whatever that may be for, etc. But yeah, so it's just kind of interesting of like the glaring sun, and then how, because I think even the sun as a principle is connected to truth in certain ways, just like that golden, strong kind of energy of the sun when it has that quality of truth as well, where it's just like this undying, infinite source of energy, the way the truth is as well. So just a lot of the like correlations with that part of it. So yeah, I mean, whatever it's kind of like, whatever light it's shown and whatever energies, I think it's all meant to be, and it's all good in the process of it. At the same time, yeah, I mean, there's now going to be this group of kind of people that seem to, yeah, be kind of saying this, and they're saying it about you guys. So in terms of it not being legit or whatever. So yeah, how to kind of navigate that there's now that kind of thing where even to the point where some of them are like equating it to the moon landing. It's like, what? So yeah, I mean, now there's kind of that going on. And then I guess, yeah, so just all of that component, but all of those components. So yeah, I mean, it's a process that unfolded. I think it was meant to be. It's good to know more about the realm in general, to have more data and more information. And it's really been like the last thing I'll say, it's been like a litmus test, it seems, as well. Like a real test of just character, of integrity, in all kinds of ways. And not even making anyone, that targeted at any one person, just saying in general, just because the way it went down and just how people receive information, even if they're inconclusive, like, do they just stay calm and kind of scratch their chin and say, let's keep waiting for this to unfold, or do they jump to things, or, kind of what level of discernment do people have when new information is presented? Because this is going to be the first, last thing I'll say, this will be the first of many things in the future that are going to be, I think, very mind-blowing breakthroughs in many ways. Now, whether you say this one was or wasn't, well, you guys did a lot of firsts that have never been done in terms of getting sunspots, in terms of documenting the trip more thoroughly, things like this. So yeah, in that way. But I'm just saying, if this is just the beginning of many in the future, this is just like almost like a test, like a rumble of like, okay, wow, how did that go? Because things in the future, as more things are revealed, more tests are done, and more projects and more things unfold. I mean, this is going to be the first of many. So that will definitely kind of shape, how we move in the future and together, and how, people find the most productive ways moving forward.
Man, Gio, that was well said. And then Witsit, your whole deal, that was great. A good point for me to probably head off. But before I do, I want to say the amount of sharing in Earth Awakenings. I just want to say appreciate you, Gio, and the mods and everybody that shows up. Because really what I find the most powerful is when people can have different things in their mind or different beliefs, yet be friends and talk about it or wonder together. You know what I mean? Sometimes it gets toxic in here, but most of the time you got your locals that are just talking about different matters. So yeah, tonight was awesome. I'm gonna dip out, but thanks for making this available for people.
Yeah, for sure. Cheers, JT. Dude, that's awesome. So you're gonna try to get there to Union Glacier? That's cool. I heard that, man. That's pretty exciting.
Yeah,
That'd be
so
awesome.
what happened was on my Facebook feed, like on my personal Facebook feed, a girl said, "Well, the year was great. I was the race director for the 2024 Antarctic Ice Marathon." Like, and I was watching TFE, and I didn't know I already knew this girl from my running background. Like, she used to run in the same shoes I ran in, and she's going to be the race director next year. And I've been messaging her, and I was like, you know what? I just talked to my wife. I was like, I would love to go do that because I looked at the times and I could probably get top 5. I mean, there's a chance I could win it, but top 5, top 3, and I might wear like a flat Earth clock shirt, and I don't know. I'll go down there and do a 24-hour camera, take some other footage and stuff, and just go see it for myself, have some fun. So I'm fundraising for it now.
Right on. Nice, dude. That'd be sweet to see more, more data and your experience with that. Does it pay anything out if you win, or is it not that kind of, is it more just like a for the namesake of it?
Yeah, it's like 22,500 for entry, and you have to get yourself to Punta Arenas. All that you get is a flight from Punta Arenas to a Union Glacier, and food and lodging and back. So it's just a lot of money for just that. But I mean, it is a huge private jet, and I guess it's 8 hours of flying. I don't know. It's going to be exciting if I can get the funds, but we'll see. We'll see what the community wants to do.
Yeah, yeah. Nice, man. Right on. Well, yeah, dude, cheers. I always appreciate your input on all of these things. And yeah, there's a lot going on. And yeah, I think like moving forward, just especially the light of tonight, it is that question of, to what level do you give to some of these kind of energies? Yeah. And we have to talk about that moving forward too, just in general on the server, because yeah, I mean, if there's now going to be, well, anyways, just all those dynamics. I mean, not to go on a whole long thing, but yeah, I was just gonna say, yeah, just man, just cheers and just much love. It's cool that you're, gonna try to get there as well. And, but yeah, always appreciate hearing your thoughts on all this, and we'll have to just kind of continue keeping our minds open and keeping kind of navigating together, really, in a certain way. So I just appreciate your kind of open-hearted flow with that as well, and just like being able to bring things in that are, in terms of like just kind of taking the best steps forward.
Yeah, man. Trying to. I mean, we're all people. Like what Witsit said, he is a person with I mean, he's just a dude with a family. Yet he has he's highly skilled at debate, and he knows the globe model better than most globers and flat Earth and all that. So, he is a little bit of a superstar around these parts, but it's best if you don't look to him as like a god. Look at him like a friend. I mean, that's what he comes here for, is to visit, talk, discuss things, practice, the topics and stuff. um and yeah, so that's it. Just love y'all, and I'll see you the next time around.
Yeah, and I just want to say I can't take
Much love,
responsibility
bro.
for what all these people are saying, but I can take responsibility for, bringing this mess to what it was, and I do take responsibility for that. I'll be more careful with what I guess associate with a little bit and what I bring to the table.
Nice, good work. All right, peace.
Much love, brother, and salute to you, bro, for saying that.
Salute.